Ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 o'clock, but we have a couple of members who are caught in traffic as well as some presenters that are, so we're going to give them another few minutes, but I just wanted to let you know that we're aware it's 10 o'clock and we'll be getting started as soon as we get a couple members here. So thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, come to order, if you will, please. Thank you so much for being here. We are still missing one committee member, but with the realities of Atlanta traffic being what they are, I'm sure he would want us to go ahead and get started so we can stay on schedule. I'm Dale Washburn. I'm honored to be chairing this committee, and I want to introduce our committee members to start with. We are delighted to have our committee, and I do want to take a few minutes to introduce them. Over here we have Commissioner Hubert Parker, who is a Gilbert County Commissioner, and we are delighted to have him here with us. We have Ms. Teresa Baidez, who is a real estate practitioner from the Blue Ridge area. She has been in the real estate business many, many years and is very accomplished and a great producer there, and we are honored to have Teresa on our committee. Then we have Representative Deborah Bazemore down here. We're honored to have Representative Bazemore on the committee. Chairman Chuck F. Strachan is still in traffic, and we will introduce the chairman when he arrives. We have Representative Jason Ridley and Representative Martin Momtahan with us. And so we are honored to have all of these folks here on the committee. Before we get started with our first presenter, I wanted to, let me mention three staffers that we have helping us very much. We have Brock Perry here with us, who is assisting us. Amber Mack will also be, and our administrative assistant, Shakira King. And so we are appreciative of all their efforts. Before we get started, let me just make a couple of brief comments. We know, of course, that we are doing important work here with this committee. Housing is very important to our state, and it's important for a number of reasons, most of which are obvious to us. We all need shelter. We all need safe shelter, affordable shelter. All our Georgia families do. Obviously, keeps us warm in the winter and dry in rainy weather, so we all know the physical aspects of housing. In addition, though, I think we should always remember that when we are looking at our state and what we want for our state, the raising of our children and getting them ready for life and the next generation is very important work, and that is God's plan for a civil, orderly society, actually. It's for our families to operate and for parents to raise their children and their grandchildren and get them ready for life. And good, safe, affordable housing is important to that. Good communities are important to that. There are also some economic issues we would certainly point out. Housing is one of the industries that drives our Georgia economy, provides a lot of jobs, and so it's very important in that respect. And also, when we look at our local governments, our housing stock is a big part of the tax digest, and healthy, appropriate growth for those digests are important because that's what funds our local governments to a large degree, of course. And so we're looking at all the aspects of this and a good, orderly growth pattern in Georgia. So we're doing important work. And I think these days of listening to experts and people on the street are going to be important to us. And I think we are taking a few days here to shine the spotlight on this important issue. And then we'll let the committee do the work as far as any recommendations that come out of the committee in our report. So having said that, I'm honored to chair this committee, and I'm deeply appreciative of all of our members who are willing to serve. I'm appreciative to many of you who have worked hard to help us get ready for this. And I am thankful for your efforts in that regard. So, having said that, we are ready to get started, and we would like to ask our first presenter to come forward, Mr. John Hunt, who is a principal at Market Insight. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, sir. Is this the right microphone? Yes.
You're good.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to address what I think is a defining issue of our time, and would like to kind of go through some issues that we see, having been in the housing industry for far too long, about 32 years. So thank you very much, and look forward to some questions. So the title is Georgia's Housing Supply Crisis. Is there a crisis at all? We recently saw a survey of registered voters in one of our southeastern cities where about 60% of the respondents said everybody has plenty of housing choice, which is unfortunate because it's absolutely not true. So that's a perception that is there that I think we would like to address. So is there a housing shortage? Actually, there was a housing shortage before the pandemic began, after a decade or more of underdeveloping and underbuilding. After the last great downturn, we ended up pre-pandemic in a drastic shortage as well. The surprising pandemic housing boom made that even worse. And my opinion, and I think the science says, that the current market conditions will only create a crisis from this point, and I will try to show you that in the data. So let's look nationally, Atlanta, and then we'll look at very specific parts of Georgia and drill down to some local levels as well. If you look at population versus housing starts historically in the country, you can see that starting 22 years ago, back in 2000, population and housing starts increased at about the same rate. They were in track with each other. Of course, all of that changed in the downturn. You can see that starts collapsed as population continued to increase. By the way, population has never gone down in the last 22 years. It's continued to increase. And as you can see, that the disastrous housing recession that we had took us to very low amounts, and we still haven't recovered. So we really should have been tracking along that population line the entire time, and we haven't, for a host of reasons that we'll discuss. So the gap that you hear a lot of national pundits talk about in housing, which is 4 to 6 million, is taken from, analysis of this type of data. We just haven't kept up with the population, and there are a lot of reasons for that. So that's nationally. So obviously we want to talk about Georgia. So we'll drill down to Atlanta and look at some other cities as well. What you're looking at here is a history of Atlanta's months of inventory and months of supply. So the homes in inventory are on the left axis. Months of supply, or that's our inventory turnover in the industry, is on the right. So you'll see my top there goes at 6 months of supply on the right. Historically in our industry, 6 months of supply is considered normal or at equilibrium. It has been since time began. You can see that as we entered the pandemic, this is October of 19, that we were already at 3.2 months of supply after a decade of underbuilding and underdeveloping. We were already half what we should be. And what you also can see is the housing boom started before the pandemic. Look at how quickly from October through February, inventory was dissipating and being drawn off the market. That's because one demographic group in particular decided to start buying homes after a decade of being missing. Who is that? The millennials, who usually are the biggest home buying group in the country. They were not, because of what happened in the Great Recession. They kicked in the middle of 2019. So we were already seeing signs of a housing boom. You see the little hump there in months of supply between February, March, and April and June. That's the government shutdown. So because of the pandemic, we shut everything down. And we had a 2 or 3 month pause. As soon as May hit, thankfully, we opened up the government pretty early. We got right back on that same train, and the addition not only of millennials, but of now people needing schoolrooms and offices and bigger spaces added to the demand. And basically from May of 20 to May of 21, we sucked all the inventory that we had out of the system. We ended up in May of last year at 0.7 months of supply. We've never been there before, ever. Now, when you say 0.7 months of supply, you might as well say zero, and that is because There are just some homes that are never going to sell, right? That's the noise that's in the system. 0.7 is 0. Now, you can see that we increased a little bit. That's a normal seasonal hump that you see. And then we went back down seasonally. And then look at June. Since interest rates started exploding in June, we have seen an increase in inventory. It's not anywhere near what a lot of pundits have thought, that we would flood the market with inventory. It's not even close to where it was. So if you look at where we are today, that is still, inventory is still 40% below where it was in October of 19, which was already half what it should have been. Does that make sense? So we are seeing an increase in inventory based on rising interest rates, but not nearly what most people would think. Now, a very simple mathematical formula. There's a lot of craziness that goes on at 0.7 months of supply and 1.9. This is where you get the bidding wars and people buying homes sight unseen. We've seen a little bit of that dissipate, but that's what low supply does. At 1.9, that's not a healthy market at all. We want to get back to 6. So that blue line needs to be back up at 6 for us to be considered normal. Everybody's happy, and prices aren't going up crazy, and they're not crashing crazy. So there's a mathematical formula that will take us from 1.9 months of supply in Atlanta to 6. How many additional homes will we need on the market just to go from 1.9 to 6? It's a big number. That gap can be filled if we were to magically make 72,400 homes appear in Atlanta over the next 12 months. And at the current absorption rate, all 72,000 of those homes would be absorbed in the next 12 months. Good luck. That's a massive number of undersupply. That's Atlanta. That's just Atlanta. So the problem with that is, in terms of the new home industry contributing to this deficit, we're probably only going to put about 13,000 lots on the ground. We'll talk about why that's that low. That's not going to touch the deficit of 72.4. That's the reality of where we live today. So let's look at Augusta, just the major cities. Similar chart, only Augusta is at 1.2 months of supply. It's less than Atlanta. You're 41% below 2019 pre-pandemic levels. And to get back to normal market of 6 months of supply, you'd need another 8,200 homes. In that market, we project that we'll put 1,200 lots on the ground. Not going to touch the deficit. This is bigger than even new homes actually can help. But we can chip away at it. Columbus, we've got 1 month of supply. We would need another 3,800 units to get us back to normal. Only going to put about 300 lots on the ground in Columbus. Not going to help. Savannah is now just above 1 month of supply. Big market, they're still 57% below pre-pandemic levels in terms of inventory. That's total inventory. You'd need another 9,300 units just to get back to normal. We may put, our forecast is about 1,600 lots on the ground in the next 12 months. You can see that we can't catch up with this data, this deficit. This is not just Atlanta, this is Georgia, this is everywhere in the country, unfortunately. It's not just supply in general. It's supply in very specific price points, unfortunately. And that is anything at or below 300 grand. If you can see, these are pending sales by price point. The price points above 300 have actually held up okay, even in the midst of rising interest rates. It's anything below 300 grand that has not been there. We don't have that inventory to sell at all. So that's what we're missing. Affordable, workforce. I would call it a starter home price point. By the way, 300 grand is not cheap, but it is today's starter price point. We'll talk about that. But that's not just Atlanta. Augusta, very little inventory below 300 grand. All the other price points seem to be doing okay. Savannah, again, very little inventory below 300 grand. This is the starter market that we're missing. And just to bring it a little closer to home for some folks in the room, let's look at Paulding County High School. This would be the city of Dallas. I'm trying to read that. The very bottom right number is 2.2 months of supply. It should be 6. That's in Paulding County High School. The deficit where we need the additional inventory is below about 350. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible to hit that price with the new home today, the way we do it. You would need another 540 homes in the next 12 months, and they would all be absorbed. So that's our deficit in just that one school district. The city of Decula, we've got 1.7 months of supply. Most of the deficit is below 450. You'd need another 678 homes in that school district just to get back to normal. Let's go to Fulton County, South Fulton County, Langston Hughes, 1.1 month of supply. These are incredibly low numbers. That's where you need the additional inventory, where all those negative bars are. And you need another almost 700 homes just to get back to normal. And then we'll need another South Fulton High School, Westlake High School, and you need another 406. So the deficit is national, it's Georgia-wide, it's city-wide, and it's even high school-wide. And we track all of that in what we do. The truth is, if we actually had inventory below 300 grand, which we don't, we'd actually be up in terms of sales. That is what we're missing. And I think that's true across the country. Robert Dietz, the chief economist for the National Association of Home Builders, has declared that 300,000 is kind of the new starter home. 20 years ago, it was 150. Things have changed, but 300 grand is today's starter price. The problem is it's very difficult or almost impossible under today's environment, which you'll see in a minute, to produce a home at that price point. But the markets that can, in his estimation, are the ones that are going to grow for a lot of reasons. Why is that important, that we're able to produce housing at a starter home price of 300 grand? It's very important for a lot of reasons. Industry and investment. Why did Elon Musk go to the massive effort and expense to move his entire Tesla operation out of California and into Texas? Huge undertaking, massive expense. He could have said, when asked, a myriad of things. Less taxes. What's the one thing he said? People can't afford housing. We're going somewhere else. Pay attention to that, because they got to have a place for their workers to live. And we've done a really good job of bringing industry into Georgia. My concern is, where are they going to live, and are they going to go somewhere else if they can't find affordable housing? We are witnessing, in my opinion, on many fronts, an all-out war on affordability in this country in terms of housing. It's coming from everywhere. Unfortunately, it's being weighed by rising material cost, interest rates, inflation, labor cost, all those contribute. But those can ebb and flow. Those can come and go, and they do. The thing that concerns me the most is that it's also being waged by restrictive and exclusionary zoning that keeps us from building the price home that many people can afford. That doesn't ebb and flow. It's entrenched, and it's been in our system for 100 years, and I think it needs to be addressed. I think our current zoning is based on the way the world looked 20 or 30 years ago. What does that mean? Well, 20 or 30 years ago, I was 36. I had kids going into high school. Me and every other boomer had kids in high school. We were the biggest consumer group in the country. This is the way the world looked like 20 years ago. It was an inverted barbell. So the biggest consumer group was in the middle. It was the move-up buyers. It made sense that our zoning reflected this at that time. It really did. It was single-family, detached, in a good school district, because the biggest consumer group was demanding that. And by the way, over the last 20, 30 years, that's pretty much all we've built in this country. We've built a lot of it. Millions of that type of house. That's not the way the world looks today. I ain't 36 anymore. I'm 56. And I just kicked my last kid out of the house. thank God. So this is the way the world looks today. So just recently, the millennials, this is called a barbell. So the previous way, 20 years ago, was an inverted barbell. So now the boomers have moved, and late Gen X have moved to the top. They're the second biggest consumer group. And the millennials are on the bottom, the biggest consumer group. They're now 37% of all home buyers in this country. Big, big, big consumer group. And so, unfortunately, the smallest consumer group is the one in the middle, which is what most of our zoning is still focused on. Single family, detached, big yard, blah, blah, blah. The people on the bottom and the top are kind of left out in terms of product availability. And I think that's not good. This is who our constituency is. By the way, those two demographic groups on either end, first of all, have a lot in common. They're dual income, no kids. I just told you the top group just kicked their last kid out of the house. Every night's a party. They like to party more than the millennials, and they get along very well. Those two demographic groups, I have tried to tell as we stand before cities and county commissions, is this is every city's dream to have. Why? Because they got lots of money. Lots of money. Why do they have no money? Why do they have lots of money? Because they got no kids. And they spend it in your downtowns. They do not tax your services overly. They don't put kids in your schools. This is every city's dream. And yet we don't allow product to be built and developed for these two particular groups. So again, just to prove my point about how close these groups are together, age 55 ain't what it used to be. Now, I've been using this joke for a while. You can tell because on that joke, Tom Cruise is 55. How old is he now? 60. So, Tom Cruise has gotten older while I've been telling this joke, but the joke never gets old. So at 55 today, or even 60, you look pretty good. You can do your own stunts. What did the age 50 used to look like in this country? Well, there's Wilford Brimley filming Cocoon at 50, so I look more like Wilford Brimley. But the key is today's 55 and 60-year-old do not need a 3,500 square foot detached house. They can run up and down stairs in a townhome, by the way, and they like to party. So this is the way the world looks today. And what's happening in terms of housing demand is you're coming together in the middle. So the millennials are finally moving out of their 600, 700, 800 square foot apartments after 10 years of growing up, getting jobs, paying off student debt, and becoming dual income, no kids. And they want something that's 1,700, 1,800 square feet. They don't need 3,500 square feet. The boomers are sitting in their 3,500 square feet where they've raised their kids for the last 30 years, looking for something to move to, and it doesn't exist. So that's the problem. You've got the two biggest consumer groups in the country converging in the middle in terms of square footage. The problem is that middle is missing. We don't build it at all. There's a reason for that. We need more 1,700, 1,500, 1,200, 950 square foot product. The market demands it and wants it. I'll show you in a minute. That's probably the biggest reason we don't have any inventory, is because what's happening is the millennials, 37% of all home buyers, are taking all the inventory out of the system. They're not adding to the inventory when they buy a home, right? Because they're coming out of their parents' basement or an apartment. Somebody's got to help out. What normally happens is the boomers should be selling, especially with prices where they are today. My group should be selling en masse to take advantage of today's prices. We're not. Why are we not? We have nowhere to go. Number one, because there's no inventory. Number two, because there's no inventory that we want and need. So again, that goes back to zoning. So missing middle is a term that I didn't hear until 4 or 5 years ago. I'd been in the market for 30 years and thought I knew everything. Middle, the way we built in this country was all missing middle up until about 100 years ago. Up until about 100 years ago, this is what we built. And what do I mean by missing middle? Missing middle is any of that 1940s or previous product that we all love, that we all think is very quaint. We all desire to be in these neighborhoods. They're duplexes, fourplexes, bungalow courts, mansion apartments, no bigger than a large house. So if you look at that graphic, today's zoning is only the left and the right extreme. Single family, single family, single family, apartment, 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 apartment. That's all we do. All that cool stuff that we built up until 100 years ago, we don't build anymore. And that's duplexes, triplexes, courtyard apartments, bungalow apartments, townhouses, triplexes, live and work. All that stuff in the middle is absent from our zoning day, largely. And that's what today's buyers want and need and desire, walkability, all that kind of cool stuff. Let me give you some examples nearby. Let's go just a little bit south of us to Grant Park. Very desirable neighborhood, right? Up and coming. Everybody wants to live in Grant Park. This is pre-1940s construction. What you're going to find as you drive and walk through Grant Park is missing middle everywhere. It is all around us. So what you're going to find in Grant Park is a Craftsman single family, owner occupied. And then right next door, what looks like a single family owner occupied, but how many doors do you see? It's a duplex. This is rental right next to owner occupied. Are you kidding me? You can't do that. You actually can't do that. This is illegal in most cities today. But it's how we lived up until 100 years ago, right? Where your doctor lives right next door to the person who teaches your kids in school or who serves you in the local pub. That's how we lived. Why is that the way? Why aren't we zoning this way anymore? I did not know this until 2018. This slapped me upside the head. Never heard this, thought I knew everything. What I found out, unfortunately, is our zoning has a dark history in this country. In the 1920s, the White House convened a task force, most of which were outspoken segregationists. Zoning was created at that point about 100 years ago. And it was seen as a method to keep neighborhoods white by keeping the price of homes high. This is, in essence, government-sanctioned socioeconomic bigotry. Don't believe me. I didn't believe it when I heard this for the first time, okay? Go read the book, The Color of Law. Richard Rothstein wrote this. It details how our own government is who invented redlining. FHA redlined and created the neighborhoods that we have today, the have-nots, the haves, the one side of the track versus the other side of the track. Our government did that, and we're suffering the consequences of that today. Let me give you an example right here. This is shocking me. This is from Bloomberg. So what's going on is we're trying to do missing middle in Buckhead around transportation centers. That's all. Around transportation centers, MARTA, we want to do some duplexes and quads. The uproar has been unbelievable among the current homeowners. Well, what Bloomberg found out is before 1929, Atlanta had two zoning classifications, R1 white and R2 colored. So after the Supreme Court ruling said you can't be that explicit, all Atlanta did was change the name. They changed R1 white to R1 dwelling house, and R2 colored was changed to R2 apartment. And we've been zoning that way for 100 years and don't know we're doing it. So now, cities are beginning to get this. We've been talking about this since 2018. We were involved last year with the Comprehensive Planning Summit in Charleston. This is all of the mayors of Charleston County, Mount Pleasant, and everybody. And from our participation and others, the city of Charleston understood they had a massive problem with workforce and affordable housing. And from this, they created an absolute turnover of the way they zone. And I'll send you the slide, but what they're doing is allowing for a variety of housing types. This is missing middle. duplexes, townhomes, triplexes, fourplexes. They're removing requirements of accessory dwelling units so you can do ADUs. That's affordable housing. They're also they're removing parking restrictions. If you go down to Decatur or Grant Park, people park where? On the street. Nobody cares. They love it. So we are seeing cities begin to get this and make changes. And I love that. Just a couple of great articles from Martin Luther King III. I agree with this. The less housing stock we have, the more expensive it is. And the restrictions on that are causing prices to go up. And I think we need to consider any and all options of housing, not just single family and apartments, all that stuff in between that we haven't even considered for the last 100 years. Another article from Forbes, is, fewer housing starts will keep supply and new homes down. This is bad for long-term affordability. So we've had what this article is saying is, for the last 2.5 years, the Fed at 2 and 3% interest rates has been telling everybody to what? Buy a house, buy a house, buy a house, buy a house. So at the federal level, we've been saying, go buy a house, go buy a house. At the local level, we've done a frighteningly efficient job of limiting supply by not allowing density in places where it makes sense. So the one thing I will tell you before I wrap it up, and I appreciate your time, probably the number one complaint from the general public about building a higher density home is that they're afraid it's going to bring their values down. That's the number one complaint. And it's just mathematically and scientifically not true. And it just stems from a lack of understanding about how prices are set. Prices are set by the market, yeah. But mainly there's a gatekeeper. And the gatekeeper is an appraiser. Okay? An appraiser is not going to go to a house that's 2,000 square feet smaller than you and use that as a comp. They're going to use houses similar to you. So one of the things I'd like to show you is, again, math. This is a regression, but you got price on the left and square footage on the bottom. This happens to be Alpharetta, but you can see all of the resale closings are the blue dots. The resale closings toward the upper right are the ones we've built in the last 15 years because our zoning has forced us up and to the right. The resale closings you see that are concentrated down and to the left are much older. That's stuff that is, maybe a 1,600 square foot ranch with a 2-car carport or something. So what today's zoning is we built all those homes in the last 15 years that are very good comps. They got great amenities. We can't replicate those. But today's zoning forces us as a new home to build that same house. And it's hard to compete, and there's already plenty of them out there. And you can see those red dots are new construction. And that's because zoning has forced us to build houses above 3,000 square feet arbitrarily. Now, what happened is there was one deal that was allowed to be built and developed. You can see those green dots right there. And they're at just over 2,000 square feet and right at 4 to 450. That ain't cheap, by the way. This was an active adult community. It was a townhome with a master down. Perfect for what I'm talking about. And it was, instead of being 550, it was 450. The uproar from the community was unbelievable. As a matter of fact, this led to the moratorium in townhomes in Forsyth County, because what they said is, you're taking our $500,000 price point and dropping it to 450. Now, on the surface, that looks true. But in reality, you can't look at just the price of a house. You also have to consider what? The size, because that $500,000 house could be 10,000 square feet. I'll go find money to buy that. It's a deal. So size has to be considered. So which house is in reality more expensive, the 550 or the 450? When you compare the price per square foot, what you'll find is the 550 house is $157 a square foot, and the active adult townhome at 450 is more expensive at $200 a square foot. This actually raises prices in your area. It's hard to get this and get it out to the public, but that's what we do. And this is what needs to be said. Smaller homes are not going to bring your prices down. They're actually going to help your prices. So I'll wrap this up. Top cities in Georgia, if you add all the cities that we talked about, have a shortfall of 93,300 homes in the next 12 months, I'm sorry. We're only going to put in our forecast about 16,000 lots on the ground. It's not going to touch that shortfall at all. I would say that artificially restricting supply through exclusionary zoning is driving prices beyond people's budgets. I think that's evident, and that's for sale or for rent. Okay, and they're both big parts of the market. Roughly 40% rent, 60% for sale or owner occupied. And the restrictive zoning is upping prices for both. And in the long run, I think this is greatly going to impact Georgia's ability to attract new inventory, new investment and industry. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Very insightful and revealing, and it's hard to argue with the numbers that you present, and I appreciate it very much. We are running on a tight schedule, but I would not want to ignore, we have number 6. Who is that? Mr. Ridley? Representative Ridley has a question.
I got a couple. Back on, I think it was about the third or fourth clip that you did, where it was showing the numbers of houses, or the lack thereof. Is that including apartments, or is that just?
This is just for sale.
Just for sale?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I guess, my question is, I do dirt work, and I've seen a lot of people that was planning on doing subdivision and stuff. Now, since the interest rates, they've kind of cooled off on that. You've got interest rates jumping, so now I've seen people's house payments that they were planning on buying all of a sudden go up $600 a month. And I think that's going to have a little bit to do with it, and probably not this area, but I live up near Dalton, Georgia. But I've seen the exact thing you're saying on smaller houses, the 1,300 to 1,500 square foot houses, no garage type. Well, we used to call spec houses back in my banking days, and now they're selling for $200,000, a little over, before they can get the foundation built. So how much? I guess my question is, at what point do you quit taking a risk to start trying to build these things, when you start kind of seeing these interest rates rise and things kind of cooling off? What are y'all seeing on that side?
It's a good point. What we're telling our customers is that at some point the Fed is going to stop their tightening, and hopefully quicker than later, because I think they've done the job they set out to do. So when all that settles down. So what you're saying is true. So what's happening is banks and builders who are already extremely conservative with what happened in 2008 in the back of their mind are going, whoop, and so they're backing off. So any new development that was going to happen is going to be curtailed because of what you just said. So, but at the same time, so when all the dust settles and rates come back down, as some people are expecting, back to 4.5, not back down to 2 or 3, but 4.5. Maybe by 2020, 3 or 4, then we're still going to have less inventory than we do now. So that was my point, is inventory is going to get hammered even more because of what you just said. So that's difficult because there's a risk tolerance for builders and banks, and again, they were already conservative, I think, over the top, which I think is helping us out, because that's why we have no inventory, because banks aren't throwing A&D money at anybody. So the problem's still going to exist when all this is over. And I think, so that's why I say lumber can go to 0 tomorrow. You can have all the labor you want, and rates can go to 2. Can you get the right house that's affordable in terms of square footage zoned? In a lot of cases, you just can't. Yeah, good question.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Mr. Hunt, for an excellent presentation, and we appreciate you being here very much. Our next presenter is Trip Tollison. If you will make your way, while you're coming up, I want to introduce Chairman Chuck F. Strachan, who was caught in traffic and got here just 2 minutes after we started. But I want to say thank you publicly to the chair for allowing us to use his committee room here. And of course, we are honored to have Representative Estration, Chairman Estration, on our committee. So, Trip, thank you for being patient. I know we're running a little bit behind. I know you're on a very tight schedule.
Okay.
So, Tripp is president and CEO of the Savannah Economic Development Authority. I'm assuming you kin to some of those Tollisons in Perry, Georgia.
We are not. We spell our name different.
Oh, do you? I'm sorry.
When I run into them, they spell their last name with an E,
Yeah,
so
okay.
they say E's before I on the alphabet, so we're first.
Well, I thought you were probably a cousin, but I appreciate you pointing that out. Well, thank you so much for being with us. Please present to us.
Sure. Thank you for having me today. I appreciate the opportunity. I just thought I'd kind of share from an economic development perspective what's going on in our region and why housing is so important and what we're concerned about. With the announcement of Hyundai and the jobs and everything that's coming with it, the electric vehicle market right now is really about who gets the product on the street the fastest. So we are really proceeding at lightning speed to get this plant operational and built so that we can put product on the street. With that comes a lot of challenges. So the three questions we get 5, 10, 20 times a day are where the workers are going to come from, what are we doing about transportation, and then the last one is what about housing? And so we are, we're kind of like the dog that caught the bus, right? We've got all these things happening, and Savannah is thriving, and we're very fortunate and blessed that we've got, I wouldn't say problems, these opportunities in our region. And so when we talk about Hyundai, when you look at it from our point of view, Hyundai is going to be bringing, and their suppliers are going to be bringing anywhere from 15 to 20,000 jobs in our region over the next 5 years. And that's just counting the Hyundai and the Tier 1 suppliers and possibly the Tier 2 suppliers. If you do the multiple effect, the multiplier that comes with economic development, this could be a 30,000 job, net result when this is all said and done. But they want to have 300 to 500,000 vehicles on the street out of this facility. First quarter, obviously, they'll start rolling off first quarter of 2025, and then by 2026, 27, 28, you're going to see a lot of production. And so we are very concerned about the housing side. We all believe in local control and have a lot of, local flexibility from where we are, but we've got to have, some options as we bring folks in. So our big issue right now is we bring folks in from South Korea, where are we putting them in a temporary basis? And then as we recruit the workforce from the Midwest and New England, folks that want to come to the Savannah region for a better quality of life, we've got to have product. And so we're going through all that right now. We're talking to everybody that wants to have these conversations. But it's a big, big lift, and it's going to happen in a short period of time. Everybody asks kind of, how do you put that in perspective? So Gulfstream's our largest employer in the region right now with 10,000 folks. It took them 50 years to get to that number, and Hyundai is going to do that within 5 years. And that's something that we talk about often, and it kind of creates a little bit of a pause when you're talking to our leaders down there about what are we going to do about housing. Thankfully, we've got one area of town on the west side of Savannah. It's an area called New Hampstead that's kind of, I think, going to be ground zero, if you will, for the immediate term for housing. There's 9,000 home sites there that are ready. You're going to see a lot of builders that we're already seeing it now, especially the national builders are coming in and doing things. It'll be multifamily, single family. But that's, I would say, probably half of that's already spoken for. And so we're trying to figure out what other areas in the region, when we look at southern Effingham County, southern Bullock, North Bryan, West Chatham. So we're spending a lot of time right now coming together to try to figure all that out. And I just thank you all for the opportunity just to kind of give you an update on what we're dealing with in the world of economic development. But we can't do it without housing. And we can't do it without, the transportation improvements. And, of course, we can't do it without the workers. But those are the three things that we're really having to deal with right now, and fortunately or unfortunately, we're having to do it very, very fast. And so I just wanted to kind of share that story with y'all as you go through this monumental effort on trying to do what you can as a study committee and things of that nature. But I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, or whatever you want me to do. But I wanted to put it in perspective from what we're dealing with in Savannah.
Well, thank you very much for an excellent presentation that cuts to the heart of a very real issue and real problem here. We have two questions. Representative Ridley was flashing first, I believe.
Yes, sir. I just want to touch on what you said. You're talking about the new business coming in there. Y'all were getting the employees out of the New England, Midwestern. And I've kind of been seeing that trend that we put stuff here, then we get people from there. What's the difficulty of getting people from Georgia to come to work?
Great question. So Georgia first, by all means, we're going to concentrate in Georgia. We just want to make sure we're not, taking employees from other sections of the state. I don't want to create enemies.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
So our unemployment rate in the Savannah region, our MSA right now is at 2.7%. And so we know that with inflation and the economy, things are going to probably level off, and there's going to be I think the unemployment rate's going to go up a little bit, just my own personal opinion. But we were, same thing with the vendors and the construction workers and everything. It comes with it's going to be a $6 billion construction project, 17 million square feet. And so we're all about local and focusing on Georgia first, but we know that's not going to be enough.
Okay.
And so we're going to be concentrating some of those efforts in those areas that we mentioned.
Okay. I just wondering. Thank you.
Great question.
Thank you, Representative Mumtan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. I did have a question about, I guess now I know that you are at the Savannah Economic Development Authority. Can you give me some insight to your city, I guess, city council and mayor? Are they very hesitant to build these types of dwellings?
I would say for the city of Savannah, affordable housing is probably one of the top 2 or 3 issues that they're dealing with. Our mayor's been very engaged in having those conversations and talking about certain areas of town that we think we could do something to address affordable housing. I'll also say that it's not just the city of Savannah. Throughout the 4-county region that make up the Joint Development Authority, I know that Bullitt County and their folks are having those conversations. Same thing with F&M County. We are seeing some moratoriums on some residential development in some of these areas, South Bullock. That's concerning. But I think what folks are struggling with right now is how to do it right versus a knee-jerk reaction. Because, Hyundai announced on May the 20th, and that really has changed the dynamics of all these conversations. The city of Savannah is definitely willing to get engaged. Chatham County is wanting to get engaged. I feel like, just to be honest with you, it's kind of like a well-hit 3-wood in a tile bathroom. Balls gonna go everywhere, and I feel like a lot of that's going on right now. So we're trying to collectively get everybody together and get on the same page, if that makes sense.
Yes. Further question, Mr. Chairman. Would you say that the vast majority of your local elected officials are on board with providing these types of dwellings for these employees and for your workforce?
I think on the affordable housing side, yes. But as far as that seems to be the focus of at least the conversations in the city of Savannah. But as far as doing anything above that, on the affordable side, it's mostly the private sector that they're relying upon to come in and fill that need. But I would say the immediate, just from a city of Savannah perspective, is we got to get affordable housing, and we got to get it now for a certain segment of the community.
Okay. Further question. What would you say that your immediate need from state officials would be? I understand we have various members in different capacities. It sounds like your local city council, your mayors, and most of your counties are on board. So I was just kind of curious as to what we could do further here if your community agrees.
I think so. We've got different jurisdictions that have done some different things related to housing policy. A certain county may not allow a certain siding on a structure in a certain part of the county. So those conversations are going on right now. I think what we would want, or what we would like to see from the state, is to allow, a lot of flexibility, just a good playing field for everybody, so that when you're talking about a housing development, we want to make sure that the same rules apply for everybody. Does that make sense? Because we're seeing different jurisdictions doing different things in our area that may not be in the spirit of solid housing policy. If that helps, I think if the state were to do some things this is just my own personal opinion, it would be to allow, a lot of flexibility in what each jurisdiction can do by not necessarily mandating that, but, right now we've got certain areas, like I said, that are doing something a little more drastic than the others. And that's going to limit us on housing. That's going to limit us on doing certain things that we need to do in the short term. And so from a policy point of view, I think if we could get our hands around that statewide, that would be a good thing.
If I may, I'm not a very creative person, and
not
you
either.
learn that. And so I think I'm a policymaker, I think several of us are, I'm just trying to nail down what policies would give you that flexibility.
I think that deserves a lot of conversation because, I would be willing to engage with certain folks in our community to sit down with y'all to talk that through, because I think that's obviously the next step. Just because I want everybody to have the same, I want to be a playbook for everybody in our area to operate off of, universally versus a bad policy over here versus a good policy over here. If that makes sense. And I think we're seeing too much of that.
Yes, sir. That's sufficient.
Thank you, Representative Montana. Representative Bazemore.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tolson.
Thank you.
I think you touched on some of what my question might be. Do you currently have a problem with zoning in your area where you're talking about Hyundai's coming and what you want to build? And the other part was to piggyback on what was said, my colleague was asking, and I think you were saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that you really want a universal playbook. You just want everybody to do the same thing in that area.
That would be my personal opinion. We're not seeing zoning issues and needs in downtown Savannah or in the city of Savannah are going to be different than what you might see in unincorporated Bullitt County. We're not, in my opinion, we're not seeing too many issues related to zoning. I know that the rules and regulations that are in certain parts of Savannah, especially like the historic district, are going to be a lot different than what you would have in South Effingham or South Bullitt, or even Northern Bryan. For example, Bryan County, they've made a concentrated effort on zoning certain areas of North Bryan County industrial, light industrial, whereas South Bryan County is mostly residential commercial. And so I would see that as a good way from a master planning perspective. Bullitt County, where Statesboro is, you got the city, and then you got agriculture, and then you've got some possible residential opportunities there. And the same thing with Effingham. Effingham's growing. Bryan County is the fastest growing county in the state of Georgia, and it's the 6th fastest growing county in the nation. And so all of this is happening so fast, but I think zoning has been relatively good, at least from what I'm seeing, from the job perspective and growth.
Thank you.
One question from the chair. So what I'm hearing you say is you don't see zoning as an issue in terms of land use, but you do see an issue in terms of construction and design standards, and you're asking for some local governments to at least look at that and be able to do something to help with cost. Am I hearing that correctly? I'm
Yes,
not trying
sir.
to put words in your mouth.
That's exactly it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I
Thank
know
you.
you had a tight schedule.
That's
We
okay.
really
That's good.
appreciate you coming and
Thank you
appreciate
for
your testimony.
allowing me to speak.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to explain one thing. You see me dabbing at my eyes. I'm not overcome with emotion at the testimony. My allergies are giving me fits, so I didn't want you to think I had been overcome and was tearing up because of the testimony. But thank you again, Mr. Tolson, for being with us. We are doing pretty well, actually. We're about 8 minutes behind. So next we will recognize Emily Hamilton, who is a senior research fellow with the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. And she is joining us by Zoom today, I believe.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much for being with us, Ms. Hamilton. Please present to us.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. Let me see here. Pardon me, please give me a moment to pull up my slides here. I'll get started talking while I'm getting those up. There was a great article earlier this week in the New York Times on the death of the starter home, which is a really tragic situation that we are seeing in many parts of the country. My apologies. I'm having a issue with my slides getting pulled up.
We are having trouble getting you and your slides up on our big screen here.
Oh, okay.
Apologize.
No, not at all. My apologies.
Ms. Hamilton, I think we do have you up now, and your slides
Okay.
are up.
Okay,
Sorry.
perfect. No, not at all. And my slides are just pictures of housing, so it's nothing too essential for you all to see. But as I was saying, there was an article earlier this week in the New York Times on the death of the starter home and the real shortage that we are seeing in Georgia and across the country as a whole on small, low-cost construction. There was also an article earlier this week in the Wall Street Journal on U.S. cities running out of land. And I would argue it's not that they are running out of land. We have a gigantic country that we're blessed with. The problem is there is a shortage of land where housing is allowed to be built in the places where U.S. workers need to live. And it's primarily local zoning rules that are standing in the way of starter home construction and standing in the way and in having an abundance of land for building housing of all types. And the reason that local zoning rules are such a barrier to starter home construction is that they drive up the cost of land. Land typically costs about a quarter to a third of the price of new housing. So if, for example, a piece of land where a house can be built costs $100,000, the final house that might be sold on that piece of land is probably going to cost close to $400,000 because it doesn't make sense to make a very basic small house on an expensive piece of land. That's just not something there's a big market for. So I'm going to cover 3 potential areas where state policymakers could improve the abundance of land across Georgia and create more opportunities for relatively low-cost construction. And I'd argue that there's a really important role for the state to play here. While local zoning rules are typically set at the local level, localities get their authority to zone from their states, and the state has a role to play in setting a limit on the extent to which localities can block new low-cost construction. So I'm going to talk about accessory dwelling units, minimum lot size reform, and multifamily development as 3 potential places where the state could play a role. First, on accessory dwelling units, these are small secondary units that are added to a primary dwelling unit. They can take the form of a backyard cottage, or a basement apartment, or perhaps an apartment above a garage that a homeowner can use to rent out a part of their space to a tenant, earning extra income in the process, or potentially they can be housing for a family member, allowing for multiple generations potentially to share one home. And for this reason, AARP is a huge proponent of accessory dwelling units as a housing abundance solution. 8 states so far have passed laws that broadly legalize accessory dwelling units across their states. These include Washington, Oregon, California, Utah, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and Connecticut. And in each case, these laws have been adopted with broad bipartisan support, as they're a way to allow a very moderate amount of new density and give homeowners the opportunity to put their property to a new use. The details really matter in making accessory dwelling units feasible to build. And in particular, there are 3 rules that have really been shown to stand in the way of accessory dwelling units, serving as an important source of low-cost new construction. These barriers are owner occupancy requirements, parking requirements, and requiring accessory dwelling units to be permitted through a process other than by right permitting. Secondly, I'll move on to minimum lot size reform. I would argue that minimum lot size requirements are one of the very most important zoning rules that are standing in the way of starter home construction. And they are basically ubiquitous across the US in areas where there are large population centers. My favorite example of lot size reform comes from Houston, Texas, where they reduced their minimum lot size from 5,000 square feet down to 1,400 square feet. First within the inner loop around the urban core of Houston. And then based on the success of this reform, they expanded it to cover the entire city as a whole. And this lot size reform has made it possible to build small detached houses or attached townhouses across broad swaths of the city. And it's led to the construction of at least 40,000 small lot single family houses. In Houston, the median home price is a little over $300,000 today, which is below the national median, and it's $100,000 less than the median home price in the Atlanta metro region. And I'd argue that permitting this small lot development is a big part of that lower median price. And finally, I'll turn to multifamily development. And I put this last, not because I'm not a big fan of multifamily development and allowing multifamily development to be more abundant, but I put it last because I think it's the most difficult area for state policymakers to play a role in increasing housing abundance, because there are so many rules that need to be in place to make multifamily construction feasible to build. But one reason that I'm very attracted to permitting multifamily development, particularly in locations that are close to job centers or that are served by transit, is because where I live in Northern Virginia, there have been major efforts to permit multifamily development close to our job centers. And in part as a result, we certainly have plenty of housing affordability challenges in the DC region, but relative to other high-income coastal regions, housing in Northern Virginia looks downright affordable. And this, I would argue, is because of the abundance of apartment construction that we've seen here over recent decades. In Georgia, many of the cities are doing a good job of permitting some multifamily development. In fact, Atlanta is one of the nation's leaders in expanding multifamily development in its core neighborhoods. But there's certainly room to go further. And I'd argue that with the new state involvement and transit funding in Georgia, there's a good nexus to require multifamily development to be permitted in neighborhoods that are well served by transit. To go back to my initial point, state policymakers have an important role to play in setting some of the ground rules on the extent to which localities are able to restrict housing construction in their jurisdictions, because ultimately the authority to create these rules comes from the state itself. I would recommend accessory dwelling units as perhaps the natural starting point for state involvement in creating the conditions for housing abundance. Minimum lot size reform is certainly another area where I would consider that state policymakers have an opportunity to create conditions for more starter home construction. And finally, multifamily housing is one of the most important sources of relatively low-cost housing today, and is another area where state policymakers might play a role. You all should have a handout of a menu of options for state policymakers that my colleague Salim Firth and I recently created. And I look forward to any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Hamilton, for an excellent presentation. Members of the committee, do we have any questions for Ms. Hamilton? Representative Momtahan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have a question. I know the Mercatus Center is very prestigious, and so if I want to ask some questions, I want to get some good answers, and I appreciate that. I appreciate her coming today and testifying before this committee. I do have a question, and that is some of the homes I know we've talked about today that are in the starter home price range. That was between $200,000 and $300,000. I saw some of the greatest needs in the gentleman's previous testimony. Right there in Paulding County, in the zone of Paulding County High School, was in that $200,000 to $300,000 range. When we look at this from a income, I guess a tax perspective, income versus outlay, we've had this discussion. I know in Paulding County, looking at some of these homes, I pulled up a tax report on a home in Paulding County in that district. The home valuation was about $240,000. They collected, I believe, about $2,600 in taxes. But the average cost to the county to educate one child of that house is about $5,500. And so I guess my question is how have they, or what is the Mercatus Center's perspective on these kind of disparities in taxation? When it's so large, when it's just the local educational cost is $5,500, then you've got, of course, fire, police, administrative roads and everything else, and we see these disparities. And so how does Mercatus Center see these disparities as, and what solutions have they been looking at, so I can bring those back home to my community?
Representative, thank you for your question and your kind words. It's certainly a complicated issue between permitting housing, particularly housing that's going to house children, and public finances. And my area of expertise is much more on the land use regulation side than the tax and fiscal side. But I do like to point to the example of one locality in northern New Jersey called Palisades Park. It's a small town in Bergen County, right outside New York City. And I point to this example because it's one of the few localities in the US that never adopted single-family zoning. It's had two-family zoning since the town first adopted zoning back in the 1930s. But nonetheless, in spite of this zoning, it was developed almost entirely as typical 1950s detached single-family houses on 5,000 square foot lots. But as land prices and demand for housing in northern New Jersey started taking off in the 1990s and 2000s, the town has seen redevelopment that takes advantage of this two-family zoning. And if you go on Google Street View in Palisades Park on just about any block, you will see brand new large duplexes that have replaced the older stock of single-family housing. And as a result of this infill construction, Palisades Park actually has the lowest tax rate out of all of its neighboring jurisdictions. And that's in spite of being one of the only jurisdictions in this area of northern New Jersey that's actually experiencing an increase in its school-age population. And I'd argue that it's in large part because this redevelopment is taking advantage of all of the existing infrastructure in terms of roads, sidewalks, sewer and water infrastructure that is already in place. And the town certainly has had to hire new staff, hire new police officers, new teachers to accommodate this increased demand. But it's not as if as Palisades Park has seen its population double as a result of this two-family development, it's had to require twice as many police officers. It's something perhaps more like 20% more police officers. So there are economies of scale that happen when new development is permitted in an infill context that allows new housing to be built, but puts existing infrastructure to more intense use. In the past, there's definitely been a problem with some new greenfield development on the outskirts of cities not paying its own way in terms of infrastructure. In response, many localities have adopted impact fees that do a better job of accounting for the complete costs of all that new development. But I think there are definitely opportunities to be had by permitting a gentle densification of existing neighborhoods, as we see in Palisades Park, as we see with the Houston small lot development.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, further question. That was incredible. Thank you very much for that information. And so I am happy to hear that Palisades, New Jersey, they have contextually better tax situation now than their neighbors. That's great, and that is the kind of information I think that we're seeking. I did have a question about impact fees. I think we're reverberating here, so I'll try to hush for just a moment, though I find that's hard sometimes. You can ask my wife. I did have a question about those impact fees, and that was interesting that you brought that up. I think that was a part of a discussion that we've had. What does the Mercatus Center think about those kinds of impact fees to help, eliminate some of these ongoing costs to, school districts and local municipalities and counties? What is the Mercatus Center, what is y'all's stance on those types of impact fees?
Well, I think they are a double-edged sword. As I said, I do think it's important that new development pays its way in terms of covering the costs of any new needed infrastructure, primarily because if it doesn't, we will see localities responding with zoning rules that basically prevent new development, which I think we've seen in certain parts of the country where localities are afraid of the fiscal burden of new housing and they react by just not permitting new housing, contributing to the problems that we see today. That said, I think impact fees themselves are sometimes set higher than the true cost of providing infrastructure for new housing development, and they themselves are used as a tool to block new development. In the case of accessory dwelling units in particular, we've seen some states limiting impact fees that are allowed to be charged for accessory dwelling units because these are a relatively low intensity of use type of land use that likely isn't going to have much of an impact on infrastructure or schools, et cetera, which I do think is appropriate. So I think it's a challenging question, and my best answer is that impact fees need to be calibrated so that they are covering the real cost of new infrastructure and services that are needed for new housing and new people, but not any higher than that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, just one follow-up question. That is, and thank you for that. I tend to agree with you. I don't like taxpayers to be impacted by the decisions of others, in building. And I think you're 100% right. I could not agree more that policies are being written today by local counties and cities because of the financial impacts of some of these developments that are coming in. And so I could not agree with you more. My question for you is this, and that is, in the state of Georgia, right now, we're not permitted to take an impact fee to build a school. In Paulding County, of course, all we've got is greenfield construction. We're not infill nothing but cattle farms and hay fields. And so, what do you think about that? Is that something, if the Mercator Center believes that these dwellings should be paying their way, do you believe that up to a point of the cost of construction, I totally agree with that. We don't need to punish them. What is your take on doing an impact fee for school systems?
It's a great question. And to give you a better answer, I would like to take a much deeper dive than we can today into the specifics of the Georgia localities in question. But in general, I do think that it's essential for new housing construction to pay its own way, and impact fees, including for schools, may be one way to achieve that. But I do think that perhaps if there's a really big disparity in the current impact of housing on services and the fees that would be needed, it may indicate that there's a need to look into fiscal conditions in a broader sense, and perhaps evaluate property taxes or other revenues that schools are relying on in order to ensure that the costs of these needed services are being paid for in an equitable way.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going to ask another question until she said it. May I ask one more?
You certainly may, Representative.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that. You brought up a great point, and I didn't want to miss this opportunity, and that was, do you think that we should have, as we're considering this equity, and we're considering all these different factors, do you think it'd be good for the state or some type of authority to have a council or a commission or something that could take all these factors and put them in there and then come out with a decision whether or not that would be good or bad for a community? Would that be, do you think maybe it would be good to have some sort of board or executive decision function to be able to say, hey, this is either good for the community or not good for the community?
Thank you, Representative. Yes, I do think that sounds very reasonable. Much as you all are serving on this special study committee, I think there's an equal need for bodies at the local level or perhaps at the state level to evaluate the fiscal conditions of new housing construction and supporting the public services that are needed to meet it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Montahan. I think you're raising the issue of taxation and cost of service delivery is very astute, and actually that is probably a topic that we need to actually have another study committee on. Actually, that could be the root of our issue here. is the cost, is the revenue produced by housing units versus the cost to deliver the services to them. And I was a county commissioner at one time, and I wrestled with that issue about 35 years ago in a county that was rural, that was becoming suburban. So thank you for raising the point about that, because that is one of the issues. And I'm delighted to see some nods around the room, because that could be the core of our problem here, is for local officials looking at that. And so thank you for raising that. I had already been thinking that that is something that probably deserves another study committee, but thank you for raising the issue. And thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Any other questions from any other committee members? Well, thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for taking a number of questions.
Thank
And,
you.
we appreciate your help very much. Thank you so much. Next, we have, let's see, Samyuth Shinbaga. I hope I did a credible job with your name.
Great.
Well, thank you so much for being here. We're running just a little bit behind, but not too bad, and we are honored to have you. He is the manager of the Community Development Division of the Atlanta Regional Commission, and we are honored to have you today and have you present to us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I did have a presentation that I did need to load onto a computer if I could get help with.
Well, that is above my level of expertise, but our Brock will certainly be glad to try to help with that.
Thank you. Chairman, if I may, do you mind if I sit down and do this presentation?
Absolutely, you do whatever is comfortable for you.
All right,
Stand or sit.
Well, good afternoon. First of all, I wanted to thank the chairman and the committee members for inviting the Atlanta Regional Commission to come and present to you. So we're excited. I know we're on a time crunch, so I will go through my slides pretty quickly. Happy to answer any questions. But I did want to at least mention a little bit about the Atlanta Regional Commission and why we're here talking about housing. So we wear several hats, and the two that are most pertinent to this conversation are us as the Metropolitan Planning Organization for a 20-county Metro Atlanta region, and also we are, and that's a federal designation, and we are also, as per state law, one of 12 regional commissions in the state of Georgia. And for that, we cover the 11-county metro region. And in that work, in both of these functions, we do work around housing in the case of the MPO as it relates to transportation infrastructure and its impacts on housing. But also in the case of the Regional Commission, we do work on a number of land use and development issues. And as you can imagine, housing is one of those. So in our role that we play, there's a few ways in which we assist local governments. So we are a data resource. So we have a number of excellent researchers and data analysts who work and develop data that is meant to inform local governments to help them better understand the housing challenges or a number of different areas that we work on. So we provide the data to help them make informed decisions. We also have a number of grants and technical assistance that we provide to local governments that, in this case, help them address their housing issues. And then the last one, which is a critical element of our work, is we have partnerships with various organizations throughout Metro Atlanta. And what we do, again, I want to emphasize this, we're not housing experts by any means, but we're facilitators. So we do work with the development community, nonprofit community, the banking community, the municipal community, and our job primarily is to bring them together to talk about how we work together to address this issue. And we do believe in the case of housing, it is an approach which is across sectors and folks need to work together. So that is what we do and we have been doing. And housing is one of those issues that we have been doing this for the last 30 years. So with that introduction, I will go through, again, like I said, the first part, which is we do a lot of data research. So I'll walk you through some slides, which lays the case for why this is an issue in Metro Atlanta. And I apologize if a lot of this might be repetitive from what you've already heard. But again, one of the things that we're talking about in this slide that you see right now is just a simple way to say that we have not built enough housing, right? This just gives you a sense of how many units that we have been building. And that is clearly visible in the slide as you see as we got through probably after the last recession, we still haven't bounced back to be able to build the number of units that we were prior to the recession or even going back to the 60s. So it's a very simply put, it's a supply issue that we're facing. This just tracks it even at a more granular level. If you look at it, I don't think there's any surprises here. As you look at the middle of that where you see the dip, that's when we went through the recession and the building permit activity sort of plateaued. It dipped and then it plateaued and we're slowly making our way out of that. But all that slide is essentially trying to tell you is that we have not come back to the levels of construction and building housing that we did pre-recession. And so this is the Metro Atlanta area. I will talk a lot about the statistics for the Metro Atlanta area because that's the geography within which we track a lot of this data. All this is telling you, again, is in terms of home prices, how that's been doing. And this is a snapshot in time. We're looking at 2021. As you can imagine, in the last year, the housing market has been all over the place. And so this is essentially telling you, though, that in the metro, all across the board, the blues are where there has been some increase in the average price, but then the reds, as you can imagine, have seen the most increase in the average home price. And so along similar patterns of other things, we have seen that in the northern part of our region, there has been a significant rise in cost, but essentially it's happened across the metro. Home prices have gone up significantly across the metro. This is saying something very similar, but it's just painting that over the course of the last 6 years. And it's essentially saying, again, most of the increase that we have seen, at least in our metro, is in town neighborhoods. It's more the urban areas, but it is not to say that some of the suburban and rural areas are not seeing that price increase. They are seeing it, but not maybe to the same intensity. Again, when we look at not just the home ownership market, we look at the rental market as well. This slide is telling you that, again, wages have not kept up with the average rent. And this is essentially telling you that there has been almost a 40% increase in the average rent in the metro, but incomes have gone up by 10%. So again, as you can imagine, that means fewer families are able to afford those rental units. And so again, this goes back to the supply issue, but also the fact that the supply that exists is getting more and more expensive. Rents just keep going up. This is a trajectory that we've followed all the way from the beginning of the pandemic till now, and that trajectory is now starting to come down a little bit, but it's still on the upward climb throughout this period. Now, when we talk about Metro Atlanta from an economic development standpoint, we still do tout the fact that it is a pretty affordable metro. We do use that as an economic development sort of positive when we're talking and attracting talent and businesses. But what this slide is essentially telling you is why that may be true in absolutes. When you look at, this is showing you most of the major metros and what the average rent looks like. What this is also showing you is that the percentage change in rent that has happened in our metro, which is that 51.3%, is by far the most when you compare it to the other metros. That includes the Chicagos, the LAs, the New Yorks. And so while we still may be, in terms of absolute rent, cheaper compared to the major metros, the rate of increase is exponentially more compared to those. So while we're not the least affordable, we're definitely trending towards being that. This is telling you, so there's the other side of it that we look at in terms of how much of our existing supply of affordable homes are we preserving? So as much as we're talking about the supply side of it, that we need to build more, we're also looking at what happens to what we call the naturally occurring affordable units that we have. We do have a fair number of units in this case, which, again, if you look at when we're tracking this over the course of 2014 to 2019 here, the number of units that we have that rent for less than $800 a month has gone down by more than 50,000, and you keep going that way. It's pretty evident that when you look at units that are renting for more than $1,250 a month, those have gone up, and significantly more so. So the supply that's coming in is also for rents that are much higher. Won't get into details. All this slide is essentially telling you there's a lot of numbers in here, but if you look at when we track it across all the counties that we work with, and this is part of the work that we do, we provide them with all this data so that they know what's happening, and we track this change in terms of how home prices that has happened. You look at the rightmost column, and you can see that rents have gone up in every county, and perhaps the only one, DeKalb, has seen the least amount of change, but some of them are trending upwards of 40% change in the home price over the last 5 years, and that is fairly significant. I'm going to walk through these slides. So this slide, if you were to just to put it in context, is giving you a sense of what the median home prices are across the metro. So obviously the darker blue colors are where it's more than 500,000, the median home price, sale price, and then you look at the 100,000 in the light yellow. Now I'm going to click to the new slide. So this is 2013, and I'm going to walk through you to the next few years. And I believe, so essentially, again, what that is showing you is that as we have gone through this period from 2014 to 2020, the median home sale price has gone up across the metro, not just in what we had seen in the northern part of the region, but as you see in the southern part of the region too, there are areas that have seen that same amount of growth. So this is, again, as we look at it as a regional agency, a regional problem. And so this is essentially telling you that. Now, again, when we talk about housing and we look at the different factors that are contributing to the issue, that what we have been tracking also is where are people moving from. And what this is showing you essentially is this is Redfin data that we use, and so we use a number of different data sources to come up with our analysis. So if you look at the origin as a percentage of destination incomers, so essentially telling you where are people coming from. And so I know it's a little hard to read there, but out-of-state folks that are moving in, you get a lot of people moving from the coasts. So you got the New Yorks, the DCs, the LAs that are moving here, which again, if you look at the median incomes in those metros, they're significantly higher. And that's the thing that we're noticing in our metro is as folks are getting outbid in their own communities, it is because there is a significant amount of folks that are moving in to the Atlanta metro because all the amenities we provide, but at the same time, they're able to afford a lot more, so they're able to purchase these homes. And so that gets you, that puts the local population at a disadvantage. This, again, just paints the same picture in a different way. It's telling you all the different metros and where they're moving from. And essentially what it's saying is the average maximum budget for the folks that are moving from out of town and average maximum budgets for the folks that are in the metro. So if you do that comparison, you look at the left and you look at the right, you can almost see across the board that the folks that are moving from out of town have the ability to afford a lot more than the folks that are in the metro. All right, so this is the other thing that we are starting to track. We're still wrapping our minds around, but it is, again, institutional investors. Again, this is something we have noticed more and more of, folks coming from out of town. Institutions, in this case, the big six that we have identified that are laid out there, they have purchased a significant amount of the units that are for sale across the metro, not in any one particular jurisdiction, as the coloring shows where it's more, but we have noticed it that institutional investor activity is up in the metro across the metro. This again sort of lays a map which shows that, again, if you're looking across the United States, it's a little less than 20% of homes that went on sale in the fourth quarter were institutional investors. The state of Georgia ranks second after the state of Texas in the institutional investors that are purchasing homes in our state. The homes that they're investing in, you know, primarily we were initially seeing that the lower price homes were the most popular with the investors, but what we're seeing more and more now as we track this data is that the mid-range housing, the workforce housing, however you frame that, are becoming more popular with investors. So that's 32% of those are being purchased by investors. And I already mentioned, Georgia is again a market that is very much on their radar. Again, one of the things again we do, not just look at the data that's incoming, but we're projecting into the future. As we look at the future, what the demand is going to look like. We also make population projections as part of our work to understand how that's going to impact the transportation infrastructure. But also in this case, when we look at housing and what the demand for housing is going to be, what we see across the board here is that there is going to be a significant amount of housing that we're going to need to build in our metro, both in terms of homeowner and renters that we're going to accommodate. That's about 4,700 units at the 70% AMI, area median income, that we're looking at that we have to build annually over the course of the next 5 years. All right, so I will say in Metro Atlanta, it's hard to talk about housing without talking about transportation. So again, this is a point I do want to make sure that we talk about it all the time, as the transportation agency for the metro is, again, on paper, the Atlanta metro looks affordable when you look at housing costs, but it doesn't take into fact that our transportation costs are a lot more than other metros. So in fact, if you look at just the cost of housing, we are the 6th or 7th more affordable metro in absolutes. When you put the cost of transportation in there, we are actually the 5th highest in terms of cost in the United States. And that's because, again, 63% on average of income for residents is spent on housing plus transportation. Again, this is, again, as part of our work, is to, again, work on understanding how we can place jobs, housing that is closer to jobs, and I'll talk more about how we do that through the work that we do. So all this brings us to, again, what does ARC do in this space and how we work with our local jurisdictions. Again, from our perspective, we do believe that this is a regional approach. It is not something that is up to, in most cases, a local government to solve completely by themselves. They do need to work together on this. And what we did do in 2018 is we led this 2-year process where we worked with, I mentioned, local governments. We worked with the private sector, the development community, nonprofit, the philanthropic community, the financial services community, to bring them together to understand what are the main parameters that are impacting housing in our region. And what we broke it down to were these 6 factors that in order for us to meet the housing challenge for the region, we need to increase supply, we need to preserve the existing affordable supply that we have, we need to reduce the cost of housing plus transportation for our region, we need to expand the capital resources that we have to be able to build more of these units. We do talk about housing stability, and that gets to the idea of how do we prevent displacement for folks who are in existing affordable homes. And then we talk about building more awareness and leadership on this issue. So we believe, again, from our perspective, that these are core to addressing this as a region. So we developed this interactive tool called the Metro Atlanta Housing Strategy, which is, again, meant to help local jurisdictions both understand from a data perspective, but also a spatial perspective. What are challenges that they face? What are a menu of options that they have at their disposal to explore and perhaps implement? And I will talk about how zoning plays a role in that, but also other ways in which we help them. But this is, again, a sub-market-based approach. What we say, again, this is saying is it's not confined to the local government. Housing issues transcend political and jurisdictional boundaries. And so this is something that neighboring jurisdictions need to work together. Counties need to work with local governments on to be able to find a holistic solution. And as part of that, like I said, we help them understand through data some of the challenges that they face. But what this is showing you, and there's about 150 strategies that are behind these, but what we do emphasize is every community is unique in the set of issues that they have, the circumstances that they're faced with. To give you an example, in the more urban jurisdictions that we work with, the cost of land is an immense consideration when they're talking about constructing. And so the cost of land and who controls the land is a big determinant of what the final housing price is going to be. We talk about leveraging public land in those places, and if there's an opportunity to create a private-public partnership to be able to create those affordable units. There are in the same way we talk about in urban areas about how do you do redevelopment in a way that allows you to put more supply in, but also puts it at an affordable rent. So there's again, without getting into all the ways in which we do this, there is a menu of strategies that we offer our local governments that they can go and explore for themselves. And of course, then we are able to bring in experts to help them if they need to dig in further in terms of implementation. The land use recommendations. So when it comes to zoning, right? So we do talk a lot about, and we currently are also working actively with elected officials to understand when it comes to zoning and the regulatory framework, what are ways in which they're seeing impediments for them to create affordable housing. So and the development community. So what we did hear a lot about was, again, how do you create regulatory documents that are simple to read, that are not contradicting each other in different parts of the code, how the review processes are streamlined, and because at the end of the day, what we're hearing very clearly is that time is money, and anything that impedes the smooth movement of a development project is obviously going to affect the pricing. So we do work with local jurisdictions and try to provide them the perspective of how they can create unified development codes. We talk about creating, again, this gets to where do you allow for greater density in your communities while preserving the character of your community. And so we do talk a lot about how do you leverage your downtowns, your multifamily districts, your town centers, your transit nodes to allow to create more density that, again, will then alleviate the pressure that you're feeling in not having enough supply of housing. And again, we looked at building codes as well, as when you're looking, this gets to the preservation of affordable units. When you're looking to rehabilitate existing affordable homes to bring them to a good standing, sometimes the building code and the requirements of the code can also not allow that to happen and put a cost on it that prevents it from being affordable. So again, how do you evaluate your building code so that it is able to preserve the affordability? So I think I'm, with being respectful of my time, I'm happy to answer questions, but at the end of the day, the one thing I'll say is, again, as a regional commission, what we have been working with our jurisdictions over time is what are ways in which, based on the context that they have, we can bring a menu of options for them to explore, and then we're working with them and the other partners that we bring to the table to help address them. So,
Well, thank you very much. Is it Shinbaga?
that's right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shinbaga. Very excellent presentation. We do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
The first one is Representative Momtahan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, again for the recognition to ask a few questions here as we try to kind of nail this down and understand all the different facets. And this is wonderful. I appreciate the presentation. It was in depth. It was detailed. We need some more polling information there, though. That's the only thing I will say.
Sure.
I want to see polling, you know.
We can get you the data.
I may have a small interest in that county, just a small one. But thank you. That was great. You know, I was looking at a couple of different things that was on your slides or something that you had said, and I wrote a few notes. One was promote home buying was one of the kind of blurbs there. You know, it was a box in a myriad of different boxes on one of your slides. And so it said promote home buying. Also said create quality rental opportunities. And one of the points I think that you were talking about, and I want to further understand, you know, the ARC's kind of vision and understanding of this issue in particular, and that is, you know, what have you personally or your group and what have you seen the effects of these kind of investor buy single family homes, and does the ARC believe them to be healthy? And to color that picture, if I may, the 9-month lease increase. And you've probably seen some of these where they're not going to sign a lease for 12 months or longer. They're going to sign a lease for 9 months, and after 9 months, it goes up between 5 and 11%. I understand, okay, that this is particularly harmful for those that are making very little amounts of money. If I have to pay 4 or 5% increase, or 9% or 11% increase in my rent every 9 months, and we've seen the figures here. These investor-backed, you know, single-family homes are starting to crush the, you know, just regular everyday Georgians. And you know, there's a lot of conversation about here about when we talk about. I just want to color this picture for you, just if I may, for just a moment, and that is when we're dealing with folks that are lower income. Oftentimes, I forgot about it. So we're going to have a kind of broader discussion here. This is just one question, and so we want to make sure that we're taking care of the least of us. I think that's our job. You know, taking care of each other, and especially those who can't afford to have either legal or financial types of help. We want to take care of them. So, what kind of effects are you seeing? How harmful? This seems like a poison to our communities, and it sure feels that way. So tell me about it.
Sure. So that's a great question, and the reason we even track this data is obviously we want to be seeing the impacts of it. Now, I will preface this by saying that we're still relatively early in trying to understand the exact impact that it's having at the local level. And what we talk about is this model of institutional investors, and that they're coming into our region, and they're similar to what I was talking about in the previous slide from the out-of-town investors. They have significantly more buying power. They are able to take a lot of units out of the market even before you're able to have your regular workforce or the folks who have median incomes to even get into the market and purchase them. Now, anecdotally, we have, as we worked on this Metro Atlanta housing strategy over the course of the last 3 years, what we've been hearing from local jurisdiction is they have constituents who are being outbid time and again from being able to purchase a house by these institutional investors who are not local. And so in the long term, the adverse effects, in addition to not being able to have access to housing for the folks that are living in your jurisdiction, and allowing them to build that wealth, is also that you have now a landlord who is not a local. They're from out of town. They are not invested in the maintenance and upkeep of your community in the same way that a homeowner would be. And they're always keeping track of what the bottom line looks like. So it's too early for us to say that we have tracked that to a data set, but that is the impact that we do see from an institutional investor coming into our region and not being able to allow opportunities for home ownership by individuals.
So you would say walks like a duck, talks like a duck, but we're still waiting for the research to tell us it is one.
Yes, I will say for our region, I would say that there is not statistics that I can provide you at this moment, but I can promise you that that's something we're tracking.
In Paulding, we say something stinks in the woodpile.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sure does. I agree with you. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have a further question. It was really incredible testimony, and I appreciate that. And so I'm a data-driven person, so I like that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had a portion about the selling their homes. You know, a lot of these folks, in fact, I got coffee this morning on the way to Hiram. I learned something this morning. That is, there's one coffee shop between Hiram, Georgia, and Atlanta that I can stop at. I'm on keto, so I don't do carbs. I got to have heavy cream. And there's one store that has that, and that is a place called Southern Sweets in Powder Springs. So I stopped in this morning, and we had a conversation. He said, I was wearing a suit and tie and all, and he said, well, what do you do? I said, well, you know, we're doing a little policy work down in the Capitol today. We're trying to figure some things out. He said, yeah. He said, the hardest thing is these folks come from New York with $1 million. They just sold their house, and they don't care what the house costs because they just sold theirs for $1 million. And they buy a home for, I think we saw 348 up on the screen. It was close, if not on it. And they're sitting with about $650,000 in their back pocket, and they couldn't care less about you know, the extra 50 or 60 or 70,000. Whereas a Georgian would, right? Georgians, we can't just sell a home, you know, and make $1 million on it. And so that is creating some disparity. And for the record, I'm not for banning all New Yorkers from the state of Georgia. So let me say that. But I do want to kind of address that in a fashion. What are the solutions that you see to keep housing affordable? Because I think that's incredibly important.
Yeah.
And is this something that, quite frankly, is going to be just a naturally occurring market effect that if we try to artificially change would be too cumbersome or maybe outside of our scope? Or what are your thoughts on that?
So I'll try to answer that, and you can
Thanks.
tell me if I did. But so we obviously are very excited at getting talent to our region, right? So we do talk about, as the ARC, how for us to be the economic success that we are, and being one of the leading economic success stories in the country right now, and frankly for quite a while now. It takes the right talent to come into our region, and Georgia provides several conditions for that. So we welcome the folks, and we do need a combination of folks both within the state to be able to rise to those economic development opportunities, but we want to attract talent from everywhere to our region. So in some ways, the data, when it shows that we're attracting talent from the New Yorks and the DCs and the San Franciscos, it is good from an economic development standpoint that we're getting people, and people are seeing the value in moving to the state of Georgia. Now, in terms of housing, of course, they're coming in with a lot more that they're able to afford, and that is driving up the prices. Now, that is going to continue to happen as long as we're successful economically, which I'm hoping we are, and we're continuing to do all the things that we do. The question comes down to is like, how do we find housing for everyone? And so the solution is to us both, like I said, the first two buckets that the strategy we talked about, how do we increase the supply to meet the demand, and also how we preserve the stock of affordable that we have right now, because we're failing on both of those accounts right now. I do have this graphic where we talk about what cascading effect when we don't have homes in across the spectrum. We're not just talking about affordable homes, but we have homes in every price range. We need homes in every price range, and if we don't have that, the folks from New York, if they're coming in, they can afford $1 million, but if we, not saying we need a huge increase in supply of that, but if we don't have that housing stock in that area of the region where they're looking for, they're gonna buy down. They're gonna buy the $800,000 home. The cascading effect that has, it impacts the local residents that we have, because at the end of the day, for the incomes that we can afford in the state of Georgia, the cascading effect is depleting that supply as well. So I don't know if that answered your question, but the simple way to look at it from our perspective is that we just need to increase the supply period, and we need to preserve what we have.
Well, I think that's good information, and I don't know that we're going to know this early, all the answers to all the questions that we've got, but this is a exercise to find the answers, and so I appreciate that information. If I may, just one quick question, Mr. Chairman, because while I have him here, I want to be able to pick his brain. This is a great exercise. We talked about addressing blight, and you had made a very astute, if I may steal from the chairman's language there, a very astute comment and observation, which was, you said, the unfortunate part about the kind of out-of-town investors is that they don't live here. And so they're not reinvesting in the community, and they're not doing these types of things that we would expect a local mom and pop, which I love them. In fact, I've been one myself. I have rented homes before. We've liquidated by now, but I did have a question, and that was, do you see any benefit when we talk about maybe even specifically build-to-rent communities? And we've heard previous folks talking about impact fees and the ways that we kind of square the circle to make it fit into Georgia, to make it beneficial not only to the investors but also to citizens. And when I think about these questions, I think about the least of us. And I think 20 years down the road, when my kids are coming up, and I try to focus on this fact, and that is, if they live in an apartment today, they have fire safety, they have structural reviews, they have a lot of different ways to assess those properties, right?
Sure.
To make sure that they're safe, they're not squad living conditions for the poorest among us, right? I want to make sure, do you think that the ARC would be interested in seeing policies that at least drive some parity between apartments in these build-to-rent communities, where you have these very small lots? We were talking about small kind of postage stamp lots, and you build a small family home that are affordable. But even if they're affordable, I worry that these folks would be living in relatively, slumlord-like conditions in 20 years. And so, is it worth taking up that subject today to make sure that these citizens don't end up in those kinds of conditions in the future?
So that's a tough one. I do not have a strict position on that. I understand what you're saying. The ARC has been tracking this from a different perspective in terms of, from the way we are tracking the build to rent communities. We're looking at as from a fundamental standpoint of, we believe in the value of home ownership and the fact that it is a wealth building opportunity which allows you to do a lot of things in life that not having that and having these built to rent communities takes away from. So I don't have a good answer to the way you're asking that, but I'm happy to sort of look into it and see if we do have a position on it.
Well, thank you so much. And if we can preserve that, that amount that we have for these folks to rent, that's, as you've said and others, that's so important that they don't go to the wayside. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Ridley.
Yes, sir. I'll be real quick because I know I'm the only thing standing between us and the sandwich. And the most complex word that I know is pertinere. So my question is, I guess the first question is, what's considered an investor? Because I've got guys that are investors and they got a LLC at home and they own 10 or so properties. So what do y'all actually clarify as a investor?
That's a very good question. So institutional investors, I don't know if there's a number, and I can get back to you on this, but it is definitely not someone. There's a number of properties at a minimum that they are owning that they're not occupying, and so I apologize, I do not know the exact number, but it is definitely it eliminates, in this case, what it does not take into account is the individual who's renting out 2 to 3 places that they have. So there is a critical number that we use to classify them as institutional investors.
Okay, and and what they're doing, like I've been getting stuff in the mail.
Yeah.
Of course, they're not offering me. I mean, they're offering me like whatever the tax card says or less. Right. We've got that for years. So are these investors coming in and you're saying they're looking at 200 50,000 and below houses, and they're buying up in these certain areas. Is that
So I'm happy to share the analysis that we have gotten on how they make their decisions. So it's an algorithm which takes into account a lot of different factors, right? They look at what are the fastest growing rent markets in the metro. They look at the demographics of who's living there. They look at as many things as the educational attainment of the folks there, because they're looking for a combination of both stability, but they're also looking at the growth in renters that are in there, so that would be a natural place for them to invest in. They track close to 8 different parameters, and they have these critical points that are sort of the make or break for whether they're going to invest in those. And we have those data points, and that's what we use to sort of map that as well. So I can share that with you.
and these are single family dwellings that they're purchasing, correct?
That is correct.
And what you're saying is by them doing that, it's making a shortage for. So even if we build more, and say I'm a contractor and I go in there and I build more, I mean I don't care who's buying them.
Right.
Let's just I want to get my money and get out and go on to the next deal.
Yeah.
So are they coming in and buying those too if it fits inside that box, new and used? I mean new and older homes. Or
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I would say most of the ones that we're seeing are homes that are resale.
Okay.
So, and I'm sure there are new ones too, but the ones that we're tracking are the resale.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Representative Bazemore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to interject and thank you to my colleagues, because I can attest to the fact that in my district, this is running rampant right now. Investors are buying and buying and buying,
Right.
and not allowing for those that live here and those that need those homes to purchase. And also, once they buy and put renters in, there's a different mentality in that community or in that situation. So then the people that live there have to deal with that issue.
That's right.
And I understand what you're saying. We want to be able to, give opportunities to everybody, but that's causing a major problem in my district.
Absolutely. Yeah, and this is, again, the comparison that we hear often is to Airbnb and sort of the short-term rentals.
Townhomes too.
Right.
They're taking townhomes off the market like crazy.
Thank you. Would you agree that this example of institutional, we're calling them institutional investors, I appreciated the question of Representative Ridley, because I was going to ask that about how we define institutional investors. And I think it's clear that they're not all from Wall Street. They are people who are the free market at work. They're investing because the prices are good and the rents are increasing, and so they're getting a yield on their investment. And so I hear about this all the time. I own some rental property. I get postcards in the mail and phone calls and texts constantly. And a lot of times I take them in to have a little conversation with them and say, I'm curious, are you buying this to hold and to lease, or are you buying this to resell? Because it is kind of interesting what they're doing. But in any event, certainly I hear about that all the time. But I would say that we cannot begin to blame the shortage of available housing units on that situation alone, even though they are buying them up.
That is correct. What we're seeing is more the effect that's having on the folks that are trying to buy the homes. You're right. What we're seeing is the fact that there's institutional investors that are coming in and buying the homes and taking an already short supply out of the market. It prevents folks, and we often see bidding wars.
I understand. I've heard about that often.
Right.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation, and we appreciate that and appreciate your patience in taking some questions from us. The chair would like for us to take a 5-minute stretch break before we get to our last presenter before lunch. I know we're running a little behind, but I want him to have our attention, so let's take 5 minutes to stretch and move around, and then we'll recognize Chris Denson with the Georgia Public Policy Foundation.
And then I walked out and noticed the brick thing was coming up.
No, you're good. You're good. No, they just want. I think we're gonna base more response on the slides like after the fact, because they can kind of review. We can, yeah, so we can just review them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because like especially. I basically this phone goes like from there to my pocket. The work phone case that they gave me was otter box. It was just so big.
We'll reconvene, and we have Chris Denson with the who is Director of Policy and Research with the Georgia Public Policy Foundation. And we're delighted to have him here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that 5-minute break, and I can assure Representative Ridley I will keep this as short as possible between us and lunch. If you were paying attention, I actually loaded the short version of the PowerPoint instead of the long one, so keeping that in mind here. But yes, the Georgia Public Policy Foundation, we are a 501c3 nonprofit, nonpartisan, apolitical institute that seek to provide research and policy solutions to the citizens of Georgia. We were established in 1991, and during that time we've focused solely on economic issues related to the state, healthcare, education, transportation, taxes. And really it wasn't until 2001 that we launched a dedicated housing affordability initiative as a result of our board members and other concerned citizens that reached out to us and said, we truly have a housing crisis in the state of Georgia. And so with that, there were a couple of key cornerstones that led us to this moment, and I can promise everyone on the committee, I always have this slide included. It's not just because I'm testifying in front of this committee today. But in 2018, there was a House Rural Development Council in Dahlonega, and there was a citizen from LJ that stood up and said, we don't have enough workforce housing for our community. And that really let us know it was not just a metro Atlanta problem, but a rural problem, and it was a problem impacting the state completely. And then in 2019, there was the Georgia House Study Committee on Workforce Housing, and out of that came the 4 L's that are contributing factors to the rising cost of housing. That would be labor or workforce, the price of land, lumber or other building materials, and then laws or regulations. And then I know that in 2022, especially as we deal with Federal Reserve that is raising interest rates, that lending is suddenly a hot topic as well when it comes to how do we make homes more affordable. And so another key data point we always try to reference, and you saw the Atlanta Regional Commission present on the Metro Atlanta numbers for this, but statewide, we issued over 800,000 building permits during the 2000s. And then during the 2010s, that number dropped to just over 386,000, representing a decrease of 52%, despite Georgia adding more than 1 million new residents during that time period. And so, as many other presenters have referenced today, and I will try to stress throughout, we truly have a supply problem that is driving all of these issues here in the state. And so you go back to those 4 L's, and we try to decide where we could come in and where we could contribute to this dialogue in a constructive manner. And and I go back to laws. The National Association of Home Builders publishes a study every 5 years in which they survey home builders to determine what the cost of government regulation means in a new single-family home. 2021 represented the 3rd edition of this study, and this was actually the first time they also surveyed lot developers to see how much federal, state, and local regulations added to the price of a new home. And so we sought to replicate that study here in Georgia because we were hearing anecdotally from a lot of builders, a lot of developers, that not only are they passing the cost of these regulations on to consumers, but they continue to rise. And so in October of 2021, we delivered the survey to 986 members of the Home Builders of Georgia, and you'll see we had 86 total responses. And so we built this survey around what is the cost of regulation in a new single-family home. And this was actually the first known dedicated state or local version of this study. We used the questions the National Association uses, with the exception of we added one, and that was, what is your local home building chapter? Our goal with this was to go in there and say, okay, what is the government cost of regulation in Savannah compared to Augusta, compared to Atlanta, compared to Albany? And unfortunately, we didn't have the response rate that we needed in some of these local jurisdictions to publish at this time, but that's a hope that we have moving forward, that we can actually compare markets within the state. I've actually received a lot of questions about how do we compare with Florida or Tennessee or South Carolina. Those states have not actually done this study. So Georgia is leading the way, and we're proud of this research and to really try to address this cost and put a number on what we're hearing anecdotally. And lastly, the thing I always stress, this study, just like the national counterpart, does not argue that all building or development regulation is bad or should be eliminated. We simply wanted to put a number on there that allow local governments to know what the costs, and citizens as well as local governments, but what the cost is to these building regulations. And so here you'll see an overview of what our study's shown, and I'll point out, you not only have a slide deck in front of you, but you also have a press release when the study came out that has a QR code that will take you to the full study. In recognition of my time today, I'm giving an overview, but if you're interested in reading the full study and diving down into those individual metrics, the QR code will take you there. But you'll see here on this top chart, the national average in terms of regulatory costs for a new single-family home in 2021 was 23.8%. And Georgia is just over 3 percentage points higher at 26.9%. And so down here at the bottom, we actually have a breakdown that takes into account the construction costs. Georgia is just over 2 percentage points higher when it comes to regulatory costs during construction, and just under a percentage point lower just under 1 percentage point higher than the national average. And so here, represents a breakdown for the lot development phase. And here you'll see it's broken down into 6 metrics based on the survey of the lot developers. And the highest is these hard costs of compliance. What those represent are like environmental impacts to the community, and that assesses there. It adds 3.3% to the cost of a home during development. And then the national average for comparison was 3%, and 100% of developers, both at the state and federal level, actually reported dealing with that particular regulation. And the second one here I'll highlight in the silver panel at the bottom is land dedicated to the government. That comes from when developers are forced to dedicate land to parks or green space or schools. That average is higher, 3.2%, than the national average, which is 2.8%. But notably, a smaller share of Georgia developers experienced that. That was only 86% of Georgia developers compared to 94% of their national counterparts. The second pie chart represents the regulatory costs during construction. The total is 15.6%. And if you talk to any builder, they will often tell you that the 3 highest costs during building are changes to the building codes, architectural or aesthetic design standards, and impact fees. And what does this pie chart show here? It shows those are indeed the 3 highest based on the survey we did. 7% was the highest cost in both the regulation and the construction phase. It's the highest cost nationally as well. But changes to the building codes over the past 10 years represents the highest cost of regulation. And those are changes to the fire code or changes to energy efficiency standards. And notably, I know this came up in a similar context earlier. You talk to a lot of builders and they'll tell you that county to county, the regulation, either enforcement or the regulatory code, is not the same. And so they find it very hard to account for these different jurisdictions and staying in code when they're building. The second highest, the architectural design standards, that's pretty notable in the standpoint of whenever we talk to anyone that's involved with building homes, they usually say that Georgia is ground zero for design standards. And what do I mean by that? These are local governments that are passing prohibitions against vinyl siding, requiring 4-sided brick, certain fence materials, garage orientations, window size minimums. Design standards like that, in which the builders are forced to build above the cost, added 4.1% to the cost of a new home in Georgia. Notably, that was only 2.7% nationally, But what is really significant about that is Georgia builders were 14 percentage points more likely to encounter design standards than their national counterparts. So the surveys really showed that this truly is a problem when it comes to housing affordability here in the state. So, as I said, this is the short version of the study. Normally I'd go into each of these metrics, but I always put this chart in here to show, to translate those percentage points to what they mean in real dollars. And so on the right, you'll see each metric has been converted to a percentage of what it would be in a $350,000 home. And so this means that in total, it's not nearly $95,000 of the cost of a new single-family home can be contributed to federal, state, and local regulations. And we always try to stress that, of course, this is real money, and you know, just getting to the national average on many of these, and I'll convert here to a $300,000 home since that's what was the you know, kind of the basis earlier. But 26.9% in regulation costs is just over $80,000 in a new single-family home. And if we just got to the national average of 23.8%, that would represent a savings of nearly $19,000 here in a home. It would bring down mortgage costs nearly $100 a month. And so that's just something that we always stress to keep this in mind, that, you know, these regulations, we're not saying they're all bad or should be eliminated, but they truly do add up, and they add to the cost of a new home. And the two largest cost items, both building code changes and design standards, are fully within the government's power to influence. These are just a few summations that I put together at the end of the study to highlight. At the bottom, you'll see both development and construction impact fees are accounted for in the study. They represent 5.6% of the cost of a new single-family home in Georgia. And that is the study overall. I will say this, we're continuing our work in housing affordability policy. We should have an impact fee study that's coming out within the next week or so. We have actually assessed all 54 jurisdictions here in the state that are legally allowed to implement impact fees, and we're publishing that it's the first known publication of all those in their entirety. We're looking to get that out in the next few days. I also wanted to take a moment, and the good thing about coming in this slot is that I got to hear the previous presentations and address impact fees. And I will say, so far what we found is that the transparency and the reporting for those in terms of the local revenue and what they're supposed to be spending them on really doesn't merit an A grade, if you will. So we don't truly know what local governments, for the most part. There are a handful of good jurisdictions that are, when it comes to reporting those, but for the most part, we don't truly know what those revenues are going towards. And then also, too, I know the issue of schools came up. And so I tracked down the godfather of Georgia's impact fee law of 1990 a few months ago. He's currently a professor emeritus at the University of Arizona. And he said that when in the 80s, when they were considering implementing impact fees, that Governor Joe Frank Harris assembled about 50 people in a room, in the largest conference room he'd ever sat, largest conference table he'd ever sat at. And he said that everyone in the building, development, real estate community was there, local governments, and accounted for, except for the schools. The schools did not want anything to do with the impact fee law because they had their own dedicated source of funding at the time. So he said they were the one group that didn't want to sit at the table for that. So I thought that was an interesting anecdote, as I know that issue often comes up. And I know that's something that the state legislature will have to consider. Also, too, I just want to take the opportunity and address the institutional investor question. You know, we have seen the ARC data was really interesting. The Freddie Mac actually quantifies the number of institutional investors, and they've seen it's been only 4% total of buyers during the pandemic have been institutional investors, and they define institutional investors as those that are buy to rent with multiple properties, or those that are implementing a quick sale. So, you know, I definitely think that that is one issue that is contributing to the rising cost of housing. due to the lack of supply, a lot of these banks see housing now as a precious commodity, and that's why you're seeing them engage in this market. And the other thing I should have included a slide for this, but I'll just take a quick minute to shout out is that the American Enterprise Institute actually has a housing center, and they do what they call the Carpenter Index, and that is, can you afford to live in the home that you buy? And so they use 150% of the annual median index for a community, and they found that in 2012, over 90% of what they call carpenters could afford to buy a home in Georgia. And in 2021, that was down to 36%. So to echo what you've heard earlier this morning, we're just not building the homes that are right size for so much of our workforce. And with that, I'll turn it over and for any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Momdahan was flashing first, so we'll recognize him.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have 2 questions, and we'll leave it there because I understand I am between y'all and a sandwich. You talked about tax implications, and I understand that, about 40 years ago, that none of the schools wanted to be a part of that conversation. Things have certainly changed in our state in the last 40 years, and I believe they would probably want to sit at that table now, given the opportunity. Tell me about the tax implications from Georgia public policy standpoint. You know, when the discussion that we had in Paulding County was that when you build a home that is so far below the threshold that they're no longer self-sufficient in paying for those services, that it could be, damaging to other taxpayers in that way, and that there are other solutions than some of these that we've seen. What is your opinion of those implications on the taxation on existing residents? And we've seen that in Atlanta. I'll give you a great example. We've seen folks who have multi-generational homes in Atlanta and Grant Park. We talked about the $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, and you get these institutional buyers come in, and all of a sudden these folks can't afford their homes. And so we've seen that play out before, and we want to be cognizant of that. So tell me about the tax implications from GPP standpoint.
Yeah, so I should have also added to the impact fee discussion that the godfather of Georgia's impact fee law, I mean, he believes that schools should be included in that. Okay. And he was actually dismayed that they were not part of that discussion. But I think from the same, to echo what I mentioned earlier, that to account for these additional funds you're receiving, there should also be a higher level of transparency and reporting, so local citizens can understand what these fees are going towards. And philosophically, I agree that when you have these new services and the growth that comes in, the tax burden should not fall on the existing residents to account for the new growth. I just want to see that better implemented.
Well, hey, yes, I absolutely agree with you. And then just as my second question, this will be the last one, Mr. Chairman, and that is, I just wanted to mention, so you said 4% are these institutional buyers. Mm-hmm. They sure seem to be doing a lot of damage for just the small percentage that they are. Yeah. Is that the opinion of the Georgia Public Policy Foundation?
I think it is one issue that's contributing to the cost to the housing affordability crisis. But in terms of a legislative remedy, I don't know how you, counter that without hurting the mom and pops that are out there and are Georgians that are buying homes as rental properties per se. So I don't have an answer for that to how you would keep out the BlackRocks of the world, if you will.
That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Representative Ridley.
Thank you. Up in North Georgia where I live on the Tennessee line, and we're starting to see actually the prices in Polk County, Tennessee, the land prices actually over ours because of local regulations that we're doing. I mean, you go to Tennessee, you don't have to have a building permit. You can bury your own power line if you want it in the ground, that sort of thing. So I kind of understand where you're coming from, these regulations that we keep getting put on here. But I've seen a lot of overreach with the local governments, and into a sense of, like you were talking about earlier, requiring you to have a so-and-so pitch roof, four-side brick, this and this, which used to be more like that was a subdivision requirement. if you're going to move in that subdivision, you had a covenant. You knew that when you moved in, and so I've seen that. You know, I'm not a mathematical person that much, but 4% of local investors or these investors coming in buying this stuff, I don't see much of how that. I guess in certain areas it could cause a shortage, but overall, I guess if you're looking at the overall picture of 4%, it's not that much. But you know, we're here to make policy, and at what point do you start? Because I'm hearing local government saying that guys, like we have one in Dalton, for instance, they're wanting to come in and build 800 houses. Well, we're fine if you want to do a subdivision with the permits, but then when they say that, well, we're going to rent half of them out, or we're going to do that, then they want to pull that back. And to me, that kind of seems unconstitutional to me. Just like if I'm wanting to buy Martin's house and I'm an individual buyer and she's wanting to buy it as an investor, is the county's going to start getting in between that and saying, oh, well, you can't buy it because you're an investor. You got to sell it to him first. Are y'all starting to see and hear this kind of same thing throughout the state?
Yeah, I have heard some folks that are involved in kind of the public legal world that are addressing those constitutional questions regarding build to rent, regarding the right of a private transaction. But I will tell you those discussions are being had, but anything authoritatively, I just don't have any more to offer on that.
Because like you said, if I want to come in and build, my buddy built 5 rental houses, let's just say. How do you start different between somebody who wants to build 150 or 200 or I want to build 5 because, because at the end of the day, legally, you put it down on paper and I'm an LLC or corporation and he is too. How do you regulate that? And I didn't know if y'all kind of looked into that and kind of had some thoughts, some of y'all's thoughts on that.
I will say I would not be surprised if you start to see court cases being brought regarding the legality of some of those private property questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chris, for an excellent presentation. I'm particularly impacted by the regulatory cost on lot development and construction and design standards. And just for the record, most of this construction and design standards goes way beyond anything as far as health and safety of the dwelling unit, correct?
Yes.
And so just for the record, this is where people just decide that they prefer a certain architectural look. And so I think it's very interesting, and y'all have done great work with that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't see any other questions. I know we're ready for lunch, so why don't we try to come back in at 1:30. That'll give us 40 minutes. I know some of you have to dash to get something, so I know we're going to be running a little behind, but I think we're doing the best we can with that. So come back in at 1:30, and thank you so much for being here.
Hey, do you eat the grilled chicken from Chick-fil-A? That's my fault for getting that to you.
No, that's okay.
Would you eat the grilled chicken one? You just wouldn't eat the bread?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
I totally forgot.
That's okay.
We'll
Listen,
redo
keep
it.
this conversation.
You're doing good. I'm way down.
I'm still something. I just been working out.
You're good. Sometimes it's better to move it around than lose it.
I think so. So, let's get good. In fact, step back to the right now. So, it's a little bit more than that, right?
Yeah, I got almost 17 pounds.
Well, I'll tell you.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes, 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 yes. What's so?
So no lobster rolls for you, but you eat lobster. You eat
I'm like 230. I'm like 230.
butter.
I can eat butter.
Potatoes or not?
Butter, meat, cheese, and then all no spring vegetables.
No Sean, no Al, and no Tim.
Carbs up. It's not good.
It's okay. You're doing okay. Yeah,
It's like shopping aisles during COVID. It was like one way.
We were wondering if Spencer was going to do the presentation. On this particular issue, I've spoken with him about it quite a bit. We also have obviously we contract with Brooklyn South. Okay. Can a city member provide testimony? I don't really know. I mean, I don't know since I had some committee meetings that he and I have been before. I think he's been able to provide some testimony. Okay. But I don't know about this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That kind of makes sense. My first time doing this.
I was serious.
This is my second.
Already started 5 years. That's the two things that are
Serious. Pretty gentle.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We have some folks who are coming on.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not like that. Nobody's trying to gotcha. Commit perjury. Right. You're in good shape. Yeah, it helps to know that I'm being shackled.
Would've been earlier, but the beer machine store up ahead fixed it.
So,
Can't believe they didn't see you walking in and start working on
They did. Fixed it. Wait.
yeah.
Is that mine that I left you?
Last Saturday was I'll tell you this. Okay, so I was sitting at home and I'm like, it's like the game's on. I was like, it's a blowout. I'm not even gonna waste my time. And now it's like, let me just open up the ESPN. Let's watch my kids. I open the half. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, the Pats Kid State up 13 points. Yeah, we're making a mistake here. Yeah, I was like, what's going on? I started watching it. Like they're driving the ball up the field. I'm like, oh my god. I was like, we do not need this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just one of those games we expected it just to be.
We played down for that.
We did. You can tell they were not taking it seriously. You can just tell. And maybe it's a good learning exercise. They'll start out. I'm like, it's lonely at the time. Everybody's voting for you. Yeah. I mean,
So I know I shouldn't ask him, but did he tell me the final one?
no, we're still.
Oh, we're still going. Okay.
But it's like I always hate. Like I don't like the idea of us being number one so early in the season. Because there's just so long to go. And you have this target on your back. Okay. And you have ideas in your head. How
Boss, I'm good. How about you? Very basic.
Ladies and gentlemen, come to order if you will, please. Thank you for being back in. We're missing a couple of members, but we have a quorum, so we'll get started. We'll recognize Ryan Willoughby, who is the President and CEO of Habitat for Humanity. Mr. Willoughby, honored to have you with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come here and speak before you today. In my role at Habitat for Humanity, I do serve as our president and CEO for our state support organization. So I represent the 50 Habitat offices that are operating here in the state of Georgia. We cover over 80 counties. The majority of the Georgia population is served by a Habitat for Humanity affiliate office somewhere. So before I begin, I do like to just remind everybody what exactly we do at Habitat, because I feel like we're the organization everybody knows, but very few know about. We at Habitat were founded here in the state of Georgia in 1976 at a small farm outside of Plains. We were founded by Millard and Linda Fuller, who, through their work at Koinonia Farm, established the mission of Habitat with the basic belief that everyone deserves a decent place to live. And since 1976, we have now spread to be in over 75 countries across the world. We've helped over 2 million families achieve safe, decent, affordable housing. We do that here in the state of Georgia through the repair of owner-occupied homes. We as well will purchase foreclosed properties that are on the open market, rehab, repair those homes, and sell them to an income qualified buyer. And of course, the number one thing that everybody recognizes for us is that we do build and sell new single family homes to income qualified families. For us, an income qualified family is a family making between 30 and 80% of the area median income. Here in the state of Georgia, what that translates to practically is folks who are making usually between about $30,000 and $45,000 annually. That's their annual adjusted gross income. So those are the folks that we're serving. Here across the state, we construct about 150 new homes every year, and then do about another, between rehab, repair, about another 300 housing interventions for folks all across the state. So that is who we are, that is what we do, and that's why I'm here speaking to you today, to talk about the housing situation in Georgia. And I'm just going to put it quite frankly, and I know that all of you on the committee, just based on the testimony I've seen, are aware of this, but I feel it cannot be stated enough. We are in the midst of a housing crisis. This is a crisis that has been in existence not since the start of 2020, but for many, many years. We at Habitat have been struggling with this issue for a very long time. I can tell you very bluntly that it did not start with the pandemic. And it's not an issue like what we saw in 2008, which was due to unscrupulous lending practices. The housing crisis that we have right now is really and truly about supply. And as some of my colleagues have shared previously, supply is really ultimately the issue that we at Habitat are seeing day to day through our operations. And it's a supply issue that's been affected primarily, I believe, through 2 key factors. One is through poor policy decisions related to home ownership and to housing, as well as a lack of significant investment on the part of the state in helping to incentivize the construction and supply of affordable homes for families and individuals to purchase. To put it simply, as I mentioned to you, we do believe that everyone deserves a decent place to live. We believe that housing is a basic human right. And if you consider the 3 essential factors that every human being needs to survive, those 3 things are water, food, and some form of reliable shelter. Without those 3 things, a human being is not going to be able to survive very long. And I hate to say this, but if we continue to treat the housing market the way that we do, I really have deep concern for the state of Georgia. As a native Georgian, it troubles me to see the housing state here now. And frankly, it's a good thing we don't treat our food and water supply the way we treat our housing, because otherwise we would all be starving. So let's get right into it. Some of our research currently shows that 1 in 7 Georgians are spending over 50% of their household income on housing. This is a number that we actually got just as we got into the crest of the pandemic. I would anticipate that it's actually higher now. For us, we constitute a house to be affordable if the family is not spending more than 30% of their income. So right now we're seeing that at least 1 in 7 are spending over 50% of their income. We, of course, are seeing as well that the new home sales price in Georgia is skyrocketing. And I hate to say it, but 1 in 5 Georgians are living below the federal poverty guidelines. So the reality is we see a huge disparity between what Georgians can actually afford and what Georgians are actually able to buy insofar as a home is concerned. Right now, the median household income in Georgia is just shy of $60,000. That might have gone up a little bit here in 2022. But the reality is a family living on $60,000 is not going to be able to afford a $400,000 home. So how exactly do we solve this problem? In our opinion, at Habitat, we understand that not everybody needs to be a homeowner. We recognize that homeownership is a huge responsibility, and it's not something that everyone is cut out for or eager to do. However, we also believe that individuals and families who want to own a home should have the opportunity to do so. That is the core of what we do. Unfortunately, what we've seen is such a narrowing in the diversity of housing stock here in the state of Georgia that it's just making it impossible. We are pricing people out of the market entirely. And one of the things that we advocate for is a diversity in our housing stock. That means not everybody really wants to sit down and live in a 3,000 square foot home. Not everybody wants to rent an apartment. Not everybody wants to have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. We understand that housing is a spectrum, that life changes over time, that perhaps when you're in your younger years and you're building a family, maybe you do need more space, but perhaps as you get older and you're on a more fixed income and you don't have the opportunity to sit down and actually make the repairs to your home and maintenance that you need to, that maybe you need to be able to downsize. And so what we do at Habitat is, we're trying to serve these individuals with housing opportunities that fit their needs wherever they are. So, unfortunately what we're seeing, and I'm speaking a bit anecdotally here, I live in Harris County, Georgia, but what I'm seeing in the market as I go across the state as well is that we're seeing that the opportunity to buy affordable homes, in the sub $200,000 range is just non-existent. Those homes are simply not available. I was speaking with a colleague in Effingham County several months ago. He told me that at that point in time in Effingham County, there were only 4 homes for sale that were actually under 200,000, and that one of those homes was a dilapidated trailer that was for sale for 120,000. And the reality is the market is simply not available there for folks who cannot afford these higher price homes. It's just not there. They simply don't have the supply available to them that they need to be able to build and own a home. And I'll get to it in just a little bit about why that's so critical. And I put this slide here because what we at Habitat believe is that we in the state of Georgia are actually having a bit of an existential crisis, where we as the state of Georgia need to decide what sort of place we actually want to be. Do we actually want to be the #1 place in the country to live, work, and raise a family? Do we want to continue to be the #1 place in the United States for businesses to come? And I think that's a decision that ultimately is incumbent upon you all as legislators to decide. We need to decide if we want to be a Georgia that is welcoming to everyone, if we want to be a state that tells folks, hey, we understand that not everybody needs the same thing, that there needs to be options, or do we want to be a state that says, hey, if you're not making 6 figures, we don't want you living here? And ultimately, the great thing about this is that we don't have to guess what's going to end up happening depending on what decision we make. We can look at other states and see what has happened when they have failed to properly invest in their housing infrastructure, when they have failed to diversify their housing stock. And so I've placed these photos up here a bit for dramatic effect, but also to make a point. You can probably guess where these are, and these are in California. I think at the end of the day, the Georgia that we want does not look anything like the California you see today. And I think if we're going to avoid that scenario, we have to make some very, very serious decisions, and we need to make them decisively and soon. And so it's my hope that we can help to do that, and that my testimony today can assist in that. Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I'm not an economist by any stretch of the imagination. The gentlemen from UGA are probably far more versed in this than I am, but at the end of the day, a healthy housing market is one in which supply and demand are in balance. They're in equilibrium. We've got enough houses for the folks who actually want to buy them. Right now, the housing market we have looks more like this, where there is ample demand and there is absolutely inadequate supply. I don't know if it was shared earlier, but pre-pandemic, we saw that for every house that was on the market, there were about 24 buyers. And then once you got into 2021, for every house that was for sale on the market, there were, I believe, 64 buyers. So we saw this exponential jump in the amount of demand in the market, but it is not being met on the supply side. And so what we have here is a serious, serious problem, because our market is completely out of whack. And the only way that we're going to bring it back into equilibrium is we've got to somehow incentivize supply. And I think there's a lot of very clear reasons of why we want to see that. One of the things that I'm proud of being a Georgian is all of the businesses that decide to come here, that decide to bring their businesses here to employ our people, because they know that we are a business-friendly environment. However, the reality is that in order to have a successful business, you also have to have employees, and those employees have to be able to live within a reasonable proximity of their place of employment. And I believe that if we want to continue to attract the sort of, top tier businesses that we are, and to continue to grow and progress as a state, we're going to have to make some changes in the way that we look at our housing supply so that businesses are able to attain the sort of employees that they need and also pay them a reasonable wage, but also keep them close enough around. And I'll just share this with you anecdotally. I'm from Columbus, Georgia. For any of you who've ever been to Columbus, Columbus was a former mill town. And so if you go back into the late 1800s, early 1900s, when mill villages were popular, is everybody familiar with the idea of the mill village? It was a concept that was, I saw you shaking your head, Mr. Representative. The simple concept was this, that if I'm going to build a mill and I'm going to have employees working in that mill for me, I need to have those employees as close by as possible. And so actually the mills would actually build and own the housing around their actual mill, and then they would sell that to their employees. And I'm not necessarily advocating for that sort of thing, but frankly, the market understood even then that you had to be close to where you wanted your, to get your employment pool from. Ultimately, I think there's a number of positive ways that we can do this. And frankly, I think the number one way you get people to do things is you incentivize them. I think there's a number of things that we can do to incentivize the public sector. We can incentivize the private sector and the nonprofit sector to invest more in affordable home ownership. And I think one of those things is flexible zoning options that allow for a more diverse housing stock to be put into place. I think there's one thing that we can do for municipalities is to prioritize them perhaps on the grant side of things, so that they'll sit down and they will, as a municipality, will be incentivized to encourage more affordable developments in their municipalities. I would love to see something similar to what we have seen, such as in the state of North Carolina, where they have a state and federally funded loan pool for down payment assistance for low-income home buyers. The state of North Carolina has had a program for the last several decades where they actually provide a zero-interest loan to a first-time home buyer, such as a Habitat home buyer, that is, again, a zero-interest loan. It gets paid back to the state. It goes into a revolving loan pool, and that money is used again to just keep financing more and more homes. It makes it more affordable for the home buyer because you're able to subsidize, ultimately, the mortgage on the back end. That's been very successful in the state of North Carolina. Another very successful method that we've seen is from our friends to the south down in Florida. For a number of years, the state of Florida has had a tax credit program for businesses that contribute to an eligible nonprofit such as Habitat, who contribute to the success of affordable housing. So we have businesses in Florida that will actually make financial contributions to Habitat for Humanity and receive a tax credit on the back end for that contribution. And so there's an incentive there for the private sector to invest as well in the affordable housing side of things. Ultimately, I love this slide here. Did everybody get the handout that I think was produced for you? It embarrasses me to say this as a Georgia grad, but we did a study with Georgia Tech a number of years ago where we actually looked at the impact of Habitat's home ownership model here on the state of Georgia. And so we actually interviewed about 1,000 Habitat homeowners, from folks who had just bought their house 6 months earlier to folks who lived in their house for the last 16 years. And we tried to get an idea of what real benefit is there to home ownership, and is home ownership really making the sort of positive socioeconomic changes we want to see? And the answer was an overwhelming yes. We saw that the folks who moved into a Habitat home decreased their reliance on public assistance. About 3/4 of the folks who were on public assistance actually came off of it entirely. We saw that the homeowners had a much increased sense of well-being. They felt safer in their homes. They felt better about their future. As you can see here, 74% of the homeowners felt confident they were going to be able to pay for higher education for their children. We also saw that children who came out of Habitat homes tended to be higher income earners, and they actually had a higher graduation rate from the public education system relative to the general public. Ultimately, what we see is that home ownership, particularly a successful model like we have at Habitat, provides a wealth of socioeconomic benefits, and it's something that the community at large, the state of Georgia, should want and see and desire. And so ultimately, what we at Habitat want to do is to continue to help Georgia build for the future. We have loved being here in the state of Georgia. We appreciate the support that we see in all the communities that we are in. And ultimately, we just want to help be a part of the solution to this ongoing crisis. And so, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. And happy to entertain any questions if anyone might have any.
Thank you. We do have a question from Representative Montana.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, hope everybody's got a good lunch. Do have a question. Thank you. I learn more about Habitat every day, and certainly today's no different. And I'm proud of the work that y'all are doing to put people in good homes.
Thank you.
When we talk about Habitat's mission to put families in homes, these families probably more often than not include children.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Yeah, so I figured that would be the case. And so that being said, do you have any type of research or numbers about the average amount of children at each one of your Habitat homes?
The research that we did in 2017 did include that, and we were coming up to, I always hate using a decimal point when referring to children, but it was like 2.5 kids.
2.5 kids.
Yeah, I don't know what a half kid looks like, but that's what it was coming out to, mathematically. So yeah, it was about 2 to 3 kids.
Well, my son is not nearest. He took after his mother, which is great for him, and he's not going to be as tall, so we'll count him as the half a kid. I do have a question, and I guess what I'm trying to get to is when we talk about these things, one of the major overriding discussions that we have, and I'm going to ask this question a lot of many different people, not to put you on the spot or try to get you in a gotcha question, but really delve in and understand the tax implications. And so what is the average selling price for a home from Habitat?
Wow. I would have to pull, that number has gone up quite a bit over the last 2 years. So when we do sell a home, we sell that home at fair market value. I do want to make that really clear because I think that's a misconception that folks have about us. When we sell that home, the total value of the first and any subsequent mortgages on that home is equal to fair market value. And we do that to preserve home values for our neighbors, right? We don't want to build into a neighborhood and bring other people's values down. I would say right now, if you get into the metro area, it's going to be quite a bit higher. And you get out into the rural areas, it's going to be a little bit lower, but even in the rural areas, we're seeing those values jump up quite a bit. If I had to just guess, having not run the numbers recently, I would say probably somewhere in about the 135 to 140,000 range.
So, okay. So that's, I guess, the heart, and we've talked momentarily about this, and I think from, in Paulding County, and I'll give this as an example so we can just give some insight into maybe the way I'm thinking, and over the next 4 days, we can try to understand this issue a little bit more clear, and that is 89% of our tax digest is residential. So we don't have a lot of commercial, though we've tried and failed on multiple attempts. We don't have a lot of commercial, just about 11% is commercial. When 89% of your tax digest comes from residential homes, obviously what you build, right, you are what you eat. Right. And in Paulding County's case, you are what you build. My question would be if in the homes, and trust me, these are the folks that we need to help.
Right.
Okay? These are folks who are income qualified. These are folks we need to help. What has been the solution, I think, for Habitat, or has there been any investigation looking at the tax disparities? Because what I'm trying to get to is, if we put them in a safe home, and maybe not Habitat, but and we continue to build homes that are outside the specs that support the current infrastructure, things like roads and bridges and schools and all the police and fire and everything. When they're that low, when they're that far, maybe we're an extreme case because we're 89% of the tax digest is residential, but what is it? How do we kind of square that circle? There's I would say the taxes on a $140,000 home is going to be about $1,600, something like that, $1,700 a year. 2.5 children is $11,000 just in local school taxes, not including your state or federal match. You've got police, you've got fire, you've got administration, and you haven't started paving the first road. What is kind of the 30,000 foot view from Habitat on that, and any thoughts on that? How do we make that up? And I'll give you a few, maybe a leading question, that way it could help you.
Sure.
Has there been any discussions about putting things like mixed retail over multi-tenant type facilities in places where you can maybe absorb some of those tax by putting in some type of retail establishment on the bottom of it, mixed use developments? Has there been any talk about that to help offset those tax implications?
Well, first, Mr. Representative, I want to say you make a phenomenal point, and I think it's a legitimate one that needs to be considered. You know, at the end of the day, if you're a municipality, it behooves you to have the most expensive houses you can because you generate the highest amount of revenue. I would say, though, that there's a little bit of a flaw in that thinking because I think there's some, and this isn't directed at you, but I think it's key that we have to not be short-sighted in it. Simply because, again, to this point of, in order to support an economy, you have to have a diverse workforce, right? You need people who are going to work at the fast food restaurants. You need the people who are going to work doing the more menial jobs or the lower income jobs. And those individuals are going to have a place to live. And so, you know, at the end of the day, if they don't have a place to live, they're not going to come into your community to work in the first place, right? To your specific question about whether we at Habitat have looked at, you know, possible mixed uses, you know, retail space, we haven't done that so much here in the state of Georgia. In some of our other states, you know, we have 1,100 offices across the country, particularly in the larger metro areas where we've looked at building like condominiums and that sort of thing, you know, to increase density. I believe they have worked with things like the New Market Tax Credit Program to partner with developers so that, you know, some of that space is used on a commercial side to help generate a bit more tax revenue. To your point, though, I think it's a good one. And can I give you a practical example of what I mean?
Yes, that's what we're here for.
Well, I'll tell you this. I was this past Memorial Day. I was having dinner with family. They had some friends over. A really wonderful young family. The lady was a teacher at the schools in Harris County where I live. Her husband worked at a local church. They had 4 children. 2 of those children were adopted, and one of them actually had special needs. And I was just kind of chatting with them, and they said, you know, we're really struggling right now because we can't find a house to buy here in Harris County. We really want to live in Harris County, which is where we both work, and it's where we want our kids to go to school. And I just said, what's the problem for you? And they said, there's nothing affordable here. I said, we can't find anything sub $200,000, and that's really what we feel we can afford. And I said, what was your solution? And they said, the only solution for us is we're having to buy a house in Muskogee County, the neighboring county, where, you know, since she was a teacher in Harris County, she's still going to work in Harris County. However, her 4 kids are now going to be going to school in Harris County. And Harris County is not generating any tax revenue whatsoever from that family, but they are putting 4 kids through school and paying for a teacher. And so I think if, you know, if the tax revenue side of it is the only side we look at, I think we can kind of end up missing the forest for the trees. Do you see what I mean with that?
Sure. I think, you know, and look, Paulding's very specific example. You know, we have generations of folks who have worked at Lockheed Martin and Marietta and lived in Paulding because they couldn't afford city life. You know,
Right.
A lot of folks live in the hills and they work in the city. Don't think that's a foreign concept to many. I know oftentimes I've wanted to do something and couldn't afford that, and sometimes wants aren't needs.
Right.
And you need to drive. I've driven as a commuter working well over an hour to get to work because I couldn't afford to live in the place that I wanted to.
Right.
But I lived in the place that I needed to.
Right.
And that's not an easy decision to make. I calculated it once. I had 24 days of every year were spent in the driving seat of a vehicle. And it was at that point in which I had a discussion with my wife. I said, it may cost us more, but we need to live closer to my work. She wasn't working at the time, and we made that investment in our time. So I think there are many considerations that people make. I just don't want to conflate wants and needs, and I want to make sure that, you know, if we're adding, you know, this housing, that it pays for the services that are there. And, you know, the other side of that is, you know, we have Paulding County's low wealth district. It's number 2 recipient of QBE, and it's the 13th largest county in the state. And we end up using more state money than probably we want to because of this residential situation. And that means that our educational outcomes are continuing to go down as we build more starter homes. And so there is some concern there. But that being said, I appreciate the work you do.
Thank you.
And it's needed.
Well, I appreciate the fact that this committee is looking at this. You know, I certainly don't have all the answers to all of those. If any of us did, we wouldn't have this need for this committee, would we? And there are some really, you know, difficult circumstances to look at. I think what we just advocate for on the side of Habitat is that everyone does deserve a place to live. We understand that that is not the same for everyone as far as wants and needs are concerned. You know, however, what we want to offer to them is opportunity more than anything. And right now, you know, if back on my slide there where we showed supply and demand, if you think of demand as freedom and supply as opportunity, you've got the freedom to live anywhere you can afford. The problem is you don't have the opportunity to live where you can afford. And I think that's ultimately what we would like to see rectified.
Thank you, Chairman Efstration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Willoughby, for coming here today, and really want to echo the sentiments about really appreciate everything Habitat for Humanity does in our state and internationally. I just had a few, we got a tight timeline here, and I just wanted to ask a few questions, if it's okay, real quick, just to make sure I understood. One of the tenets of the study committee is to really look at whether state law is necessary to ensure that local governments don't have different terms with respect to zoning or ordinances that are put in place, rental housing versus ownership-owned developments.
Yes.
Does Habitat for Humanity have a position on that issue?
Could you expound on that question a little bit more?
Yeah, whether the state should preempt local governments from being able to regulate, restrict rental-only, say, subdivisions, as opposed to owner, zoning for homes that you would own.
I see. So we at Habitat, even though we operate really exclusively in the homeownership sphere, we understand that homeownership is not for everybody. And so I think in order to have the sort of society that we want to have, we've got to have an adequate amount of rental, and we've got to have an adequate amount of homeownership opportunities as well. So we don't have an official position on that specific instance, except that what we ultimately support is the opportunity for whoever wants to be able to buy, to be able to buy, to be able to rent, to be able to rent. We want people to be able to obtain the sort of housing that fits best for them and their needs and their family's needs at the time.
Yes, sir. You raised the homelessness issue. It's something I've been trying to study this year. And so just two quick questions along those lines. I believe you said 1 in 7 Georgians currently pays greater than 50% for housing.
Yes,
Do I have
sir.
that about right? Okay.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And so my question was, is there any contribution to, in those circumstances, are those folks receiving vouchers to help them pay for housing in those circumstances, or is it actually 50% of their income? In other words, is it the voucher plus their contribution that exceeds 50%, or is it just their income?
So for us, we're just looking at just their income.
Okay.
Yeah, just their income side of thing.
My final question, this is kind of like a broad policy discussion, I suppose, but you were talking anecdotally, and I have some of this as well. In the district I represent, my recollection is early 2021, you'd see neighborhoods being developed where the sign said in the 200,000s, and then as the developments underway are finalizing it, the signs change, it says 400,000s. And so it wasn't necessarily that the homes changed, it was that pricing changed over that period of time, and maybe, I don't know, maybe that was in some ways related to low interest rates. Maybe, I'm not an expert on this, but maybe the discrepancy, or maybe consumer choices, maybe consumers weren't as deliberate with pricing potentially because it was so affordable to have such a low interest rate in order to take on that. And so just when you brought up a state fund for like a zero interest down payment, do you have any concerns that that may in some ways kind of tip the scale in favor of demand along the lines that potentially low interest rates did to in some way get us into this?
No, I don't. Just because from the states that have already implemented it, we didn't see that.
Okay.
I think particularly when you design something like that and you're able to gear it towards a very specific income bracket, I don't think that you're going to drive up a demand that wasn't already in place. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Willoughby, for coming and for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And we admire the work you do very much, and Habitat does great work in our state, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, we have Mr. Simon Bloom of Bloom Parham. Is he?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw you early, and but I was standing on the other side of the post when I saw you before.
I didn't pay my dues, so I got the.
No, sir. Well, we appreciate you coming, and I apologize that we're behind schedule.
That's okay.
But we are honored to have you, and we look forward to your presentation. And again, I apologize that we've gotten a little behind.
It's not a problem.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, my name is Simon Bloom, members of the committee. It's my pleasure and honor to be here. You don't look like most of the juries that I speak to on a regular basis, so I appreciate that you're focusing on some topic that's very near and dear to my heart. Let me tell you who I am. I'm a trial lawyer for the last 25 years here in Metro Atlanta. I've tried cases all over the state and all over the country. The focus of my small law firm is in real estate disputes. We deal with property rights, constitutional law issues, and just about everything that touches dirt. We've handled one way or the other in one place or another. I had the honor and privilege to be the chairman of the board of the Department of Community Affairs for 3 years and served on that board for 8 years under both Governors Perdue and Deal. So I was lucky enough to gain some insight into policy and how the state government looks at and interacts with local governments in terms of providing housing stock and regulating housing and building codes and the 100 other things that DCA does. I'm not sure how they do all of it. So I will tell you that it is my great hope that you will be what I call a hot bench, which is that you will have more questions than I have prepared remarks, because I want to talk about those things that are interesting and are edifying to you, not just that are interesting and edifying to me, because I can hear myself talk in the shower and on the ride to and from work, and I don't need to do that. But I will offer what I have as some basic observation and encourage you all to interrupt me. I'm used to it. What I have identified and continue to identify over the course of my life's work in terms of litigating around property is that we have a problem in this state with you just heard from the prior speaker in terms of housing stock and affordable housing shortage. That is a real thing, and that's why you're all here. I can tell you, and I'd like to identify what I see as one of the causes for that shortage. And I want to focus my remarks, but I'm happy to talk about whatever else interests you on the primary cause or a primary cause, which is what I consider local government overreach in terms of the regulation of property rights in their jurisdictions. And I don't want to give you a constitutional law lesson, but I can if you're interested. And I can talk about the start of the whole concept of zoning and land use in 1904 in downtown New York if you want to hear about that. But in Georgia, we have 159 counties and hundreds of cities. And what that does, on one side, for those egalitarians, it gives lots of Jeffersonian control to one's own backyard. On the other side of the coin, unfortunately, it gives great deference and decentralization, and as a result, inconsistency, and as a result, not always great wisdom to many municipalities and counties that try to govern themselves and what they think, I think, in their hearts are the best interests of their constituents. There's no nefarious intent here. But what you have, and many of you may have started off as council people or mayors or commissioners, so you lived this. What you have is what's akin to pitcher dilution. When you had all those guys hitting hundreds of home runs every year, one of the things that they said was we got to control the ball, we got to build bigger stadiums. What we lacked was quality pitchers because kids weren't growing up to become pitchers. How does that relate to land use? I'm going to tell you, Mr. Chairman, because we have so many cities and so many counties, and each and every one of them have their own staffs of planners. And they're simply, I don't know about your kids, but my kids are not running to the computer to learn how to become land planners. And so we have a dilution of quality, educated, sophisticated folks making decisions about land use. When you put an overlay of pure politics on that is when you get the problem that we have in local governments right now, which results in overreach. So if you don't have strong staff saying, Mr. Efstration, you can't restrict rentals in this district because the Constitution says this and our zoning code says that, that gets ignored. When you have or allow unbridled decision making to take place at the local level is when you have the kinds of problems that are being caused and as a result are impacting our housing stock. I know I'm talking fast, but I respect your all's time. So one of the places where this local government overreach I'm seeing every day now, and someone asked me, Mr. Chairman, might have been your staff, how many cities and counties are you currently litigating with right now? And I had to stop and really count, and I came up with 20. So I'm litigating actively. Just so you know where I'm coming from, I'm actively litigating with 20 different cities and counties on behalf of property owners throughout the state of Georgia. That's just Georgia. Doesn't count the other states. And every day my phone rings, it's another problem that a city or county is causing for a property owner. Every day my phone rings. I made a call. I had a call on the way here on that very issue. It's not always about build to rent. It's not always about being allowed to do rental within single-family detached subdivisions, but many times, and that's a very strong trend right now, it is. And so what we're finding as a result is that the process to get a project rezoned in this state has gotten so cumbersome, so complicated, and so long that it's incredibly expensive. And as a result, what do you think that does when you cook your expenses into your pro forma to do a new subdivision, and you've got to have your profit built into that pro forma, or you're not going to do it? It squeezes profits, it squeezes the margin, and people go away. I represent every national home builder in the state of Georgia except for one, and that one happens to be in this room right now, so I'm not going to name him or her. So I've got plenty to do. And I had a conversation with one of them yesterday where they said, I need to know whether this restriction that the city is requiring me to adhere to is going to be real or not. It was DeKalb County, had to do with sewer. And those of you who know DeKalb County and sewer, those two kind of go hand in hand. They've got consent order, et cetera, et cetera. It's a big problem. I need to know. So what they need and what they strive for is certainty so they can then build a pro forma and build a budget and project and predict revenues to decide whether to do the deal, right? They have to make sure the deal pencils. Well, what we're finding is that when you're spending years trying to get something entitled, rezoned, permitted, whatever, and then there's still no certainty at the end of the day that you're going to get your plat approved, or you're going to get your final plat approved, or you're going to get building permits, or you're going to get a CO, why come to play? Why roll the dice? Particularly, Mr. Chairman, now that the housing market is softened a bit, and you may hear testimony regarding the extent to which it is or isn't. Particularly in that instance, the finest builders and developers that come to Georgia to build homes are not going to do it as much or for as long when this level of uncertainty and complexity and cost is still there. So those are the contributors to what I would submit is resulting in less affordable housing stock in less places around the state. And with respect to the gentleman from Paulding County, I deal in Paulding County all the time. And Jason Phillips and I are good friends, and we've been on the same sides of things and opposite sides of things. But if you don't provide clarity, consistency, and accountability within the code and the rules in that municipality and statewide, you've got to hire someone like me to try to decipher it. And I've got plenty to do. So what I submit and what I would suggest to this committee is that there have to be certain state laws that render some consistency and afford some accountability throughout the hundreds of cities and counties in which we do business in the state of Georgia. And a starting place is to focus on this idea of the build-to-rent prohibition. We've talked a lot about in the last 30 minutes about house ownership. Well, I think everyone at this table appreciates that house ownership just isn't for everybody, and not yet. Right? We all aspire to house ownership, and maybe it's you start off in an apartment and then you move to a rented house, or you start off in a mobile home and then you move to a rented house, and then there's steps. We're not all fortunate to come out of the womb and be able to write a deposit and own a house and cover the debt service. So the most obvious answer to me short of putting up multifamily everywhere, putting up apartment complexes everywhere, is to have single-family rental projects that are available in cities and counties throughout the state of Georgia. I can't speak to all of the details around which are successful and which aren't, but what I can speak to is that right now there is a movement afoot throughout the cities and counties of this state to restrict, prohibit, and eliminate single-family rental homes in various cities and counties. I can count 10 to 12 off the top of my head where cities and counties are getting about this in different ways. And let me be very clear about my ask right now. My ask of this committee is to arrive at a recommendation that prohibits cities and counties from being able to prohibit build to rent single-family homes in their jurisdiction. That's my ask. I hope it's very, very clear. The reason that that is so important is that in order to provide an additional option for folks that aren't yet ready for homeownership, in order to address some of the tax base and tax roll concerns the gentleman from Paulding had, and other concerns, opening up that additional door will go a long way towards providing people somewhere to live. The concerns that I've heard over the years about, well, they're not going to take care of their yard, they're not going to be really good neighbors, that's all proxy, frankly. It's all a proxy for racism and povertyism. That's what that is. Let's just call it like it is. There may be some folks that in their heart don't want rentals because they're misinformed, they're misguided, they don't understand the facts of the data, the empiricals. But for the most part, what I see when I go to cities and counties all around the state is an aversion to rental without any empirical support whatsoever. So it becomes a proxy for, just like they didn't want apartments, they don't want rental homes, they don't want mobile homes. Well, that's just not the way America works, Mr. Chairman. That's just not the way we work. So pulling it back to just the legal aspects of it, because I'm the lawyer in the room, or one of many, I don't know, but pulling it back to just a legal piece and grounding my observations in the Constitution of Georgia. And you'll hear this if you haven't already, is, well, we have home rule, and the counties and cities have home rule, and that's a great thing, and we can control zoning. Section or paragraph 4 of the Constitution allows us to do zoning. That's true. The cities and counties do have home rule. But that home rule is constrained by what's set forth in the Constitution, and more importantly, what you pass as general legislation for the state. It explicitly acknowledges, paragraph 1 explicitly acknowledges that control over the regulation of property is constrained by reasonableness and is constrained by what laws the state legislature passes. And so my invitation again to you, I'll say it again, is to pass legislation that prohibits cities and counties from prohibiting build-to-rent and rental communities and single-family detached homes and townhomes for that matter. It's unconstitutional to do what they are doing right now. It is against the zoning procedures law to do what they're doing right now. And I see it all different ways. They pass ordinances that say no build-to-rent. They pass requirements that say when you submit your preliminary plat, you've got to put a note in there that says we're not going to rent these houses. And then they ask you in a zoning hearing, Mr. Bloom, is the developer going to use this for rental? And I have had to say politely, Mr. Chairman, that's not an appropriate question, and I'm not in a position to answer it. And that doesn't go over very well for some reason. But that question should be pre-terminated by the code, in which case I could say, hey, look at section 8-2-4. That doesn't come into play in your consideration as to whether to rezone us. And that's what I'm asking you to do, is to make a recommendation along those lines that simply takes that issue out. Why? Because A, if you eliminate this type of housing stock, you're going to deny people a place to live, period. B, it's unconstitutional. It goes beyond the zoning power of cities and counties. 3, it defies fundamental public policy in Georgia, and I'll take 1 minute on that, and then I'll yield to questions. One of the fundamental things that you get when you buy a piece of property is you get this, you may have heard it, this bundle of sticks. And one of the sticks is how you sell it and who you sell it to. One of the sticks is whether you sell the air rights. Another stick is the mineral rights. Another stick is whether you give Georgia Power an easement over it. You can own it in as tenants in common. You can own it as in an LLC. You can own it in your individual name. You can own it with your wife. That's the whole bundle. And what cities and counties are doing right now is they're taking away one of those sticks. They're saying, you can't, Mr. Chairman, you can't rent that home to Jimmy John or Mary Sue or Billy Bob or whomever. And that is it's called alienability. I have the right as the fee simple owner of a piece of property to alienate it, to give it away or any of those sticks away, however I choose. And it is just fundamentally unconstitutional and un-American to restrict the property owner's right to do that. I'm sorry I get passionate about this, but when you've lived it for as long as I have, sometimes it gets into your wiring. So at this point, I'd be happy to address anything that's on your mind in this realm. I've seen it, most all of it at this point, and I can probably give you a good fun war story that goes to it anyhow.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Bloom, very much. You do have some questions, and Chair recognizes Chairman Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bloom, for coming today and your testimony. So I just want to make sure I'm crystal clear, understanding it's your testimony that it is unconstitutional for a local government to restrict a builder's ability to build for the purpose of renting that property out. That could be a subdivision. That could just be me just building one home with a plan to rent it. That is unconstitutional. I see you nodding. And really your request here is that that be made explicit in statute.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. So the issue is, the answer is yes, a definitive and unequivocal yes. And here's the quick way it's unconstitutional. The Constitution gives the power, the home rule power to regulate its property, and it's referring to cities and counties, its property. I'm not sure what that really means, to be honest with you. So one could argue that that only gives it the right to regulate property owned by the city or county. I'm not sure I have an answer to that yet. But in paragraph 4, it very clearly gives the city or county the right to regulate zoning and to make zoning decisions. When you go to the zoning procedures law, which defines zoning, it talks about use. It talks about improvements to real estate, and it talks about development. And nowhere in those three things did you hear anything about occupancy or ownership. It ain't there. And so the clarification I would ask is that this body pass a law that says that explicitly, that land use, or I should say zoning, development, and improvement mean what you can put where. You put apartment building here, you can put a shopping mall there, height, bulk, setbacks, all of the things that go around use, not ownership, not occupancy.
We had hearings on this issue during the legislative session this year, so I'm just recalling some of the testimony that was given then. And my recollection is, this is just from memory, and then I would love to hear any response you have to it, that when these zonings are done, say, it wasn't so much the yard or things like that you raised. That was not raised, because if there's a landlord, you might say an owner of that is, clear that's going to be addressed if it's a tenant community. But the issue of, zoning and restrictions that are put in place because of the duration, these developments are going to be there for many, many years. You have unique needs with respect to the communities where these zoning considerations are made, that if there is an overreach, there's the opportunity for litigation to try to rein that in and address it. And then finally, my recollection was the mayor of College Park testified that there was a specific policy objective to promote home ownership for first-time homeowners, and that this type of ordinance was necessary to help advance that public policy objective. Just wondering what your response is to my recollection of some of the arguments that were made in favor of the, or made in opposition to the proposal.
Yeah, I can tell you, because I know what I get paid, how long and how much it costs to litigate one of these cases against a city or a county. I just prevailed for a developer against the city of Brookhaven. You may have heard about it. We got a $6 or $7 million judgment, attorney's fees, bad faith, punitive damage, et cetera, et cetera. It cost that client $500,000 to get from A to Z during COVID, with a case that wasn't heavily litigated in discovery. not everyone has the wherewithal, and more importantly, not everyone has the time to use litigation as a solution. As much as I'd like them to, they simply don't. And so the smaller shop that wants to develop a piece of property and have it for rental is not going to be able to afford to litigate and really go, you know, they say that you can't sue City Hall. Well, you can, but it's just very expensive. So that's number one. Number two, the idea that this promotes home ownership is just silly. I don't know any other word for it. This is the perfect stepping stone to home ownership. Lots of people think that we should own homes, and that's a nice idea, but there's a whole heck of a lot of people that don't want to own homes and don't think they should own homes or don't need to own homes. This is the perfect stepping stone to home ownership. And I've never seen any empirical support in any city, county, or any other forum, and I'd be curious if there was any provided to y'all during the session, that supports that policy objective. I mean, that's just city and county attorneys that are saying, hey, we have to have a legitimate government interest that supports this rental restriction, and so they've got to find something to tie it to. That's just, you know where I'm coming from, so I'm not entirely objective, Mr. Chairman, when it comes to this, but I've never seen any empirical support for that.
Thank you. Yes.
I believe we, in order, Representative Montana.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so far for your testimony. It's I love to get both sides of the picture, and thank you, I will say, for your background. I know that's pretty important. Knowing and understanding somebody's point of view contextually can be very helpful. I want to share with you some of my background. And that is, I'm a second-generation American. My father's Persian. On the wall in my house, in my home office, very nice house, I would say, is a food stamp that I stole from my mother's purse at the Save Light in Ackworth, Georgia. We're going to ask real tough questions on this committee. But Mr. Chairman, if I may just take a point of personal privilege, say is I don't appreciate painting anybody who's asking tough questions or who disagrees with your idea of zoning as bigoted or povertyism. Find that highly offensive. That's the second time we've heard it today, Mr. Chairman. We had one who said that the R-type zonings were racist this morning. And as far as I know, Andre Dickens is a good man. We still have those zonings in the city of Atlanta, and he is assuredly not a racist. I just want to make sure that we're not painting things the wrong way. I think that kind of colorization is not helpful to the conversation.
Representative, I guess as a chair, I should say that what you've heard and what we've all heard is in what we perceive by it may be different. I have not taken any offense to anything that's been said today in any testimony about that. And I did not hear Mr. Bloom say anything about that. He believes, not to repeat his testimony, but he just has the opinion that local government is trying to do things that he believes are not constitutional. But I did not hear anything. I didn't hear what you heard, I don't think. I didn't hear anything. And
I heard the word bigoted and povertyism. I think that was your words. Is that correct?
Are you going to allow me to respond at some point?
Sure. Wait. Well, we don't want to get too far off task here because we're hearing the presenters, and toward the end, of course, we are going to debate and discuss our forthcoming report. But I certainly think it is appropriate to let Mr. Bloom respond to what you're suggesting he said.
If I may ask a question, then he can answer both.
I think that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to your point, mine comes from a financial standpoint. I've asked this same question of multiple folks here. What has been the solution that you found in many municipalities and I'm sure counties about the disparity between the revenue that's taken in and the cost of providing services to those households, to those dwellings. Habitat for Humanity had 2.5. In our estimation in Paulding County, we've got 1.7, which just in, if we'll call that 2 for easy math today, we can take less. That's about $11,000 in local educational dollars. What do you see as a solution to that? Of course, respond to the first one.
Thank you very much. Let me be very, very clear about what I said and what I mean. And I'm usually pretty good at lining those two things up. What I said was that there are people on city council and boards of commissioners around this state that use restrictions on rental and make other arguments like it's actually promoting home ownership and other proxy arguments when in fact they don't want certain people in their districts and jurisdictions. I didn't say you think that. I didn't say anyone in here thinks that, but I know there are people that think that and that have acted based upon those thoughts. So let me be crystal clear about that. And I've sued them for it, and I'll sue them again for it when I see them doing it. Number two, there is no question in my mind, having seen this happen, and before it was build to rent, it was apartments. It was the same exact thing, and there were violations of the FHA, the Fair Housing Act, and you would have jurisdictions. And let me be clear, I'm not mad at a jurisdiction that is trying, or a commissioner that's trying to represent his or her constituents, and where those constituents don't want apartments near their homes. That's just as much your right as anything else. However, if that is in fact what you want to restrict, then restrict that with economic bases or any other basis, but don't call it something else when in fact you don't want people that the gentleman that sat in this chair that has the lower income jobs living down the street. Don't tell me that you're doing it for the betterment of the county or the city when in fact you just don't want to have certain types of neighbors. That's what I take offense to. To answer your second question, there are a host of tools that any municipality has available to it to absorb the impact of additional rooftops with additional children. The first that comes to mind are impact fees. Impact fees are explicitly designed in the Development Impact Fee Act, are explicitly designed to address exactly the infrastructural weaknesses that you've described, and not all cities and counties use them. They just don't. Some do, some don't. There's actually a strange irony to it. If more cities and counties used impact fees appropriately and actually followed the statute and did it the right way, these infrastructural concerns and levels of service that you're describing on the front end would actually be addressed in an overt, above the table, clear and transparent way.
Yes.
And you know what happens instead when a city or a county doesn't have an impact? Does everybody know how impact fees work? So I'm not talking about something. I'm happy to go back and explain them.
Explain it anyway.
Yeah, I'll be happy to. So I want to develop 100 acres and I want to put 500 rooftops in there, and the councilman or commissioner or the planning staff says, we don't have enough school seats, we don't have enough buses, we don't have cops, we don't have enough streets, our intersection's no good, and here are the levels of service, i.e. they don't work well enough, A through F, like in school. The levels of service are too low, so we need to improve them. We need to add a light, we need to add some road widenings, we need to build another school, all those things. Then you impose what's called an impact fee, which is, hey, thanks for coming to develop in Gwinnett County. The impact fee is a percentage of, or based upon acreage, or based upon density, or they're all different formula. You need to write a check for $750,000, $7.5 million, $75 million for that very reason. I take that money and I build the road, and I add the light, and I add the cops, and I increase the school board, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's a transparent, above-board way of addressing exactly your question. And when you do that more consistently and correctly, then what doesn't happen is the commissioner doesn't have a bag of cash show up on his front desk or in his backyard. Yeah, well, I understand that the city would like to have another park. Well, allow me to build that park for you down the street. Or, yeah, I do see that there's a problem with the air conditioning at City Hall. Well, let me send one of my HVAC guys. That happens less, which isn't that what we all want? For that to happen less? So impact fees is just the first thing that comes to my mind to address that.
Mr. Chairman, one further question, if I may. This is great, and this is exactly what I was looking for. I do have a question about, in Georgia, for the school districts, they cannot levy their own impact fees.
Correct.
Tell me your thoughts on that. Is that something that if you were to get your type of restrictions, would you be a proponent of having those school districts being able to levy their own impact fees on a per household basis?
Yeah, that's a big one. And it's a very fair observation. There is an absolute palatable schism in almost every county between the Board of Commissioners and the school board. You've got it in Paulding County. There's constant battling. And it's understandable. The tension's understandable. You want to add all this development, but you're not taking into consideration the fact that you're going to add more kids, and with more kids, I need more schools, and I need more schools, and I need more teachers. I get it. That makes perfect sense. The real responsibility in that instance resides with the Board of Commissioners or the City Council. And I just handled a hearing in Douglas County where they have, it's very interesting, they have all of the Board of Commissioners sitting on one side of the stage, then there's a line, and then there's all the Planning and Zoning Committee members on the other side of the stage. And at the very end of that side of the stage is the superintendent of schools. And he, in that case, he has input into every single Planning and Zoning Commission decision that goes forward. I don't think that's a very bad idea. Now, I don't know, I'm not smart enough to come up with a legislative answer to that, but that makes a lot of sense to have literally a seat at the table when making decisions about adding 150 or 200 rooftops. That makes perfect sense to me. I don't have enough, I'm not smart enough to know how you could impose requirements on, whether it be impact fees or otherwise, parts of the county commission's budget making its way back over to the school board. That's above my pay grade. But I'll offer one more thing just to
Sure.
tie this off. What we saw happen in the Brookhaven case, and it happens in every county, is the county has the authority to issue and grant tax abatement for new developments. Well, guess where the majority of the pennies or dollars of that abated taxes would have gone had it not been abated? To the schools. So there's another way for you to think about cauterizing this problem of money coming into the county but not necessarily going directly to the school system to address the capacity concerns.
If I may, this is incredibly interesting, and he has been very compelling. May I ask one more question, Mr. Chairman?
Please, we are way behind, so if you can, keep it
I'll keep it short.
direct.
I had a bill that would have changed the local constitutional, it was a local constitutional amendment last year that would have changed the Georgia Constitution as it pertains to, just to the county itself. And in that, we were going to give some type of zoning powers, oversight to the school board. Going back to the question about impact fees, tell me your thoughts about the school boards directly levying, having the authority from their board to levy those. Because as you know, no impact fees, no funds that are levied from impact fee may be used for a school project. So you can't commingle those funds. They can't go over there. A direct levy by the school district, that is my question. A direct levy by the school district, by the school board members to place impact fees on developments, and that would mean that those developments would have to come before their board.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the goal where you're trying to get with that suggestion or observation. I can tell you that calling back upon my initial comments before this committee, that we have already too many cities and counties, too many commissions and committees that are making decisions about rezonings and the entitlement process. Adding another layer without removing 5, I would not suggest as a good idea. But I'm sure that there is a way. I'm not smart enough and I haven't thought about it enough yet, but I'm sure there's a way to get where you're trying to get, because I see it and I agree that it's an issue. what I would observe is that, and particularly on the issue of build to rent, I've not seen data, and I would be interested to see it because, and maybe the smarter folks have it, but I've not seen the data that actually shows that if you add 100 home subdivision that's all for rental, that subdivision generates less tax income or less tax proceeds than any other. Yes, sir.
Actually, we do have two more questions I'll get to, but it's a good time to inject this. Actually, the rental house of equal value to the homeowner house pays more taxes because of the lack of homestead exemption.
Ah, there you go.
And so you benefit from the chairman being in the real estate business for 47 years. But two houses of equal value, the house that is leased produces more tax revenue than the house that is owned in most every case because of homestead exemption. And of course, the tenant and the owner of the leased house does not enjoy homestead exemption. So actually, there's more revenue that comes from an equal assessed value.
And
so that seemed like a good time to inject that.
And please, Mr. Chairman, ask someone smarter than me when they get in this chair about whether you have to have a business license, in fact, to be the owner of a subdivision and renting to tenants, because that would be in fact an additional source of tax revenue from that business license.
Well, thank you. We have two other questions. Representative Ridley.
Yes. Thank you. I just had a quick question. I think you've about hit all the other stuff. I mean, one of my first questions was, if counties and cities are not supposed to be doing this, then how are they doing it? And it goes back to the old, if you got the money to fight them, then you can fight them, but most of us don't, so we just give up and go on. And I guess when I go back to kind of what he was talking about was the schools. If I'm not mistaken, in law, schools are not capped on the millage rates. Is that correct?
They're not.
They're not capped on how much millage rate they can.
I don't know.
Millage rate they can go up.
I don't know.
I think the counties. I think the way it reads back, the counties can only go up to a certain amount, but the schools are not. And I think that's where the impact fees, them not being involved in that, came from, because they could go up on the millage rate. From that, I think is the way I read that once before. But I guess my question is it's like these build-to-rents got kind of a life of their own. My buddy owned some apartments. He had 100 apartments, and I'd say 75–80% of them had kids in them. He was paying around $20,000–$25,000 a year in property taxes. Well, you take that same 100 and turn those into houses, and like the chairman said, they don't have homestead exemption. They don't have all these, so they're paying a whole lot more than apartments is. But it seems like if you say, yeah, I'm going to build this subdivision to rent versus I'm going to build apartments, they'll okay apartments all day long, it seems like. But then you do this build to rent, and they don't want to do that. And I guess where I'm going with that, is it the stigmatism that they've got on this build? Are there some here that's been trouble? Where's all that fire kind of coming from?
No, Mr. Ridley, that's a great question. Yes, the answer is yes. There is a stigma in certain jurisdictions. Certain jurisdictions aren't doing anything about this. It's only some. Yes, there is a stigma, and as most of these ordinances go in most cities and counties, someone somewhere had a very bad experience with a build-to-rent community or a rental community, and from that snowballs a campaign, if you will, to move against them. What we've done, and I've got clients that have done this, is that they'll come to a county or a city that they haven't interacted with before, and they'll say, hey, I plan to do this build-to-rent community. Come with me to the one that I did in Gwinnett. And it's been there for 5 years, and you can see exactly what it looks like. The lawns are immaculate. The taxes are all paid. The streets are clean. I mean, that's good business.
Right.
Right? And unbelievably, some cities and county representatives are like, no. I don't want to take you up on that. And so there you have it, right? There's some stigma, there's some other motivation there that is driving their decision.
One more question I've got. Now, this has nothing to do, if I build a subdivision and I've got an HOA and a set of covenants that says that you can't rent in that subdivision, this in any way wouldn't have anything to do with changing that, right?
Correct.
So
no, if I understand the factual predicate, I mean, interrupt you, is if you took, let's say there's a 100-lot subdivision right now, and you went in and bought everybody's house,
Mhm.
and you didn't need to get it rezoned, and you didn't need to do anything. You just started renting all those out, and you put in an HOA. You amended the Declaration of Covenants and Restrictions. This statute would have no impact on that whatsoever.
Well, I guess I'm just the opposite. If I live in that subdivision and I moved in it, and the covenant says you can't rent your house or do that,
Oh.
but then you come in and you want to do a development over here, and we change some stuff like that, that covenants and those people in that subdivision wouldn't have to worry about somebody coming in there and renting their houses. It would just be for this subdivision. That's actually what it was built for.
That
correct?
is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank
yes,
you.
sir.
Chair, recognize Representative Bazemore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for
Yes,
your
ma'am.
presentation, and I'm gonna try to ask these questions together and try to get through this. But the one thing I wanted to know, what is the outcome of the majority of your cases that you're handling? And the reason I ask, because you said this is not, it's not lawful. So I want to know, are you getting favorable responses? And the other question, and I have a follow-up after this, but the other question is, if you told us what you want us to do, but would you be in favor of limitations with regards to us changing how people rent?
Thank you. First answer, I don't mean to imply that all 20 of those cases are litigation around build to rent. Sorry.
Okay.
That is not the case. We have maybe 2 or 3 that are in the very early stages of litigating against two cities. And in those instances, they didn't have an actual ordinance that prohibited build to rent, but what they did was extra legally say to you, I understand that you would like to build these so that you can rent them out. Is that right, Mr. Bloom? Yes, that's right. Well, we're going to deny your preliminary plat. Well, what's wrong with my preliminary plat? And then they come up with some reasons. And then we fix all those reasons, and they still deny them. So there are more cases like that where we know, because the mayor in that city says, I will not let build to rent in this city. I mean, I only have to put 1 and 1 together to get 7, so many times, to know that that's in fact why our preliminary plat's being denied. So that's, the other ones are all the other stuff that cities and counties aren't doing, that cities and counties are doing that I contend run afoul of the Constitution in the land use context. And your second question, I forgot.
Limits.
Oh, right, limits. My ask or my proposal would be to clearly, and Mr. Epstration pointed it out, would be to more clearly identify what cities and counties have the authority to regulate in the context of their zoning powers. And so when you look at the definition of zoning under the ZPL, it's very limited to the improvement, development, and zoning of real property. Nowhere in there does it say anything about occupancy or ownership. And so all I would really suggest is adding clarification to what zoning means in this state. Because then, by definition, you would take that power away from the cities and counties that are trying to impose it in an area where they simply don't have the constitutional authority to do that. So remember, every city and county in this state is created as an animal, as a being from the Constitution and from this building. And they have only the powers that are set forth in either the statutes or the Constitution and nothing more. Like, that's fundamental anti-federalism, it's fundamental Bill of Rights stuff. And so that my proposal would be to amend the ZPL to just make sure that definition of zoning and those 3 things is really clear in that regard.
Okay. And just to follow up, I just wanted to speak to something that was said earlier. I know it is unimaginable that in 2023 that racism is still alive and well, but I've heard it today also, and I can attest that I have been a victim, so I am very aware that it does still happen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bloom, very much for your testimony and your patience with a number of questions. I did want to ask a couple of things. Of course, just to repeat this, and we've gone in a lot of different directions, all of which were good questions, very pertinent. But one of the strong messages I heard from you, and I just want to verify that, is you believe that local governments, counties and cities are overreaching and that their prohibition of build-to-lease housing is a violation of the state constitution. You believe that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And of course, this committee is dealing with a broad range of housing issues, not just build-to-lease. That is certainly an important aspect of what we're doing. Could you give any other, and you may have already mentioned this a minute ago, and I'm sorry, I'm multitasking here, which I'm not very good at, so I may not have heard. Did you give any other examples of other local regulations you're seeing that is not, that would go beyond what the Constitution requires or allows in the way of local government's zoning powers and home rule powers?
Yeah, so there are two, I would say, two buckets that I see a lot of. The first bucket is around this notion of ownership and occupancy, which really focuses on the build-to-rent problem or issue. And there are lots of different ways that cities and counties are prohibiting build-to-rent in their jurisdiction without explicitly saying it, without simply, which is really, in my opinion, the worst of all worlds, right? You're implementing or enforcing a policy that I can't find in your code. Your code doesn't say anything about prohibiting build-to-rent, yet when I try to get my preliminary plat approved, you tell me that you can't approve it, and I say, well, what, the statute just says I have to check these boxes, aren't they all checked? You say, well, yeah, they're all checked, but I can't approve it. That's when I end up suing you. And if you're gonna prohibit build-to-rent, you have got to go through the process that the Open Meetings Act requires, that the Sunshine Act requires, that democracy requires, that you advertise it, you have a hearing, you hear from both sides, you pass a law, and then I submit, if you did a law that prohibited rentals, it would still be unconstitutional, but at least you've done it in the light of day. The second bucket is in building design elements. So about 3 years ago, there was a movement afoot, maybe it's 5 years ago, COVID ruins everybody's sense of years. There was a movement afoot among jurisdictions to try to regulate what your building looked like. What kind of tile you used, what kind of recess the windows were, how the driveways looked in comparison to the front porches, what the fences looked like, things that were purely aesthetic. And counties were trying to impose their subjective views of aesthetics on private property owners, which is, again, nowhere in the Constitution. It does not contemplate that cities and counties were going to act as what were basically architectural review committees. It's just not a power conferred upon them. So that's another really clear example. And there was some legislation, I think, that got a nod in this building for a little while that might have gone up and down. You might be familiar with that. I don't remember the bill number. It's been so long. But that tried to address that same thing. And the goal, or I should say the method of addressing that issue was similar to what I've proposed, which is to more carefully define what zoning means. And that we don't have to amend the Constitution. The Constitution says you can govern zoning. You can regulate zoning. So now all we need is a good definition of zoning. And it should be what it is, use. You can use that for a soccer field. You can use this for a shopping center. You could use this for a hair salon. You could use this for an office.
And I'm not an attorney, of course, and this follows up a little bit to Chairman Administration's question relative to build to lease specifically. But those other issues you're describing, is it your opinion that those things could be handled legislatively without having to change the Constitution? Amend the Constitution?
100%. Yeah, 100%. The only, it's interesting, interesting to a real estate geek like me, but the only place that zoning is defined anywhere in our laws is in the zoning's procedure law. And that has a definition of zoning that I've offered to you. And it's a little mushy, but I think that that's the place where all you would have to do is to clarify what zoning truly means, and more importantly, what it doesn't mean. And if you did that effectively, and I think you could very easily, you'd be down the road.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bloom. We appreciate your presentation, and thank you for your patience with a number of questions. And thank you for being with us today.
It was my pleasure. Good luck, and God bless to all you.
Next, we have the University of Georgia Bulldogs, College of Family and Consumer Sciences, Dr. Andy Carswell, Ms. Cheryl Brown, and Mr. Michael Goris, is it? Is that right? I did pretty good with that. No. Well, thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for having me here. Allow me just a few seconds to fire up the PowerPoint. Uh-oh. Okay. That would not have been good for my first testimony for a committee. Well, I'm not as extemporaneous as the previous speaker, so I have a few little reminder. Yes, sir.
I didn't go to University of Georgia. You got to use simpler words than that.
I'm not as good off the cuff as our previous speaker. So, and I want to get a timer on me here so I just know that I'm not going, because as my students will attest, I can blather on. So I have a way. So, as you mentioned, I'm from the University of Georgia, and it's probably a little helpful to know my background. I've been at the College of Family and Consumer Sciences for 20 years this January. And I also, before that, I think it's also helpful to know that from 1990 through early 1997, I worked in Washington, D.C. for the National Association of Home Builders in their Economics and Mortgage Finance Division. In this role, actually, before I get to that, I just want to mention that, as you pointed out, even though I'm up here, the team is the thing, and I would not have been able to have put together this presentation without my team, and that is Cheryl Brown and Michael Gowries, who's sitting right there. And because this is a very data-driven presentation, I suspect there'll be questions that are data-specific, and so I suspect that Michael will be available to pinch hit if there's a question that kind of exceeds some of my data authority. One of the things that I think is important that you know as we go through this, a lot of the stats that you're seeing here are from something known as the American Housing Survey. And I wouldn't expect any of you to be very lucid with the American Housing Survey because it's a very geeky kind of thing that and a lot of data points. But I think it actually provides a good contextual and an empirical. We talked about empiricism earlier, one of the earlier presentations. I think this is an attempt to get to that. So when we look at housing demographics and households and how they change over the life cycle, and especially as they relate to what I may shorthandedly refer to as SFDR, single-family detached rentals, we see a few demographics that kind of jump out, one of which is single families, single parents, and seniors. And there's a quote that wasn't included on this particular slide, but was in my notes. One of my colleagues, Wegman, says that Americans are able to live in homes that best fit their changing needs over the life cycle. And as you go through these stages, you have changing needs. And single parents need more space. Seniors will likely have the need to maybe go back in their housing decision a little bit because they may not want home ownership anymore. They may want to cash out of their home and go to a rental situation, but still kind of have the feel of what they had before, which would be a single-family detached homes. I probably neglected in my intro that I'm an adjunct faculty at the Institute of Gerontology within the university. And that dynamic does occur where they sort of pull back from their housing. So I think this is sort of a graphic representation of what Ryan was referring to earlier, where you have, we have in the U.S. Predominantly a 0 or a 1. You're a renter or you're a homeowner, and there's not much space in between. This sort of provides, if you want to think conceptually, which I do, that single-family detached rentals sort of serves as a bridge between those two extremes. I would certainly agree with that. And so in class, I use the housing ladder as a way of looking at housing over the life cycle. You can go up, you can go back. I don't want to suggest that going back is a negative thing, but in the case of seniors, as I've already mentioned, they do oftentimes. And so removing any step along the way does remove, we've heard about choice, and I think sort of removing that pedestal is removing some choice and makes upward transition more financially prohibitive, especially in the short term. And this is some animation that we put in there. If you take out that that step there, it's basically it's just a graphic representation of how it eliminates choice. Now, on this slide, as we kind of narrow the focus, this is across sort of all housing types, and the monthly household income that's needed, or not so much needed, but shows up in the data as to which housing type you take. That middle portion there is, you can see across the entire spectrum here, it's income dependent. As you go from at the very left, the far end extreme, you've got renting or owning mobile single family. I think we can all pretty conceptualize that as being on the lower end of the income spectrum. But in the middle there is the rental single family. And that takes up about $5,500 of monthly income, and that's on a gross basis. If that housing doesn't meet the needs of these people, it puts downward pressure on markets through lack of supply, basically, if you're looking at economics drivers there. Speaking of drivers, on just drivers of housing choice, the biggest ones from a household standpoint are education, and just simply if you have an increased percentage of households who hold, there are an increasing percentage of households that hold at least a bachelor's degree. This drives up income and gives renters that impetus to rise up that ladder over time. If we go back to the ladder analogy. The household size, an increase in the percentage of households who are married or in a committed partnership suggests that they're going to want a square footage increase as well. And so this drives the impetus for moving from a traditional rental to maybe something that's a single family detached rental. And then one thing we talk about in my college and in my classes is perhaps in journal articles as well is theory of housing adjustment. What are these things that are basically like housing norms that people have? And probably doesn't surprise many people on this panel that we like size. An increase in household size usually necessitates more space. Although we like to think of more space as square footage, certainly the mind comes to that particular measure, can also, it's a pretty good proxy to talk about number of bedrooms too. So increasing the number of bedrooms is a decent proxy for the space norm. All right, so as we kind of get to the data set itself, we've been kind of building up to this point. One of the things that obviously shouldn't surprise anybody, but if we're looking at what things make people most satisfied, and just to back up just a little bit, The American Housing Survey allows you to look at people's satisfaction on what we call a 10-point Likert scale. It's just on a scale of 1 to 10. How do you like your house? How do you like your neighborhood? And those are the two things that they ask about from a satisfaction standpoint. Makes sense on the American Housing Survey. And so you can see that owned versus rent, single family versus multifamily, detached versus attached. Yes, all those people who are in those types of housing prefer that type of housing over the alternative. Interestingly, though, as we tease out all of these conditions and analyze just residential satisfaction versus neighborhood, rent accommodations are the only category where neighborhood satisfaction exceeds unit satisfaction. So well, we can't really know for sure. The survey has its limitations, but we can conclude that these households are sort of buying into the experience. And what I mean by that is that maybe they buy a lesser home, or they don't buy a lesser home, they rent what they consider to be a lesser structure in order to get into the neighborhood because of schools or amenities that the neighborhood has to offer. So that's, and this is the only sort of scenario where neighborhood was greater than unit satisfaction. Also, not surprisingly, the structure type, 59, almost 60% of the structures that encompass the American Housing Survey. I've failed to mention how many we're talking about here, but it's roughly about 63,000. So it's a big, robust data set, and it's provided by the U.S. Census Bureau. I also forgot to mention that, too. Predominant housing type in the U.S. is single-family detached. What might be surprising, I know it surprised us, was the fairly decent percentage of that chunk of the pie there that is single-family detached rentals. 4,933 from the survey itself. That comprises 15.1% of the chunk, but 9.1% of the overall total. And that, if you're to extrapolate that, obviously this isn't a sample of every house in the U.S., but if you add the weights, you figure out that that comes out to about 11.3 million households nationally. So that's that. All right, so average age, if we're just zeroing in now on those single-family detached renters, average age, 45 years old. Household income, just under 68,000. These are not people with huge incomes, but it seems very middle class. Predominantly females. And on these next three bullet points, I kind of need to separate out the two within the set. So the predominant demographic is a married couple at almost 40%, predominantly whites, 70%, and then predominantly married as opposed to not married. But to take those second sets of data there, I think it's very important to provide some context. The nearly 23% where it's a female-only household, that is a statistically significant difference from all housing. So I think that's important to note. So this is, and these are the demographics that would be pretty adversely impacted if single-family detached rentals were to just go away. By the same token, on the African-American front, 22%, and the national average 13.5, is it? Yeah, 13.5%. So if you took that away, that's again is a statistically significant difference. And the never married is also a bigger chunk than for all housing, if you were to look at all housing itself. Average of 3 people per household. We didn't use the decimal point like a previous speaker did. And about, it's fairly even split, but you can look at both sides of the coin here. 55.3% had some college education. You want to look at it another way, 44.7% had high school or less. So predominantly one-story structures. We're not talking about multi-story structures here. And we're also not talking about very large square footage either. It's probably okay to surmise that it's more square footage than they might have had as a renter, but we don't really know that from the data. We can only just sort of assume that. So there is an element of density that can be appreciated here. And almost to kind of add on to that, 1/4 acre or less lot size, you got almost 70% that are in there. So we're not talking about a huge footprint. And if I can extrapolate a little bit further, almost 1/4 of the households live in 1/8 of an acre or less. So that is a pretty dense environment. About 13% of them are regulated by HOAs. The average number of bedrooms is around 3. And by the way, to just sort of expand on this, you're starting to see the number of bedrooms actually catch up to the number of occupants. So in the single-family detached rental situation, you're seeing a little bit more adequacy of bedrooms that you might not see in the traditional multifamily environment. And there's probably these last 2 bullet points are amenities that you don't see in traditional multifamily, and this is kind of the point of moving up to a single-family detached rental. People like amenities, and so they'll have more than 1 bathroom, almost 2/3, not quite. And then access to a garage or carport seems pretty high, 70%. Now, a little context here is that there is a component within the American Housing Survey that, frankly, as a researcher, I love, which is, okay, recent mover module. So we not only get to see where they're at now, but we get some context as to what they had before. And that's very welcome for somebody that tracks housing and population and what kind of housing that the population decides to get into. So recent movers is considered those who have moved within the last 2 years. And with the American Housing Survey being a 2-year survey, they redo it every odd year. This is a 2019, and you might say, well, why are you not using 2021? They haven't come out with that yet. But anyway, so the average amount of time that they're in the residence is, this is not an itinerant population. They do get some roots or gain some roots in the community, 5.3 years. We didn't look at the average number of years of residence for single family ownership, but my guess is it's really not that far off. The 36%, so a lot of people seem to be moving to single family detached rentals, 36.4%. It's a decent percentage. And the other contextual information that I really like is that they provide information about why they moved. And the top three reasons that they did were better home, desirable neighborhood, and starting a family. So these are all 3 very admirable reasons why you'd want to move to an area that we assume is better for them. And when you move from the multifamily rental, yet another sort of variable that we kind of go back to is, okay, how would you rate, forget about the rating of this house on a 1 to 10 scale, how would you rate it compared to your previous home? And so if you're moving from a multifamily rental, and I think the big takeaway from this pie chart is just the areas in blue. Very heavy case of you have, they appreciate their current housing as opposed to their previous housing, and same thing goes for their neighborhood. And I'd have another piece of animation here, so it's a different set of pie charts. If you are moving from a single family home, so if you're going down the steps, so to speak, this could be one of those situations with a senior household. I kind of look at the gray area there, and the gray area is the predominant area within each of these pie charts. The rating of the current housing compared to their previous is just as about the same, and that's probably what they're doing, is substituting a single family ownership situation for a single family rental situation where they don't have to pay the taxes, so to speak, or mess around with all kinds of homeowner things that they just kind of want to move on from. Okay. The AHS is not exactly all a bed of roses. They don't have good state data. I realize we're in front of a state body here, but we can kind of do some backdoor analysis, and that's what we've done. One thing they do, the AHS actually does, is they tell you which metro area you're from. And in this case, Atlanta makes up 5% of AHS households, AHS 2019. That is a pretty robust number when you're dealing with 63,000 households. So we were able to do some analysis within the Atlanta metro area. But the even better part is that we were able to kind of take some of the Atlanta data, compare it against Georgia, and we see, you can tell from these data points, the percentages are kind of the same. So whatever we're looking at from an Atlanta standpoint, you can probably interpolate that it works for the state as well. Okay, so on the when we look at SFDRs for Metro Atlanta, what we do find is that there are some similarities with national SFDR population. What we need to focus here on is where are those subtle differences. And so, in other words, what population might be more vulnerable to changes in those types of accommodations. We mentioned already that the female households, not married, and the African American households are the ones that could be hurt the most. And because I didn't want to bore you too much with a lot of data, I do have some extra data to kind of show you how this compares with the Atlanta MSA total and with the total AHS population, which is the entire country. So from an Atlanta MSA standpoint, on the female side, it's head of household, it's 49.5%, so 58% for single-family detached rentals is a much higher percentage. 48.5% in Atlanta Metro are not married, so 63 is much higher than that. And African-American population in Atlanta Metro is about 35.8%. So that is much lower than the 47%. The percentages are a little bit similar for female not married in the total universe of AHS, which means the entire country, but as far as race of householders, head of householders that are African American is 15.1% from a national standpoint. So predominantly a larger percentage here among Atlanta single-family detached rental population. So while the low-income population may not be the target population of single-family detached rental or build-to-rent community, What we see is that from this slide here is that these accommodations do once again meet a need. 11% of subsidized of the SFDR stock is being rented by those with subsidized housing. It's a pretty good bet that a lot of those are voucher holders of some sort that are moving to perhaps a little bit better housing than they might have had before. And the figures in the bar chart to the right are just how this compares to household income from a total Atlanta perspective and total AHS. And you can see that the income's a little bit lower for that 11% slice, actually a lot lower in some cases. Okay, we're hitting the home stretch here. And one thing to remind you about with this next 2 or 3 slides is that we're looking at 2019 numbers, and we know full well that rents and just housing costs in general have changed a lot in 3 years. I think everybody can agree with that. And another helpful thing about the AHS is they tell us, oh, okay, well, we don't know your state, and but we can figure out your metro areas I mentioned, but they also look at non-metro areas, which are, we can intuit, are rural. So you don't expect a ton of single-family detached rentals in rural areas, but survey came out with 489. And then for all of the metro, these are just all the big cities that aren't encompassed in this list here. I mean, Nashville, the list goes on. There's a lot of metro areas that you don't necessarily see up there. But you see that Georgia's rental figure in 2019 is not exorbitantly higher than a lot of these metro areas. And I think that's all I want to say about that. Now, when we take the band of income, I really credit Michael with this because I would never have been able to put this thing together. But what you're seeing on the left is what we call a box and whiskers plot. You don't really need to know anything other than that the box portion of that is the 25th to the 75th percentile of incomes in Atlanta metro area. And so that puts it roughly between 36,405 and 70,000 thereabouts. The number that you see in the box is the actual average. The target we're looking at, though, is the 49,360. And which occupation, so we're again borrowing from another data set. This one is the BLS occupation category. And the BLS categorizes occupations into 22 broad groups. And the red, yellow, and green here are basically, okay, can these broad occupational categories, the average annual salary within those broad occupational categories, can they afford the single-family detached rental? And it's about half of them that can. And one caveat that I do have to mention here, we didn't want to get, we wanted to make sure we did our due diligence, and we went back and looked at income changes for these groups using 2021 data. And there was some compression of salaries or average salaries relative to rental points for those two categories there, installation and repair and community and social service. But I would argue that, this is the last slide coming up, there's more devil in the details when you go beyond the broad occupational categories. You know, within an occupational category, you can have a long line of job types, that some that go very low or low income, some that go high. We wanted to look at 4 specific categories here: education, medical, public safety, and other essential services, and look at whether or not, again, using that red, yellow, green type of methodology, which of these job types were most likely to be able to afford single-family detached rentals. And you can see that from an educational standpoint, kindergarten teachers, elementary school teachers, secondary school teachers, and special education teachers, they meet the mark. And so some refer to this as sort of workforce housing. I know that term's probably been used in this forum before. When we look at the 2021 data as well, it still applies. There are some specific occupations here that kind of fell back a little bit due to income changes and rental rates, but not too many, and nobody gained. But you can see that there are some specific job types like registered nurses and nurse practitioners that do this kind of housing, does sort of fit their income wheelhouse, so to speak. And I think, as a matter of fact, oh, wow, 30 minutes. I made it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Caldwell, for your presentation. You do have a question from Representative Momdan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a quick question about your last slide there.
Oh, sure.
Is the assumption that the home would only have one, either the mother or the father, in the household?
Thank you for bringing up something I forgot to point out. When
Well,
the
I figured something was missing.
No.
I was listening intently.
No, is that head of household, by the way? Yeah, okay, that'd be head of household. We can't really tell if that's two incomes in that household in that specific situation. But in the earlier slide, I did sort of mention that when you, or I should have mentioned that when you form a family, and what happens a lot is you do have two incomes in the family.
So 50, what's it, the special education teachers, I happen to be married to one of them.
Oh, good for you.
That is 71,750. Is that a household income or is that just her income?
That, just hers, yes. This is BLS, which more focuses on the person.
So this would be, could a single person without a mother and a father in a household, could they afford a
That is correct.
rental?
That is correct.
That's what we're looking at. That's
Yep.
kind of the study here, is if a single parent could do that.
That's right. That's right.
It's important to clarify that the measure of affordability is the 30% rule that Ryan from Habitat used earlier. And it's a gray area in terms of whether or not it is affordable, but for measurement purposes, it tends to be kind of go-ahead rule that we use. 30% of your income spent on housing.
I'm a Dave Ramsey guy. I'm 25%.
Seeing no other questions, it seems to me the heart of the two issues, of course, about workforce housing, as we use that phrase a lot. But also, it seems to me that your studies and the revelation here, one of them is that when people are renting, if they choose to be tenants, they'd prefer to live in a single-family detached house rather than an apartment as a rule.
That seems to be the case. You know, it's one of the limitations, and I know everybody knows this, but using a survey, you can't get into the minds, but you can a little bit with those questions about how was your previous home, or how do you like this home relative to your previous home. And, you know, people usually go towards more amenities. More amenities usually means you like your home better. You don't need a PhD to figure that out.
Right.
So.
Well, it seems to me to be part of what we're dealing with here is evolution of meeting demand, and that it has been determined that people prefer to live in a single-family detached house, and the marketplace is reacting to try to provide that. And so I appreciate your studies and your presentation to us.
Thank you. No more questions? I feel like I got off easy.
Yeah. It was your calming demeanor.
Okay.
But thank you very much for your
you.
presentation, and thanks to your colleagues as well.
Okay.
Let's take about a 5-minute stretch break to be wide awake for our last two presenters. Just get up and stretch a little bit, and then we'll finish up. Folks online.
Yeah, well, one of them had to bail. He
Okay,
couldn't
that's
sit
no
down.
worries.
So I've only got one, and he's only on the phone.
That's fine.
But he said his audio connection is really spotty, and he wasn't able to hear a whole lot of the conversation that just happened.
Well, we can do whatever you, however you want to do.
I'll ask Brock when he gets back what we could do about that.
So it's do as much or as little as
20, 25, even 30-minute range. We won't do more than 30 days.
Yeah, no. Take as much time as you want.
Okay.
Not rushing.
Thank you. Testing, testing. Speaker on the Zoom phone call.
Is her number 912-729-5555?
And but he said he's got a real spotty connection. He's not hearing. Can we make him live where we can test the audio?
I can't test him right now. I don't control the Zoom. I don't control the Zoom. The Zoom is controlled by House Media Services.
Okay.
So I'm.
How do we make him live when the time comes?
We'll recognize him on Zoom, and then House Media Services will be hearing, and they can build in. And then if he unmutes himself,
can we do that right now in the break?
I can't get him to. I can't get House Media Services to do that right now.
If they're listening, can you hear that request?
They may have. They may be on break right now. So, but if it doesn't work, we can. Figure out. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Hope springs eternal.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, everybody thinks I control it. It's like
okay.
I'm just monitoring to see if anybody raises their hand.
All right.
Chat function.
Testing, testing. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, can you hear me?
Testing 1, 2, 3,
Hello.
4.
You're coming in spotty. I don't know if you can hear me.
We don't have a way to know until the time comes. He can hear bits and pieces. He said his passcode is
Hello,
not
is
working,
anybody there?
and because of that, he can't even like put a request into the chat for them to. Because he's on his phone on audio, but it's bad, and then it can't log into the software because the passcode's not working.
He didn't even happen to use the link for tomorrow's, did he?
If he can tell him to log into like actually by typing in the meeting ID. I had that issue this morning. Using the link, don't use the link, just type it in using the actual function. Just that should help.
He's told me I can't rotate the truck. Yeah.
I rotate my trunk list if there's one time.
I said trunk, not straw.
Straws. Depends on the eye to hold it. Is that microphone still on?
Tim Allen's movies are on my list.
I'm not gonna pass that one up. I don't give a damn. That one's going after.
It's a rare sequel to watch.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting toward the end here. We have Mr. Hackney with the home builders, and we look forward to his presentation. He had a couple of people, but I think you tell us what the adjustment is.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Austin Hackney. I'm here on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Georgia. I do have our current president of our association this year, who's a home builder out of Camden County, Georgia, is joining us by Zoom, and he's on the audio-only feature. But my intention here today is to give you a little bit of background about the Home Builders Association, what home building means to the state of Georgia and to our local communities, and then to ask Trevor to tell us a little bit about his personal experiences as a home builder and being in a heavily regulated industry and what that means for his business and the work they do. So just to get things started, like I said, my name is Austin Hackney. The Home Builders Association of Georgia was started in 1955. We have 23 local home builders associations. So if you were a home builder yourself, you would join the local association in your area. That's where you'd meet associate members like insurance agents and mortgage bankers and pest control companies and everything in between. We currently have about almost 1,500 builder members and about 3,500 member companies total. Our association focuses on advocacy, workforce development, and member services. And if you are talking about a home builder issue here at the state capitol, I hope you'll include me in that conversation, or Cindy Morley, who many of you know, who's our Director of Public Affairs. I wanted to start with just some overview of the economic impact of housing in Georgia. We've talked a lot about it already today, but from our numbers, basically we have a study that the National Association of Home Builders produces about the impact of 100 homes on the state or a local community, and we're able, and that's the 1 year impact. There's an annually reoccurring impact of those 100 homes as they continue to exist in that environment, and we're able to multiply that out by the 53,419 building permits that were pulled across the state of Georgia last year. So I'm going to do my best to not read the facts that are on these slides out loud while you're looking directly at them. But this is the 1 year impact of 100 homes on this slide. And then on this slide, the 1 year impact of those 53,419 new homes that were started in 2021. So obviously a huge economic engine for the state of Georgia. And I won't make you try and squint so hard that you can read this slide. We've talked a lot today about the cost of new homes on a local government and whether or not a new home can pay for itself. And we know that new residents use new infrastructure or have requirements of city or county services. So, you know, how does that comparison shake out? So we're back to the 100 homes example. This, in this study, it's 100 single-family homes and 100 rental units, which they say, the economists that did the study estimate will bring in $10.6 million in tax and other revenue for state and local government. Will result in $1 million in current expenditures by the governments to provide those services. And I'll share this whole study with the committee so you don't have to try and parse out all of this. But basically the current expenditures would be like salaries and other bills that they're paying right then. There's also $3.2 million in capital investment, so the structures and infrastructure equipment that's required to provide these services. Okay, so the this study assumes a 3.73% bond rate that the locals are going to be borrowing for this capital investment. And then in a typical year after the first, the single-family homes and rental apartments result in $2.4 million in tax and other revenue for the state and local governments and $2.1 million in the continued expenditures needed to provide those services. So the difference or the delta between the two numbers is the operating surplus, we hope. The operating surplus in this situation, we're looking at over a 15-year period, generating $44.4 million in revenue compared to $33.5 million in costs. And like I said, I can break down some of the and I'll share this whole study with you, but they, like we did in that explanation, they separate the expenses and the capital investment into two different categories. The expenses, for example, for education, they show for a single-family house would be about $4,200. But of course, you know, that's paying the teachers, paying the staff. The capital expense or the, for schools is $5,500. So we're adding those two together. And the Habitat for Humanity presentation about the kids in the houses is going to be a little bit different than the national average. You know, Habitat's mission is very family focused, and so they're going to be chasing after those families that need the houses, and that I assume is how they got to their 2.5 kids per house average. The average nationwide for a single-family house is about 0.6 kids per household. So now we're including not just the Habitat families, but everybody who might be a single young person all the way to a retired couple. You know, this is the total, so 0.6 children per household, or 0.4 in a multifamily unit. So that's the difference that we want to talk about for just overall, and that came from the American Housing Survey, which I think Dr. Carswell alluded to in his presentation. Here is a graph that puts that in illustrated format, cumulative cost and cumulative revenue over the 15-year period. The study itself can separate single-family and multifamily if that's of interest to you. That'll be included in the document. The gentleman from the Georgia Public Policy Foundation talked about the L's. This is the easiest way we have to illustrate the costs of what goes in, the inputs into a new home construction. He hit all 5. We used to have 4. And then mortgage rates have gone up and up, and so we've added lending to this list. But I'll also add that lending is not just mortgage rates. Home builders need financing to undertake these huge endeavors, and so construction lending is a part of that L as well. Lumber is the term to encompass all building materials. We've talked about it already today, but lumber prices are up nearly 75%, currently stand above 600 per 1,000 board feet. And just for context, the 25-year average price until 2019 was $343 per 1,000 board feet. Last May, they were above 1,500, I think above 1,800, and traded for above 1,000 for much of the year. So on average, nationwide, since spring of 2020, lumber prices have added $14,300 to the price of a typical single-family home. That is a house that built the exact same way with the exact same materials would have cost $14,300 less had those lumber prices not gone up so significantly last year. Labor, another L from that list. A shortage of 449,000 construction workers nationwide. And it's worth pointing out that these are good paying jobs. The median wage is $45,760, and the median construction worker wage more than $49,000, so above the U.S. median there. Lending, this is a quote from the National Association of Home Builders chairman, a gentleman named Jerry Conter, who is a home builder in Savannah, and so a Georgian serving in that role. But as each of you know, mortgage rates were under 2% last year, and now they're over 6%. So I'm sure we're going to hear from some mortgage bankers during these proceedings about what kind of impact that has on the buying public. I mentioned the construction loans. Home builders need capital to start new developments. Can come from different sources, but we saw community banks be decimated in the Great Recession. I'm sure each of you have several community banks in your districts that are no longer there. Private investors are another source of the funding for new residential developments. This is the most expensive for a home builder. Those private investors are expecting a significant turn on their investment. Wall Street banks are kind of a new thing for a lot of our members in Georgia that are a source for this funding. They're here today. We've seen how hot the housing market has been. We don't know if they're going to be here tomorrow. One of the L's that you guys can do something about, laws. This can be local regulations. This can be state laws. We heard from the Public Policy Foundation about the cost of government regulation in new homes. Some examples that we've gotten are a academic study that found it took an average of 788 days to prepare and submit and receive approval for an individual federal wetlands permit. So that is a huge amount of time for one single permit for a new subdivision. And when we're talking about these unnecessary regulations or government red tape that we'd like to cut through, we try and separate, as the earlier speaker did, the state's mandatory construction codes, which apply to all new homes across the state, that do have to do with the safety of the home or the integrity of the building structure. When we're talking about these design mandates, we've kind of gone past those construction code requirements into a more aesthetic environment where we're not talking about safety anymore. We're just talking about what some elected or not elected decision makers locally think looks better than an alternative. A couple of examples. I've got two of these from the city of blank. Mr. Bloom, who sat here a little while ago, he didn't mind calling these cities out by name, but I just wanted to show you a couple of examples of permit and other fees that a builder or a new home buyer has to pay before they start picking out finishes and paving driveways and putting a roof on the house. These are just fees to start that process. So this one's a little unique. It's got a sidewalk fee, which you pay into the sidewalk fund if you don't want to build your own sidewalk, and eventually the city will come out and use that money to build a sidewalk in front of your house. They also charge a tree recompense fee, which I'd like to explain because I assume that nobody really knows about tree recompense fees. But if you're building a new home and you need to take a tree out to put that structure in the ground, you know, some cities, mostly in the metro Atlanta area, charge to take the tree out. And so this is just money you're paying for the opportunity to pay an arborist to come in and remove the tree. And a lot of them have a secondary follow-up fee of replanting new trees. And so in this example, they took out one big tree. They had to pay the city $10,000. I assume they had to pay the tree company another $10,000. And then they had to pay $12,000 for replacement trees. This particular community requires pervious pavers in the driveway as a water retention method. That's a $10,000 expense, which he explained to me is $10,000 above what a regular concrete poured driveway would have cost. And then some of the water quality requirements they have. So that came up to $50,000. My other example is closer to $40,000. Same types of requirements. And these cities are in the metro Atlanta area, and their median priced house can absorb some of these costs. And so that's how they're getting away with it so far. But when you see the starting point, you realize pretty quickly that there's not going to be a $200,000 house built in that community if you have to pay the government $50,000 just to play ball. I mentioned our state's mandatory construction codes. We actually have a great process in Georgia for adopting these international codes. The International Codes Council is a body that creates these codes. They've been doing it for years and years. Georgia is one of many states who use the ICC codes for the mandatory construction codes. Every state does it differently. Our state has a State Codes Advisory Committee at DCA, Department of Community Affairs. It's a 19-member industry stakeholder committee. The Home Builders Association is able to nominate one builder to serve on that committee. Most of the members are local building officials who have to interpret these codes and enforce them locally, and then other industry stakeholders. This example that I wanted to include about the fire code is interesting because a lot of the times at these code hearings, you start from a safety perspective. Okay, it's the electric code. We know how important electricity safety measures can be. And then you start to talk about the cost-benefit analysis. Okay, are we going to require, $5,000 worth of fire sprinklers in every house, or are we going to require $300 worth of smoke detectors in every house? And do we have any empirical data about are smoke detectors effective on saving lives, or how far do we go and how much does it cost? So those are the conversations that codes body has. This requirement in the fire code for a second entrance on subdivisions with more than 30 lots. So that's in the code. There's a safety argument for it. If one entrance is blocked, they want to be able to get the fire truck into the neighborhood. And so we go to the codes body and say, hey, for a 30-lot subdivision, you're going to require a second entrance, then there's not going to be a whole lot of 30-lot subdivisions built anymore. It's just a lot of these are a single street with a cul-de-sac at the end and 15 houses on each side. And so that just can't happen if you got to then figure out another entrance. And really, does DOT even want another entrance on this state road over here? So that was something that we were able to work with the insurance commissioner and the state fire marshal's office about this code and say, hey, maybe that threshold should be 120, and for those big subdivisions, this might actually make more sense. And maybe instead of only being able to install sprinklers at that expense, we look for alternate compliance methods like a dedicated fire lane or some other ways to get the trucks into the neighborhood. So, there are ways to take these regulations, which should be health and safety focused, and make sure that the cost-benefit analysis to the home buying public is something that our state regulators are considering. And why does it matter? The priced out models that our National Association puts together show the for the median new home price, which is $412,000 in the U.S. We've already heard today it's about $350,000 in the state of Georgia. For the national numbers, if you add $1,000 to that $412,000 house, then 117,932 additional U.S. households are unable to afford that house at the new price. 87 million U.S. households already can't afford the median price house. So to that 87 million, you're adding 117,000 households for every $1,000 it goes up. In Georgia, 1.4 million Georgia households cannot afford a median price house. I think we've got almost 11 million total population, a lot less than that number of households, but 1.4 million cannot afford that median price house. So here in Georgia, adding the 1,000 prices out 4,851 Georgia households. All right, Rob Dietz is the chief economist for the National Association of Home Builders. These 5 points are his kind of latest status of the home building industry. I wanted to share this with you guys during my time here. Mortgage rates will keep climbing. 2022 will be the first year since 2011, which will see a decline in single-family home building compared to the previous year. In Georgia, I'll give you a state-specific example. In 2005, we had about 93,000 building permits pulled across the state. So that many new homes started in 2005. In 2011, that number was closer to 13,000 building permits pulled across the state. So a huge, staggering decrease in that number. And every year since 2011, it's gone steadily up. I said earlier we were at 53,000 last year, so it's getting better. I think 93,000 was probably unsustainable and led to some of that, what we saw in the recession, but my hope is that we even out somewhere around 60 to 65,000 a year. That seems sustainable to me. And then a couple more from the national economists. Buyers may have more inventory to choose from as other buyers are out of the market due to mortgage rates. There are now more ways to get bang for your buck for many buyers. We know in Metro Atlanta at least, we've typically been a drive till you can afford it kind of community. So now that more buyers are able to work from home and don't need to get to the city core, they've got a lot more options for where they can live. And then remodeling was, of course, a kind of a hot spot for our industry over the past couple of years, and we think that'll continue. So our members actually had our fall conference last week at Jekyll Island, and I got to poll our group about the top concerns for our membership within Georgia Home Builder Association. Materials pricing and availability, their number one concern. Workforce development, number two. And then the next three on the list are all local regulations. So, you know, of the 5 L's, you got 3 of them that are the top concerns for Georgia home builders this year. So that is my presentation. If you'll let me, I'd like to introduce our current president, Trevor Reddick, who's the CEO of Reddick Construction in Kingsland, Georgia, and ask him to say a few words about his experience as a home builder in the industry, and then we could take questions, both of us.
Thank you, Austin. Can y'all hear me okay?
So I don't know how to cue Trevor on the audio.
Thank you, Austin. Can y'all hear me okay?
Okay, is he on the line?
As far as I know.
Yes.
Are you there, Mr. Reddick?
I am. Can y'all hear me?
He said he's in the meeting room waiting to be let in, and he can hear you.
Let's see. I'm in.
We can hear you, Trevor.
No, you can hear me.
Yes, we can now.
All right.
Are you there, Mr. Reddick?
Yes. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Sorry about that. As Austin mentioned, my name is Trevor Reddick, and I'm the president of Home Builders Association of Georgia. Had that prestigious title for almost a week now, so I appreciate everything that's going on. And I'm also the CEO of my company, Reddick Construction, and let's see if y'all got it there. Okay, and a county commissioner down here in Camden County. So don't hold that against me. But we're actually, I'm going to make this brief because we are in a state of emergency. We've got Hurricane Ian coming in, and we've started evacuating selective zones due to flooding issues and stuff. But as Austin, I started my company in 2012, probably the worst time to start a home building company, right on the tail end of a recession. And in 2013, we built our first home, and it was listed and sold for $179,000. And that was a plan that was about, I want to say 1,850 square feet. And so just last week, we put that same home under contract, and it went under contract for $359,000. And so roughly that's about double of where we started at almost 10 years ago. And, keep in mind, percentage wise, we really aren't making any more profit on that. It's just strictly due to increases. And I believe Austin covered a lot of the main issues. Specifically what we're seeing is a lack of workforce development. Certainly material price and volatility, and also overregulation on building and development. And one of the examples I'd like to give on that is, we're also a developer. We started a development company last year. And, as far as we've got certain municipalities in our area, and I'm down here on the southeast corner, as far southeast as you can go in Georgia. So we're right below Brunswick, right above Jacksonville, Florida. And we've got, a certain municipality, I'm not going to call any names, but they are wanting to mandate quality of life amenities. And, don't get me wrong, everybody, wants to have quality of life amenities and a nice quality of life. But really the only mechanism to maintain amenities are an HOA. And so really what we're doing is focused on workforce housing. These are homes for teachers, nurses, police officers, firefighters, really the working class. And so not everybody of those households can, necessarily wants an HOA or really needs an HOA. So you start seeing some of these mandates get outside the scope of health, safety, and welfare. And, that becomes burdensome, for us as home builders to produce the homes at an attainable price where somebody can come in the working class and afford to be able to buy a home. And, puts a lot of regulation, just on what we can do and how we operate as far as, providing a product to the public. So that's just, like I said, I'll keep it brief. That's just kind of a consensus of kind of what has happened. There's a lot of big national issues, obviously, with material tariffs and workforce development and stuff like that. But I think there's also a lot of opportunity for us to start, starting our local hometowns and even with the state as far as what can be done to help, help bring some of this at bay. And we certainly, don't want to, we want to let, local governments, I'm a believer in the home rule to an extent, but also believer in private property rights. And so we just want to try to make home ownership attainable. I still think that's the cornerstone of the American dream. And, that's kind of what attracted me to the industry, is being able to help people, reach the dream of home ownership. And I believe that's still, to many households, the number one wealth builder, generationally speaking. I mean, you buy a home and you get a mortgage paid off in 30 years, and now that home's worth, 2 or 3 times what you paid for it 30 years ago. And so if we take home ownership, start to not necessarily take it away, but if it's harder for a lot of people to reach for first time home buyers, which is where a majority of our clientele is coming from, then you're starting to lose opportunities to build wealth and stuff like that for the average household. And so just a lot of issues it can create and stuff. But no, I appreciate y'all's time, and would be glad to answer any specific questions y'all may have.
Representative Momtahan, his lights flashing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions, a comment, and a couple questions for Mr. Hackney, and then I just do have just a brief question for Mr. Reddy. First of all, I enjoyed working. We looked at some of those fees in this past legislative session, and it was my honor to work at hopefully trying to eliminate those fees then and eliminating those fees in the future, much to the chagrin of, I know, a few friends in the room here. Secondly, wanted to ask about the numbers that you're seeing. I know you had 200 homes or 100 single-family detached homes and 100 apartments or units, I should say, and those are generating about $10,500 per unit in revenue. My breakdown for what I'm looking at for a single-family or just let's call it a household of $45,000 of income, pays about $250 in state income taxes, about $540 in federal income taxes. If the house is worth about $200,000, you'd expect them to pay about $2,000 in tax. If you assume 6% of $27,000 remaining dollars in their budget after they pay for their housing, you come up with $1,620 there. I don't see that revenue threshold. Maybe that's just a Paulding County example. When I looked at the Department of Education's website and got the FTE breakdown for a student in my district, that total, now we're talking about all taxes, the total per pupil, as they say, was $10,452. $7,700 of that is an instructional loan, so that's outside of the transportation costs. And otherwise, there seems to be a great disparity between the numbers that we saw here and the numbers that we're seeing at Paulding. Do you have any idea why we would see those kinds of disparities?
You know, I don't think we're seeing that big of a disparity when we're looking at the because they break it down between the regular expenses and the capital investment. And I think when you add those two together, you get a little closer to the numbers that you're looking at. So I think these averages are always going to be a little different than the specific experience locally, but I'd be happy to dig down into these numbers with you.
I think, as the chairman said, it's honestly the core of my issue. You know, when we talk about the actual cost of providing services to these folks, that has to be a major part of the discussion. And a lot of times in areas where you have that are more developed, they have more taxes, they have an established tax base, those are often more desirable places to build. But they may not be the most affordable places to build. And so that is kind of the conundrum that we're finding ourselves in, but I am sensitive to that. That being said, several speakers today have said that they would be open to impact fees for schools to offset some of the, of course, Paulding County. I'm going back here because that's my hometown. It's who sends me here. And those folks, we are greenfield development. That means we're taking old farms and everything else, and we're developing those into, subdivisions now. We're 45 minutes to an hour away from Atlanta, and folks like to work. My question would be, is that something that you'd be open to allowing, as several folks have said today? Obviously, Mercatus Institute said, we don't want other taxpayers burdened with folks that are moving in or building new homes in the area. We've seen our taxes explode in Paulding County. Would the Home Builder Association be open to those kinds of impact fees?
So I think it's an area that, of course, we would want to have a conversation about. As you know, for the committee's consideration, there are 7 approved uses for impact fees, and every city or county is eligible to enact impact fees. And we've heard, I think the speaker said maybe 56 or less than 60 communities actually do impose these development impact fees. But the premise is, you know, when you build a new house, when you're getting a building permit, the city or county would say, hey, we need X amount of dollars to cover the extra services that we're going to have to provide these new residents. And so the impact fee law today allows for 7 uses, everything from parks and libraries to police and water retention, stormwater runoff. So there are uses that have been laid out by the legislature of, okay, this is, if we're going to set a new fee on new residents, this is what those fees can pay for. I think to your point, school buildings or new schools are specifically not on that list. And so my argument would be, you know, the existing structure for how a community adopts impact fees requires a lot of study and transparency and discussion and stakeholder input. Home builders, since I'm here representing, are statutorily required to be a part of the conversation in these impact fee advisory committees. I think our biggest concern, and I've expressed this to you before, over the proposals over the last few years to get school boards in on that impact fee list, is that the proposals that have come out have totally ignored that structure that requires the stakeholder input, and would propose to allow the school board to enact their own set of fees without any stakeholder input. And so I think for that reason, for the reason that, you know, I don't have any kids, and yet my property taxes pay for the schools because it's a community benefit, and I, get that benefit by having more educated people living and working around me. I think the schools is one that we spread out over the most people because it supports the most people. So I don't know that I would conceptually or philosophically agree that new home buyers are the only people that should be funding a school system. And in fact, I think the more people that we exempt from school taxes means that burden goes up. And I think it's a great argument to make that if you've been paying school taxes for 65 years, that maybe you don't need to pay them anymore, but it does raise that burden for the people who continue to pay school taxes. So, I think the property tax, the millage rate, those taxes that are already set up to fund education, the work that you guys have done as a state legislature to fully fund education through that complicated formula, I think that the impact fee law as it exists today is workable. It's a tool in the toolbox for local governments to use to plan smart growth around their communities. I think you can see pretty stark illustrations of a city that has enacted impact fees in a county that does not, and the ring of development around those city limits where new homes are built because the people want to live close to the city services, but they don't want to pay an extra $5,000 per house for that impact fee. Some of my examples had very high impact fees. Some impact fees are $500. How difficult is that to fit into a $350,000 budget? Some impact fees are $10,000 plus, and that's the same services. So then you're kind of looking at more of a incentive program to build here or not there.
Would you be more open if it was only required through a DRI process?
I'm not familiar enough about that process to answer your question, I'm afraid.
No problem. Well, thank you. I did have a...
Do you have a question for Mr. Reddick?
I did, yes, sir.
Go ahead with that.
Ms. Reddick, thank you today. I just wanted to have a quick question for you. I know we've been looking at some of the costs and fees. I understand that you build single detached family homes in Camden County. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
What are some of the fees that you're seeing there? Because we are working on this issue. I did want to bring that to light for this committee to hear. What would you say on that $350,000 home? What are you paying in fees?
So our fees typically are I would say around 15,000, and part of that is, you know, impact fees depending on where we're building. And the other part of that is tap fees to cover the bonds that were, you know, obtained for water and sewer infrastructure expansions. And I think both of the cities in our area got big bonds back before the recession. And, you know, they got the infrastructure in place, but then, you know, that when the recession came, the housing demand for new construction obviously, you know, went down to very few permits, if any, for a few years. And so part of the fees are to repay that bond back and tie into the sewer. So around 15,000 all in.
And that was 1.5, not 5.0. I just want to make sure. That's right.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Well, thank you so much.
And it's another illustration of the difference between a Metro Atlanta land development fees and outside the metro area fees. That's just to move the dirt. That's not to build something.
Okay, Representative Ridley.
Yes, sir. I'd like to address my friend over here who wants to keep talking about impact fees. If you're taking a 300-acre farm that's going 99% of them is going to be under a CUVA, which is conservation exemption, they're not paying about $3,000 or $4,000 a year in property taxes. If you take that same development and you put 100 houses on it, and they're paying $300,000 or $400,000 worth of property taxes now, I don't know where you'd need an impact cost at, because that's going to cover about anything and everything. When it comes to putting in the driveways, you're going to have to put in decel lanes. The state's going to make you do that. And I mean, you get me off on a tangent on education. Well, they got all this money, and now they're still hollering that they need more money. And we've seen the prices of houses go through the roof on their property taxes because of the sales. Well, then you see all the county governments and city governments doing millage rollbacks, but you said the schools are not. So I think that, and I think with a little bit of city planning, I mean, they want to do these TADs and all this stuff. We had a development up in Whitfield County where the utility company spent $750,000 running sewer and water out to them. We had 3 other developments right down the road that they didn't give a dime for. So it's a kind of unfair. It's about who you know. So I think the last thing we need to be looking at is doing a statewide impact fee or setting that up. I think that's left up to each individual county. But like I said, again, you can argue the numbers. If you got a 300-acre farm that they're developing into 100 houses, it's going to bring in a hell of a lot more than it did before.
Well, and if I may, I think this is a perfect conversation, because I actually had a conversation much like this with a construction group back home, and you can argue the numbers, and I don't want to conflate the two things. We'll just stick with the first one. That is, if you take a 300-acre farm and you build houses that generate, let's say, expenditures of $10,400 per child just to educate a single child. Some of these neighborhoods have the buildings 1.7 children per home. So you're talking about a expenditure rate of $18,000, but the income on that single family home, detached home, is only, let's say, $3,000. So you're talking about for every home that you build is a $15,000 net deficit. And above that and beyond that, in the first year, you don't collect taxes on that home from the school district. School district only collects taxes the following fiscal year. Also, it's just simple business. If your cost of goods sold are $18,000 and your revenue on the cost of goods is $3,000, you're not going to be in business very long. And what ends up happening, and the net effect, in my opinion, is that the rest of the existing homeowners in a municipality or county end up subsidizing those new homes. And I think that's what we have to accept, is that are we willing to saddle other homeowners that live in a community with a fixed perception of what their taxes should be with a subsidization of taxes of other homes. And that is a fair point.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to let Representative Ridley respond, but then I think, you know, a lot of this will get debated toward the end of our committee's work when we talk about the report we send. And I think this, and I'm gonna make some comments about the whole taxation thing in just a moment, but Representative Ridley.
Well, I think that it's never been where a household, your household don't pay enough to pay for your kids to go to school. My household, my kids go to private school, so I'm paying all that, plus I'm having to pay for them to go to school. He don't have any kids, but he's still paying the same property tax. It's a community deal. It's never have and never will be, because if you take the property taxes on what it costs to send each kid to school, you'll have everybody living in a rental house or something, because nobody's gonna be able to afford to pay $10, $15, $20,000 in property taxes. And that's what the schools are subsidized for. That's the reason 56% of our entire budget goes to schools, is to subsidize that. So the counties, I mean, I think you listen to your county's, your school superintendent a little too much. And they probably don't have a math degree, any of them I've ever met. And all they want to talk about is like how much money we're getting, but they don't want to talk about how much more they're getting. There's never enough.
Yeah. Thank you both for that, and I look forward to more spirited debate between y'all. Let me comment about the tax question, and I do appreciate Representative Montahan bringing that up. And I have had concerns for a long time about the ad valorem tax system and our property tax system. But I think we have to point out in that it is very complex, and it involves so many different things. For one thing, you know, when we start looking at cost to educate a child and then comparing that immediately to that, as has just been pointed out, if you don't have any children, you're certainly paying for kids to be educated. Or when we start thinking about attracting, one of our previous presenters was talking about older folks moving in to a certain type of housing. Well, those folks don't have any kids to be educated. So it's a very complex question. I was a county commissioner. One of the first things I learned sitting on the other side of that budget table was that we had growth coming into the county that wasn't paying for its share of the service delivery. That has always been an issue. And if you want to talk about that, there's always people who are paying less taxes and putting more demand on the service delivery. Another thing that complicates it is you can't make it all about a single family dwelling because you have to think about how timberland is taxed and how farmland is taxed and how commercial property is taxed. Another thing that complicates it is most of the time, the more rooftops that come, more retail will follow it usually. And when that retail comes, then you have more ad valorem tax, of course, put on the books, but you also have a sales tax, a big increase in sales tax. So my point is, there's no question that the way we tax property, the way we tax real estate in Georgia, probably needs a very hard look at how we do it. But my point about that is a very complex thing that frankly is probably going to be the work of another study committee. Frankly, I could see that being an item that comes out of our study committee that we recommend the study committee on the taxation issue. So I appreciate all the commentary, all the comments about taxation. I think it's very pertinent. I do think it is one of the issues we're dealing with. When our county commissioners are sitting there, they are wanting to keep the new house prices higher because it produces more tax revenue. And then we get into the design mandates and all of those other things. So I think it's very pertinent for us to be discussing it. So were there any other, but my point in finishing, very complex. It's going to take a lot of study and a lot of thought about it because it has always been, that some people don't pay much property tax and get a lot more service. Some people pay a lot of property tax and don't get very much service because they don't demand much service. So that has always been an issue. We have any other questions for Austin? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the questions and appreciate the work you do. You're a good friend and you're good to be here today, so thank you.
I think he already turned his mic
I'm
off, so
sorry,
on behalf of Trevor and myself.
Please thank him for me.
Thank you very much.
Next, and the last.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Reddick. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were still there. Thank you for presenting today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're in a very different position, being a builder and a county commissioner. You're on both sides of the fence here.
Yes, sir. And I would like to point out, I do appreciate your tax conversations. And, one thing to keep note is, we've got to have a workforce to have industry. And that's what we want as industrial tax digest. And so, it's kind of like the chicken and the egg, which comes first. I think you have to have the, some of each to make it all groove.
I think you're making a very good point that I meant to make. And that is, it is a complex question because it all does fit in together with the way it all operates, people having jobs, people paying income tax. I mean, it all does fit in together. Our challenge is to try to be sure we have sufficient housing for all Georgians. But thank you again.
Thank you.
Last person is Skylar Olson. Is he?
Yeah,
here?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
There you are. Thank you.
Yeah,
Ms.
there I
Olson.
am. Excellent.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were in the room or by
Yeah.
Zoom.
Yeah, I've been listen, I had a little Zoom problem, but I found your public, the public access. So I've listening for a while, even without being able to speak to you all. But no, yes, absolutely happy to be here. And I think the hope or the plan was I could talk a little bit about what's happening in housing, maybe at a national level, and bring it down to Georgia. A lot of my data is at the metro level. We can certainly look at Atlanta. That's probably, probably a really strong example to kind of focus on. Does that sound good? Is that what you guys are looking at? I realize now that you've had conversations all day about a lot of these things. So I want to be the most useful. If it's a matter of asking me, what's happening or what's going to happen next, or, something like that, we can do that too.
Well, what you just described sounds very good to me.
Sounds good. Then let's dive right in. I was told I could share my screen, and I'm hopefully not gonna badger you with too much data here, but I do like looking at it. It's certainly, let's see, let me get not that one. Sorry, let me stop share just so I can find the right tab here. I hate how it does this to me. Oh, here, that's because this was open. Here we go. This is what I wanted. Okay, let me go back to share my screen. All right, so let me get this out of the way if this is what you're seeing. So let me just start in here. I'm not going to put it full screen because I'm actually going to jump out and dive into my dashboards as well. Though, we can send a lot of you local data kind of after this. I think at a very high level, what I think all of us has recognized is happening is that the Fed is making some pretty major moves here in order to tackle inflation. And, the big move in mortgage rates actually happened, from January to April. So if you think of this big increase in mortgage rates, that was 2 full percentage points over that period of time. That is a very big deal in terms of affordability, and I'll show you how much of a big deal in Atlanta data in a second. But I think when we think about what's coming next, we talk a lot, or economists talk a lot about how all the Fed's future plans are technically priced in to where they are here now, and that was that shift up to the higher interest rate environment. But I think we also have to acknowledge it's hard to price things in, and the Fed doesn't know, markets don't know how effective we ultimately will be at, bringing inflation down here. This is the measure of inflation, by the way, that the Fed looks at and focuses on, not that headliner, about CPI that's a bigger number than this guy. But this is a good sign, right, that we're starting to see inflation come down. Unfortunately, a lot of the other economic data that was released recently really shows a job market that continues to be tight. You saw job openings lift again. We saw unemployed people drop again. These are signs that we have more to do on inflation. This, uncertainty up and down, we get the economic data drops, financial markets react, the Fed reacts. I want you to pay attention, not just to the fact we're in a higher interest rate environment. I want you to notice just how jagged this is. So this is not just higher rates. This is super volatile rates. These are swings from week to week of 20 basis points. For a lot of households, because we have reached kind of some issues with affordability, and I'll show you a second. That's the difference between I qualify, I don't qualify, I qualify, I don't qualify. That leads to a lot of hesitation in housing markets, and that's causing a lot of the slowdown that we're seeing nationally, and that we're seeing in a lot of different areas as well. By the way, this graph If you look at daily numbers with mortgage rates, we had a bit of an upset yesterday and today. It's continued to increase at this point. We had a bit of a scare that it might have gone up to 7% mortgage rate. It has since come down a little bit. And, this again is such a volatile market. But this is the moment we're in where mortgage rates are bearing down on housing markets, and it's making it really hard for a lot of buyers to know how to plan because of volatility or just move forward because of unaffordability. The challenge in the long arc for you guys, right, and all of us, is that during this cycle, right, this is a cycle along what is otherwise a really strong fundamental demand for housing. This is what you're noticing, right? People can't afford it in the long run. So the problem is still that we're not building enough to keep up with population growth, especially, in Georgia, right, where you're accepting a lot of people from all across the country. You got South is some of the fastest growing metropolitan areas. So you've got this long run need, but we are in a really strong cycle. And just to show you the impact on construction, here are your single family home permits in Atlanta. You can see during the pandemic, look good. We're like, it's happening, except for that dynamic came down very quickly with interest rates as well. And I don't know if you've had this conversation yet, but a real big part of the challenge of building, it's a lot of the issues I think you guys are talking about. I don't know, though I think a lot about labor, construction labor, and how tight that is. Pre-global financial crisis back here, jobs were generally lined all up. You could coordinate one job to fall after another job. You could move people around. You had enough people to do that. Over the course of the pandemic, you had supply chain problems. So I'm waiting for the stuff. And I also have a hard time with, labor. It's just construction labor is really, really, really tight with this kind of activity. So I'm also waiting to move the labor around. When interest rates came back up, what that means, if builders are waiting more over the course of their production cycle, they're doing it with debt to get that done, right? You're kind of carrying your project over a longer period of time where you're not building or working, getting to, actually being able to sell it, right? And so as interest rates came up, we saw the construction environment pull back a lot. So we've got long run challenges now, right? As housing markets are cooling off. I mentioned I'd show you the affordability picture and how rough that is. This graph, you're looking at typical home values across Atlanta. Here's good news for the next home buyers. The next generation is that things are slowing down. So housing markets are going to be much, much, much less competitive into this next season. By the way, unfortunately, I don't know that I can promise that this that Atlanta will become affordable. I want to just quickly, before I get back to this affordability idea, just hit on, will prices continue to go down? This column right here is my year-over-year forecast. And I want you to notice that Atlanta is at the top of this list. We're having a hard time maybe making forecasts as pessimistic as they need to be. Because, well, it's hard to see that turning point and it's hard to forecast in this environment. But this idea of affordability, I'm going to show you in a second, does feel important. But your fundamentals in Georgia, in Atlanta, are so strong that you're among the metropolitan areas where we expect your home value appreciation to turn around sooner than other areas. So I don't know that when we look at that graph, I was showing you that what I'm doing when I look at home prices fall is promising anybody that will have meaningful improvements in affordability. And in the meantime, this is the issue that you're experiencing, this line. So this is the homeowner affordability. So I'm matching up incomes over time with mortgage rates over time, with home values over time. And I'm exploring this idea of what share out of your income would you expect to go towards the payment, property taxes, and insurance. Some simplifying assumptions there, but looking at this, assumptions made in the same period, so I can still track it over time. And I want you to notice that, you had stunning home price growth all throughout 2021. That absolutely impacted affordability, but it was not until mortgage rates really popped in January that you started to see such a steep and acute impact, and that pushed you kind of into that affordability rule of thumb on average for the typical home. What do I mean by affordability rule of thumb? People often say don't spend more than a third of your income on your fixed housing costs, because the larger your fixed costs are, the less financially resilient you'll be, the less able you'll be to save for emergency spendings, retirement, those things that shouldn't be luxuries, but now more and more feel like they are. And at this rate, one, I just want to say, plenty of households can decide to go beyond this rule of thumb, and it could still be good for them. Maybe it's to get access to the good schools for a while. Maybe it's to be in the community that has, really lovely public, infrastructure support, as you guys are kind of mentioning, right? Like a place that had better property taxes and nicer parks, and so maybe I'm more willing to stretch in order to be there. So this is not a hard and fast rule, but to hit this rule across the metro is significant, and is leading us to believe that our forecast might be a little too optimistic here, and that prices might have to correct a bit more in order to bring buyers back to the market. And so that's what you're going into now. You're going into a softer housing market over the next year. Fundamentals are strong. We're fairly uncertain what'll happen to mortgage rates if they stay in the high, sixes. I think you'll slow down much more. But if we come back down, to 5.5, each time the mortgage rate comes back down closer to 5, we do see another surge in demand activity. So people are waiting. They're there. This is not a story about not having enough people who want to buy homes. They are discouraged by high prices. They are extra discouraged by high mortgage rates. But this is not a situation of foreclosures like it was last time. This is not that. We do not expect a lot of inventory to come to the market. It's coming up a little bit. This is how I think about competition. So this is the inventory in Atlanta. You do see it coming up, but I want you to notice it's nowhere near where it was pre-pandemic levels. So this is going to be a challenge for first-time buyers. It's a challenge too for existing buyers, in the sense of you're a little bit interest rate lock-in. You had an opportunity to refinance at a really low rate, and you might be less willing to move on, maybe moving up or moving down. And that's something that we do worry about, is opportunities for moving, right? Because life doesn't stop, right? The things that incent us usually to change our house, to change our life, things like getting married, having kids, job loss, get divorced, all these things don't slow down because you can't afford to move. And so this is something that we do worry about, is inventory not really able to rise because new listings are pulling back because of interest rate lock-in. And I'll stop there and just let you ask questions, and I can guide you to show you anything else.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions from the committee? Do we have any questions from the committee? Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Your information is not unexpected from a national point of view, and we appreciate it very much. It's nice to see your figures and see your graphs, and we appreciate you joining us and appreciate your patience. I know you were later than you had expected to be, so thank you very much.
That's got to be a good sign, right? It's a sign you guys had a great conversation, I'm sure, or got a lot that you were able to cover. Hopefully it works out for you guys in your decisions here.
Yes, ma'am. It's been a very busy day, and thank you so much for being part of it.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay, we have a little spot on the agenda for questions and public comments, and hearing none, we will be adjourned. No, really, does anybody have a question or a comment? Okay, well, thank you so much for your patience. Thanks to the committee members. It's been a very long day. Thanks to the staff that's helped us, and I will see you tomorrow, but we've had a productive day.
She didn't